Well, with the time at 2 minutes to 11, it's time to say good morning from Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, opening up your commentary on day 2 of the championship fixture here between Warwickshire and Somerset. The umpires are just making their way to the centre, picked out by sunshine at the moment. There's quite a lot of cloud around, but it doesn't appear to be rain-threatening cloud at the moment. The forecast is not too bad for today. And just down in front of the pavilion, with the cameraman lurking and forming circles around them. Warwickshire's fielders are in a tight huddle at the moment, trying to finalise their plans, or at least gee each other up. And a few yards away from them, Somerset's overnight batters, Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, are making their way to the centre. And Anthony Gibson is with me here, having expected Somerset on this surface to pile up runs and maybe more today?
Well, it was possibly the most unlikely opening partnership in Somerset's cricketing history. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's a white ball specialist, opening up with Josh Davey, who normally bats at number 9. And they put on 186 for the first wicket, which is the first century opening partnership since a year ago in April, and one of the highest in recent years. And they batted really, really well, admittedly on a pretty benign pitch, against the Kookaburra ball, which didn't do the bowlers any favours at all. But and the good work was carried on by Tom Lammonby, who's still there on 75. James Rue batted nicely until he played a poor shot, and Tom Abel has been going about his business in the way that Tom Abel always does.
Well, he does. The day's going to start with Corey Rochicoli, which I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce. Rochicoli, yes. How long do you reckon? 2-3 days take me to get to that. He's going to finish this over from the pavilion end and turned that a fraction. Gosh, he had one to come and he turned it away from Lammonby's forward defensive, and it's the end of the over. Yeah. So 3:27 for 3 Somerset. There's a local radio update I have to do in about 2 minutes, so it's going to be during the next over. So I think I'll probably, Anthony, take this one, so I'm not talking over you, and then we'll.
It was a good ball though from Rochicoli, wasn't it?
Well, it was,
and it didn't turn out of the bowler's footmarks either. It was just about on off stump, and Lammonby had to play at it.
That was a very good start. So we've only had 5 overs with the new ball. So I imagine that's the last we'll see of the spinner for a little while. But nevertheless, maybe a harbinger for later.
They've got to bowl Ed Barnard more than they did yesterday. He was seriously underused.
Well, Ed Barnard has many supporters around here, as you can imagine, with his exploits in all aspects of the game, frankly, in the last couple of years. Of those cricketers who he's not really in the reckoning for internationals, there are a few county cricketers with a record as strong as his.
7 overs was all he bowled yesterday.
We'll see if he gets more today. The wind is quite gusty as Ollie Hannon-Dolby holds it off and runs in from the Birmingham end to bowl his first ball wide enough outside off stump for Tom Abel to watch it through to Kai Smith, who's going through various stretching exercises behind the stumps. And Warwickshire once again not overly attacking this morning, with just 2 slips, the only close catches for Hannon-Dolby, who is turning with the sight screen sheet rippling in the breeze behind him, and he bowls and finds the outside edge this time, but it goes along the ground from Abel down to third man, and they take the first run today. 3:28 for 3. I'll take this local radio update out of the way in the next few seconds. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where on the second morning of the championship game between Warwickshire and Somerset, the Bears will eagerly hope to have more success today than they did yesterday. Somerset having run up 327 for 3 on the first day. The second new ball, he's still fairly new, having had only 5 overs with it last night. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has first use of it from the Birmingham end this morning, but just finishing his over from last night, the spinner Corey Rocchiccioli did manage to turn the first ball past the outside edge a few moments ago. 3:28 for 3 Somerset, and commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And in the middle of that, Hannon-Dolby's first ball today to the left-hander Lammonby, went harmlessly past outside off stump.
I'm not clear whether this is a hybrid pitch or not.
No, I'll try and confirm that. What it is.
There's been suggestions on social media that it is, and Craig Overton, who I sort of had a distance chat with last evening, was wondering whether it was.
See if we can confirm that later. Around the wicket comes Hannon-Dolby and beats Lammonby on a rather firm-footed drive, and it just shaped away from the left-hander and through to Smith.
It would be a beautiful shot if he'd made contact with it through the covers, but that's Tom Lammonby's Achilles heel. His tendency to play really sensibly for over after over after over, and then to go for a big shot at the wrong ball.
Won't want to give it away today.
No.
With runs evidently there to be had. Is Hannon-Dolby, perhaps encouraged by that, round the wicket and straightens this into Lammonby's front pad, having got a reasonable stride in.
Too high.
And yes, he might well have been bouncing over as well. So umpire is unmoved. Both umpires with hats, I suspect, quite securely tied down today, because you'd be chasing it a lot.
Yeah, the forecast said it could be up to 40 miles an hour, the wind coming from the west.
Blowing across the ground as we're looking out from the pavilion from our left. So from Ollie Hannon-Dolby's right, as he's heading in to complete his first over today, and Lammonby is defending, almost shielding the bat behind his front pad and guiding it down to Yates. And it's the end of the over. 328 for 3 Somerset, 1 added so far this morning. Lammonby 75 and Abel 21.
Rather more sweaters in evidence today than there were yesterday. Most of the Warwickshire fielders have got either short sleeve or long sleeve sweaters on, and here we are. Alex Davis has obviously heard my strictures about the paltry use of Ed Barnard yesterday, because he's going to get the second full over of the morning today from this pavilion end.
Yes, he bowled a bit in the championship last season. Didn't bowl very much in the 25. Didn't play very much in the 2020 competition, which his many supporters are disappointed by. He is a part of that team this season, and now vice captain, has a real something of a status here. He's his third year since moving from Worcestershire.
He's bowling to Tom Abel with 2 slips. He's in and bowls, and Abel plays a forward defensive shot to a good length ball on middle and off stump. We've got 3 saving 1 on the offside, shortish mid wicket, mid on, a backward square leg who's about 20 yards in from the boundary, for presumably there for a top edged pull shot, and a third man. Barnard in bowls outside the off stump, just floating that one up on a full length, inviting Abel to have a drive at it, but Tom Abel not to be tempted. The crowd is about the same size as yesterday, which is to say there aren't many here. There are, however, quite a few Somerset supporters come up for this game. And they made their presence felt yesterday. Barnard to Abel, who turns this down to long leg. Is that Sam Hain down there? The only reason I think it might be is because he's wearing that white floppy sun hat.
Yes, it could be.
He would normally be fielding in the slips, but as there are only 2 slips, and they're Tom Latham and Rob Yates, I think that probably is Sam Hain down.
Yes, looks like him. And spends a lot of time fielding in the deep in the
He's a very
2020,
good,
he's a good field.
Yeah, boundary rider, isn't he? 329 for 3. Barnard around the wicket to the left-hander. And Lammonby turns this into the onside. Shy at the stumps from Simmons. And they might go for an overthrow, and they do go through for an overthrow safely enough. So 2 runs to Lammonby, 331 for 3. Slightly risky single, but it was going to Simmons' left hand, and he is a right-handed bowler and fielder, and he only had 1 stump to aim at, so if he'd hit, it would have been close, but he didn't, and it wasn't backed up immediately, hence the overthrow. Barnard to Lammonby, and Lammonby plays a textbook forward defensive shot back up the pitch.
Was that your first view of Simmons yesterday?
No, I think he played in this game last year.
He might have played, yes, he played the odd one last year.
And yeah, he's okay. He lacks genuine pace. He's sharp,
yeah,
but not certainly on this pitch. Not enough to discomfort the batsman, really. This is a little bit of seam movement away from Tom Lammonby there, from that last delivery of the over from Ed Barnard, but too wide, and Lammonby lets it go through to Kai Smith. 331 for 3 on this cloudy but fine and very breezy morning here at Edgbaston.
Yes, I wouldn't think it's the easiest bowling conditions either with this breeze about. And there might be a few people, it's not a huge crowd as you say, but there might be a few people hidden away in pockets in this pavilion, because you can get a bit windswept in this bowl.
Yeah, I think the Somerset contingent are down below us.
Yes, you can hear them echoing about. There's a few walking around the ground in front of the Holly stand. As Hannon Dolby sets in again at 331 for 3 and has Abel defending a rising delivery from the crease. Back up the pitch, there's a smattering of people around at the Birmingham end. There's a row all in similar, I suspect they're all part of a party. I think I saw them arriving near the indoor school earlier. They're all in white shirts with some sort of logo on and bright blue baseball
yes, I
caps.
see them. Yeah, I see them.
But it looks as though they're representing some cause, but there's about 8 or 9 of them there. Hannon Dolby runs in and bowls to Abel, who adjusts late and then defends up to mid-off.
Bowlers have been right on the spot this morning so far. They've offered no scoring opportunities at all, really. Certainly no boundary opportunities.
That's about all you can do, really, if there's not much encouragement from the pitch. Try and be steady. Hannon Dolby, the most frugal of the frontline bowlers yesterday, as he often has been in the last couple of years, as well as taking wickets. And here he is again, hastening in to bowl to Abel, who once more is defending an accurate delivery from the line of off stump. Back to the bowler, the Somerset flag, which is a particularly big and bright one. It's the deep red bands at the top and bottom, but because it's such a big flag and looks as though it's made out of a slightly more robust material than the Warwickshire flag near to it, but it is wrenching the pole in the breeze. The pole that it's on is flexing quite a bit on top of the old press box stand, and again Abel just adjusts his wrists late here as he defends back up the pitch on the offside. It looks like a brand new flag. It's as big as a duvet.
It's made by Polly Rhodes.
Is it?
Yes, we were discussing it yesterday. The Somerset scorer. She made 2 flags the winter before last. The home flag and an away flag. And this is the away flag.
Okay.
And it's been A, rescued and B, repaired after being torn off its flagpole up at Chester Street.
Well, it's testing the flagpole's limits at the moment. Forward comes Abel and pushes this one square on the offside, and it's fielded with a twirl by Bethel.
And they are the biggest flags on the county championship circuit, as befits a county cricket club that has been in Division 1 for longer than any other.
Right. That's very good. Oh, yeah, it's a particularly eye-catching flag, and it looks as though it's got a piece of cotton trailing behind it at the bottom. So I wonder if in the breeze up there, it's probably generating quite a lot of, I don't know, power or torque or something. Physicists get in touch. Hannon Dolby bowls and Abel defends back up the pitch on the offside, and that was
what a good over that was.
Very straight and disciplined over, and it drew 6 very straight and disciplined defensive strokes from Abel.
Yes. Well, Hannon Dolby's got a tremendous record against Somerset. He's in 16 games before this one. He's taken 56 wickets at just under 27 runs apiece. And he always seemed to bowl well at Marcus Trescothick. We've got Ed Barnard from the pavilion end to Tom Lammonby, who again right on the button is Barnard. Good length delivery on middle and off stumps. 331 for 3. Slow going this morning for Somerset. They started on 327 for 3, so only 4 runs added in the first quarter of an hour nearly.
Well, I would think it's probably Warwickshire's best hope of making breakthroughs is to just dry things up completely without being necessarily too negative.
Barnard bowls, and a little bit of shape there, just drifting that one away from the left-hander in the air. Nicely played by Tom Lammonby. Bowling a good full length is Ed Barnard, so that Lammonby has to come forward to play his defensive shots. He can't afford to hang back, which is his preference, I think. Likes to play the ball off the pitch. Plays it very late, as Dermot Reeve was observing yesterday. Dermot will be joining us around about 11:30. Barnard in and bowls, and again shape away from the left-hander in the air, just going on the breeze.
Yes, and that's a pleasing shape. And Lammonby's not unreasonably being quite careful here, because clearly there are plenty of runs to be had, but this might be the trickiest time to bat.
Yeah, the ball was certainly doing more this morning than it did yesterday morning. Barnard to Lammonby, and not quite as much shape there, but Lammonby has to be very careful here, because Barnard's got good rhythm. He's getting ball after ball in those famous right areas.
He's a very rhythmic bowler, isn't he? Barnard. Everything looks as though it meshes together nicely. His action looks quite easy.
He doesn't take too much out of himself, does he? Accelerates up to the crease nicely. That's a little bit shorter, but again, it hurried on that one to Tom Lammonby. A little bit more bounce than sometimes.
This is a nice test that they are posing this morning.
Somerset will be encouraged, though, by by the way the ball is swinging, as Barnard is in bowls, and again Lammonby has to be ultra watchful. Keeps it out. It's a maiden over for Ed Barnard, who has figures of 9 overs, no wicket for 26, with that was his second maiden over, and a very good over it was too.
Yes, highly disciplined start from Hannon Dolby and Barnard, with just 4 runs added in the 4 overs so far. We have got a little bit extra today to make up on the overs lost yesterday. We had 85 overs almost, so 11 overs lost. So there'll be an additional 8 available today. Hannon Dolby starts the next, and Abel punches this away into the covers for Hayne to field. Looks like he fielded it with his shin, but there is no run.
So what, lunch at 1:10?
Yes, I expect so. Yes, just a
tea at 4 o'clock.
Slight adjustment.
Yeah.
Tea, I dare say, will be whenever
4.
there's.
4.
Oh no, because when they change the overs, then tea is a.
They quite often fix the time
fixed.
of tea.
Good for the caterers. 3:31 for 3. Here comes Hannondolby again, elbows jutting out, and Abel is very compact here, with the bat tucked right next to the front pad and pushing it up to mid-on.
Nothing at all down the leg side so far this morning. Nothing at all.
Very tidy from Hannondolby. Do let us know if and when and where you're listening from, and by what means, if you're on the BBC Sport website or the app or watching it through the YouTube stream. And it's always useful to know how you're picking up the commentary. You can send me an email, I'll give you the address in a minute. Here's Hannondolby bowls now, and Abel just knocks this one on the head and turns it away to the leg side for no run with a minimum of movement. You can email me to wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk if you've got observations about this game, maybe about the county championship more widely, meetings going on this week. You'll have read about those in the press reports in the last day or two, perhaps. I think one of the meetings may be going on here.
Today.
3:31 for 3. Hannondolby bowls, and Abel is playing this cautiously, guiding it to backward point, and in comes Bethel to field, and they don't take a run. So if you've got observation about that you want to share with us, then you can do that, of course. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. If you were watching any cricket over the weekend, if you played cricket over the weekend, if your club, whether it's around the Midlands leagues or down in the southwest, is it Somerset League, is there, or the other
West of England Premier League.
West of England Premier is the one.
Whipple.
So whatever games you were playing in this weekend, where did you watch? Was it good? Did you play? Hannondolby bowls, and Abel turns this through mid-wicket, and he's going to take a run out to Simmons coming in from the boundary. 3:32 for 3.
I've had a tweet from Dave from Cork, which I'll bring you at
good.
the end of this over.
Okay.
Dave from Cork is in slightly cynical mood, I think.
Is he? Oh, well, he's come to the right place. 3:32 for 3. But yes, if somebody did something exciting at your club this weekend, then and their name ought to be read out on the BBC for doing so. Even if it wasn't you, you can write in under a pseudonym and tell us about something great you did. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Enjoy your stories of league cricket. Round the wicket comes Hannondolby, and Lammonby is keeping his bat shielded behind the front pad and guiding this away to the offside. And it's the end of the over. Just one more run added. 3:32 for 3. 77 to Lammonby, 23 to Abel. What news from Cork?
Dave from Cork says, this is the type of pitch prioritising the 100 requires. Big scores, batter friendly, and bowlers getting flayed. This is precisely the type of game the ECB hierarchy wants to see. Other skill sets be damned. It's all about the money for their bonuses. I think that's a bit cynical.
A little salty for me first thing on a Monday morning, although check in later, I might have changed my mind.
Here's Barnard in bowls and Lammonby forward defensively. I mean, I don't think it's got anything to do with the 100, the use of the Kookaburra ball, or indeed, if it is a hybrid pitch, the use of a hybrid pitch. It's all about dates back to the Strauss report, where he said very firmly that county cricket is all about producing players for England, and that means batsmen who can pile up big scores and bowlers who can take wickets on reasonably flat surfaces with a ball that doesn't do as much as the Duke's ball. That, I think, is the logic for what's going on at the moment. Barnard in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Abel, but he won't get a run. And actually, to be fair, if you look at the... OK, we had 320 odd for 3 here, but around the country yesterday there were plenty of wickets with the Kookaburra ball. Sussex 9 down, Essex bowled out, Notts 6 down, 315 for 6. Worcestershire bowled out by Surrey. So it's not been one-way traffic. This is on Midland leg, and Abel plays it up to mid-on. Gloucestershire were bowled out at Bristol, and Glamorgan 8 down against Leicestershire. So yeah, it's
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen a variety of pitches around this year so far. This one was used for the 2020 go on Friday, which, notwithstanding the low scores, seemed a pretty good pitch then.
well, it is a good pitch. I mean, Barnard in and bowls, and just hurries Abel into a defensive shot into the onside, but Tom Kohler-Cadmore, to whom I spoke at the close yesterday, said it's a good pitch. It's the ball is coming on, so batsmen can play their shots, and there is a little bit of turn. It's all right, it's a slow turn. But there is something in it for the bowlers. As Barnard is in and bowls outside the off stump, and as he said himself, he played and missed several times early on yesterday morning. Was lucky not to get a nick through to wicketkeeper or slips. So
yeah, I mean, Dan Moses said to me after the 2020 game, which was 130 against 130 for 9, but he said frankly we both should have got 180 on it. Just neither of us played very well.
But I think Matt Henry might be quite a handful on this pitch. He's a handful.
Handful on most pitches, but
Exactly.
yes, I'd take your point.
Barnard then going over the wicket to the right-hander, and this is turned in through the onside for the first boundary of the morning. Just over pitch there by Ed Barnard on leg stump. Nice juicy leg stump half volley, and comfortably dealt with by Tom Abel. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 27, score on to 336 for 3, which means that we've had 9 runs this morning in how many overs have we had? Six overs.
6 overs, yeah.
And 1 ball.
And although the bowling has been, on the whole, accurate, it has not been threatening. We haven't seen loads going past the outside edge, 1 or 2.
The first ball of the day.
First ball of the day did look as though it bit and turned a little bit. Hannon Dolby is going to have another go. 1 for 54 in 20 overs. Usual tidy job. And he's going to bowl again with this orthodox, not overly attacking field. Just 2 slips in, and he has Lammonby punching this firmly to mid-off. And there isn't a run. Some of the heavier clouds starting to move away now, so there's a patch of blue appearing above Edgbaston. But any cloud that goes past, he's going to be moving pretty quickly. And the breeze that's evident today. There's a few in t-shirts at the far end, but more in coats than certainly there was last week here. Very hot here at the end of last week. Round the wicket comes Hannon Dolby, and a ball that's left by Lammonby that keeps going straight and was well judged, but not all that far away from the off stump.
Decent carry though, again.
Yeah.
Taken chest high by Kai Smith. So it isn't low and slow, this pitch. It's easy paced, I think would be probably the best description, and reasonably consistent bounce, and there is some bounce, which Rocchiccioli in particular ought to be able to, well, has been exploiting, because he does have that very nice high action.
He does. He's quite a tall fella. We'll see more of him later, I'm sure. Maybe not too much later. Round the wicket comes Hannon Dolby, and this is driven through the covers. Chase for Simmons, out towards where the hover cover's waiting, and he misfields the first time and then throws himself after it a second time, and the ball's touched the rope. So that's cost a couple of runs.
Made a bit of a meal of that, didn't he?
Did, yeah. He mistimed it a fraction, reaching in front of himself as he dived. So
it is a quick outfield, mate.
yes. So 4 to Lammonby, his first boundary today, 340 for 3. So already this morning, Essex innings ending at 296 at Chelmsford against Hampshire, just starting out. Hannon Dolby bowls, and forward comes Lammonby, pushing into the covers, and there isn't a run. At the end of this over, I'll get Dermot Reeve in for the first time today. I'll step aside for him and come and join you, Anthony. And Dolby with 2 sweatbands on each wrist. His trademark feature. Back in what's left of a patch of sawdust at the start of his run, across a slightly mottled bit of the outfield. And then moves into bowl round the wicket to Lammonby, who straight drives him for 4, just to the onside of straight, but always going for 4 as soon as it passed the non-striker.
Up a shot.
Yes, and that would be dispiriting really as a bowler, because he didn't seem at all horrid to play that stroke. Lammonby just placed the bat and off it went. So after 15 minutes of reconnaissance from Lammonby and Abel this morning, looks at the moment as though we're settling into the same sort of pattern as yesterday.
Well, the bowlers, they can't afford to stray. They've
No.
got to keep on the straight and narrow.
And it looks very narrow on in terms of margin for error at the moment. Hannon Dolby and Alex Davies are having a bit of a think about it.
Yes.
And one of the slips is going to come out.
We had a bit of leg theory yesterday
Yes.
afternoon. It accounted for both of the Somerset opening batsmen, in fact, with Chase Simmons
Yes.
being invited to bowl short to a leg side field. And,
Latham, for this last ball of this over at least, he's going to go to that very straight short mid-on, about 15 yards from that, almost in front of the non-striker. But there's a run into the leg side all the same for Lammonby, tucking it backward of square leg. And it's the end of the over. 345 for 3, Somerset. We've had 7 overs this morning in the first half an hour, in which they've added 18 without any alarms. And Dermot Reeve's going to come and join you for a bit, Anthony.
that's Mike Taylor, who'll be back with us probably in around about half an hour's time. Ed Barnard's going to bowl another over. It will be his 11th. He's been accurate this morning, but not actually gone past the outside edge. Good morning, Dermot.
Good morning, Anthony.
You fitting well? And
Yeah, and strapped in for a run feast, it looks like.
well, we'll see. It's Barnard to Lammonby, and doesn't get a run here. What have you made of it so far this morning?
Well, it's been more of the same. I mean, he's a very good player, Lammonby. Tom Abel's no mug either, and they've been sensible. And the ball's hardly moved. It's a very
Little bit of
benign,
swing,
flat
little bit of
wicket.
swing from Barnard.
Yeah. There's been nothing, prodigious.
No.
Barnard is a good bowler. He'll keep the seam up, and he will find a little bit of swing.
He's in bowls, and a little bit of late swing there.
Yeah,
and Lammonby plays it well.
On this pitch, your margin for error as a bowler, if you're just a touch short, Lammonby will play it late, work it off the back foot for a single. If you're a bit full, you get driven. So there's no demons in the pitch. You just got to be really accurate with the ball, set your fields, and just try and keep it as tight as possible.
Here's Barnard around the wicket to Lammonby. That's leg stump half volley, and he didn't time that particularly well. And Alex Davies is going to put it in about 5 yards inside the boundary at wide long on. They take 2 runs. Lammonby on to 88, 347 for 3.
I say tactically, you just got to try and keep it as tight as possible as a bowler. Try and win every ball and bowl a dot. But what you also need to do is, at this point you think, well, Somerset at least to go on and get 500 or 600. But you got to try and get them out. So it's just been too defensive with the field placements with this new ball.
Barnard in and bowls, and good ball, well defended by Tom Lammonby.
Tom Lammonby here is not going to get caught third man, and he'll work the ball through the gully area. It'll go down there for singles. If you had third man at gully, he might, even if one gets through every 3 for a boundary, you might go for 4 instead of 3 runs, but you've got the chance with the gully of actually getting a wicket.
Barnard to Lammonby, who cuts without any timing at all hard into the ground, is fielded by Latham in the covers. Well, you say he won't get caught the third man. I wouldn't put it past him. He does like to play the sort of big
reverse
square
scoop.
cut. No, there's a big square cut which he could top edge, but it might not be a bad idea just to drop one short and see what outside the off stump, see what happens. Barnard to Lammonby, that's on the middle of the leg stump.
But if you set the field for the good ball, and the good ball might go to fifth slip off an edge with a little bit of swing, which Barnard does get, and have that fifth slip close enough that the ball's going to carry. Because in the end, if Somerset declare at say 650, does it really matter whether they got there 10 overs earlier? The thing is, you just got to try and get wickets, and that can change the game very quickly.
349 for 3. Barnard in and bowls, and Lammonby punches this away through the offside for a single, and will keep the strike and bring up 350 for Somerset and a third batting point. Now I have got a Dermot Reeve stat from Steve Pittard, my personal statistician down there at the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, better known as Eli's. He says, regarding Dermot Reeve, one statistical oddity is that he never scored a first-class century at Edgbaston, despite an average of 37.6 on the ground and making 21 50s here, but never a century. You did make 99 not out against Yorkshire when 2 wickets fell at the other end. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah. Tim Munton, we put on 87. I think Tim had got 5, and then he got out. There was 2 balls left in the over, and Tim got out, and then Alan Donald came in and got out first ball.
But you were pleased. Is Hannon Dalby driven by Lammonby? It was in the air for a time. But,
I mean, for me, if you got 99 and a leg by, it's 100 for the team. It's all. In fact, when I went to Somerset as director of cricket, in our warm-up matches, Piran Holloway and Simon Eccleston retired to give other people a bat in the 90s to just make the point of
it's the team that matters.
Yeah, because you get batsmen who get on 99 or get in the 90s and their brain goes to veg and they run stupid singles to try and bring up that statistic, and it can be a detriment to the.
It can. I'll give you a good example of that after this delivery from Hannon Dalby, as Abel turns this into the onside. I think about a single, and it concerns Tom Lammonby at the Oval last April. That's a year ago. Last April, he was batting with Matt Renshaw, the Australian, and they'd put on 196 together, and Lammonby was on 99, whereupon he ran out. Matt Renshaw going for a single for his. And Renshaw was going great guns, and Lammonby was totally abashed by this. He managed to get his 100 and then was out next ball, so 2 wickets fell.
But
all because of the 99.
A single, because he was on 99.
Here's Alan Dalby into Abel, who plays this to short mid-wicket.
Well, I'd have to say then my philosophy that I brought to Somerset 30 years ago has died along the way. Because it's just.
It was one of those where, I think he pushed it to either mid-off or mid-on and set off straight away, and Renshaw was dead.
That he wouldn't have done if he was on 57.
No, he wouldn't. There was never a run there.
Yeah.
He just wanted.
So it's that selfish want of a statistic.
Yeah. As Alan Dalby bowls, and this is turned through mid-wicket for a single by Tom Abel. He's not at all a selfish batsman, Tom Lammonby. I think it was just nerves that took over.
I did get 100 here in a Sunday League game, in a 40 over game. I think it was the first time I got in the first 5 overs in my career. But I got 100 against Lancashire here. And got out off the last ball for 100.
Oh, that's good going. There weren't very many hundreds scored in the old Sunday League, in comparison with the sort of scores you see in 50 over cricket these days. 352 for 3. As Hannon Dalby bowls to Lammonby, who just waits for a slower ball and plays it to backward point.
I've always felt, though, that people can get wrapped up in statistics depending how you look at them. I remember sitting in a cricket committee meeting. I won't say who the committee man was. Actually, it was a general committee meeting, and it was pointed out that Mike Burns hadn't scored 100 in the second team.
Yeah.
And this was all about trying to get him a contract. And I had to point out that Mike Burns had scored the fastest of all the batsmen with his strike rate, and I want him to play with a freedom.
Because he was doing a job for the side.
And if you give him a 2-year contract and take a bit of pressure off him thinking of his job, he's more likely to help Warwickshire succeed.
Alan Dalby bowls, and Lammonby just strokes this down to third man, opens the face and goes through for a single, moves on to 91. Well, your faith in Mike Burns was well rewarded, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did well here at Warwickshire. I gave him a little spell with the gloves in the Benson and Hedges. He didn't play in the final, but I had him in opening the batting, playing his shots, being positive. And Keith Piper missed out for a few games, but yeah, Burnsy was a heck of a talent, lovely guy.
He is,
and
very good umpire now.
Yeah, when I went to Somerset to be director of cricket, if you like, I took Burnsy
with you. Well, he did a great job.
The other signing I made was to get Ian Blackwell to come to Somerset and be a batsman.
This is pushed into the offside. They're going through for a quick single. If that had hit from Tom Latham, then I think Tom Abel would have been struggling. I don't know why Tom Lammonby thought there was a single there. It went almost straight to Tom Latham at short extra cover. Lammonby was safe enough.
Yeah.
It was Tom Abel who was in peril that he gets away with it.
Well, Tom Abel trusted the call. That's one of those ones where you just pop it out on the offside square of the wicket, and you feel there's a little single. That reminded me of the single I rang Graham Gooch out in a test match just after he got 100 in New Zealand. But Gucci had said, let's have a one-day attitude to our running between the wickets.
So he forgave you. He forgave you, did he?
Yeah.
Eventually. It's Barnard in bowls, and Abel turns this into the onside.
Yeah, you would have said that was a one-day single, wasn't it? That if you...
Yeah, I don't think Tom Abel was quite prepared for it. They are very quick between the wickets, these two. Tom Abel's one of the quickest. But
it was out though. Had he hit,
it would. Yeah, absolutely. And he had virtually all three stumps to aim at. Always worries me when Tom Abel is going for quick runs, because he's prone to doing his hamstrings.
Right, he's also in the 90s now, so we'll see if that selfish statistic of 100 starts playing on his mind. And I always felt Graham Hick, the magnificent batsman that he was, I always felt he slowed up a bit in the 90s.
Yeah.
These days, a lot of these young fellas just think, I'm gonna get there with a six.
Well, as per Harry Brook in the Test match yesterday, when he went for a big pull shot and got a top edge and was caught down at long leg. But, Barnard to Abel in bowls, and Abel plays that defensively into the offside. Interesting talking to Tom Kohler-Catmore last evening. He was very self-deprecating about the playing and missing as he did early on in his innings, and playing the sorts of shots that the likes of us sitting up here would criticise.
Yeah,
going for a big shot. But he said he felt that his arms were going through the ball nicely. Hands and arms are going through it. This is a forward defensive from Abel. And he just felt that he was batting well, and he could play his shots. And he got 100 from, I think it was around about 127 balls, something like that.
Yeah, well, it's one of those pitches that if you decide to play that way, you got every chance of succeeding on, because it's such a good pitch. If it had moisture in, and say a Duke's ball, and it's nipping off the seam, then the chances are you're going to nick it if you play that way.
Barnard to Abel. defends, no run.
Some of the best batsmen I ever bowled at were the best levers. The best levers of the danger ball. You know, one that swings late and moves away, and you're trying to draw them into the shot, and they just let it go, and it passes, 6 inches past off stump. But if there's no swing and the wicket's flat, then you have to think differently as a bowler, because odds are the batsman might get after you.
This is another defensive shot from Tom Abel. Yeah, I mean he was driving it on the up.
Yeah.
And for most of it, he got away with it. I mean, he didn't actually give a chance. The only chances really were run-out chances, and Josh Davey was on the receiving end of those. So.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of those expansive drives that he cracked his wrists on that he missed. And if he had the chance again, yes, maybe a leave of that one ball.
He's not a great lever.
No, well, that's the thing. He's not there. He's not set up to go, right, I'm batting here to be patient and to be a good lever. Yeah, no. He's going, well, I can actually hit that.
Yeah, and he's unapologetic about the way he plays. If you pick him, you know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and quite rightly, it's nice to have that balance, because Josh Davey, he was batting a bit more, if you like, sensibly or carefully.
Yeah, and Davey's got good, solid defensive technique.
I mean, you wouldn't want 6 Jeff Boycotts in your top 6. We still haven't had Tom Banton come in yet, who's got himself a 3.71 this season.
And Dalby in bowls to Lammonby, who drives firmly, and it hits Hannah Dalby on the foot, I think. Maybe saved his side 4 runs there. That was nicely struck by Tom Lammonby.
I think we occasionally forget with Hannah Dalby is that he is actually, and I had a look downstairs they've got a load of Warwickshire players lined up with their heights, and you can have your photo stood next to him, and he is 6'8". He's 6'8", so he's always just gets that little bit of bounce off a length that you're not going to get unless you're 6'8".
Here he comes again in bowls, and Lammonby just waits for that and steers it down to third man, where there is a
subfielder,
Zen Malik, isn't it, down there? Not sure who he's on for. Single is taken, 3.55 for 3. Lammonby on to 93 from 163 deliveries. At Somerset, they ought to get a 4th batting point. I don't think they're going to get a 5th. They've only got 14.4 overs left. I can't see them getting 95 runs in 14 overs. This comes off, I'm not sure whether it was bat or pad. I think it was pad.
Yeah.
Down to Sen Malik for a leg by, 3.56 for 3. But I think the Somerset game plan is just to bat and bat and bat, and then try and bowl Warwickshire out twice with got 3 international bowlers in Craig Overton, Matt Henry and Jack Leach. So they've got the firepower, but it's going to be hard work on this pitch with the Kookaburra. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and this again is nicely played by Tom Lammonby. Timed that beautifully, but a good piece of fielding by Jacob Bethel at backward point.
Yeah, a really good bit of fielding. He dived to his...
he anticipated well, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, and then dived to his right, which isn't his strong side, being that he throws left-handed and bowls left-handed. But yeah, it was a good one-handed stop. It would have gone down for at least a single, maybe a 2 to third man. But very much a one-day looking sort of 50-over field. This just the one slip.
Hannon Dalby bowls. Lammonby drives straight, beautiful shot. Over pitch from Hannon Dalby, and an elegant straight drive from Tom Lammonby takes him on to 97, 360 for 3.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Definitely over pitched. For Hannon Dalby round the wicket to, and that is such a modern thing we see these days, to bowling to left-handers. But Lammonby just enjoying that bit of angle in onto middle and leg and showing it the full face. I mean, he stands very still. He has his bat up. He looks like he's got so much bags of time to play the ball. Hasn't looked hurried at all from anybody during this innings. And then he'll pick you off, either for a single if you're a bit short, just playing the ball very late, or on that occasion it's over pitched, and he just punched that straight back past the bowler's left hand.
Well, there's a big conflab going on between Alex Davis and Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and is that Ed Barnard up there?
Yeah, I think actually this is a bit of a pause to let Barnard work on the ball, because there's only one ball left in the over. It's not let's have a big chat about a field placement. So let's see if this one
Tom Lammonby
swings a little bit.
Tom Lammonby on 97 as Hannon-Dalby is in and bowls to him, and he won't get his 100 here. She just drops that into the offside. Jacob Bethel picks up. It's the end of the over, 360 for 3. The partnership's now worth 85 between the two Toms, building on that tremendous start that Somerset were given by Tom Kohler-Catmore and Josh Davey yesterday with their opening partnership of 186. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me, Dermot Reeve, captain of Warwickshire, captain of course to 2 county championships, 1994 and 95, and then went on to be an even greater honour as director of cricket down at Taunton.
Yes, happy times. Arrived at Taunton and they didn't have a gym. There was no gym.
There
the players didn't have a gym. So
it was behind the old pavilion.
So the old indoor school, I turned that into a boxing gym.
It was a bit primitive.
And we worked really hard on our fitness.
Here's Ed Barnard to Tom Abel, who defends. Who was the head coach then?
At Somerset.
Yeah.
I was.
So you were director of cricket and head coach.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had Colin Wells looking after the second team.
And was Brian Rose?
Brian Rose
was chairman of cricket.
Chairman of cricket.
Yeah.
Peter Anderson, chief exec.
Is Barnard, and that's played defensively by Tom Abel. And early days of Marcus Trescothick. I mean, at that time, did you see Marcus going on to become the player he eventually did?
Oh, absolutely. I did drop him down into the middle order for a bit, so he improved against spin. For him to go straight in and face spin wasn't a strength. So I believe he improved his play against spin, and then when he got up back top of the order,
it's a defensive shot from Abel, no run.
He became a very good player with spin, very good at sweeping. But I think the most important thing I did with Marcus was, the education on fitness and how important it was. And I sent him out to Australia, to Perth, and he worked with a guy called Peter Wishart that would get him up at 6 in the morning, and he'd be walking on the beach and
wouldn't have too many sausages for breakfast.
Yeah.
Is Barnard in bowls, and Abel turns this into the onside. And Mark Lathwell, how good was Mark Lathwell?
Lathers was very, very talented. A very introverted gentleman, and he found I think he slightly felt uncomfortable being in close proximity with other people. Like if we had a team hug, and put our arms around each other, Lathers never sort of felt totally comfortable.
This is cut away down to third man for 4 runs by Tom Abel. Little hint of an outside edge about it, but pretty thick outside edge. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 32, 364 for 3. He was very badly treated by England, though, wasn't he? I mean, nobody really put an arm around his shoulder and made him feel welcome.
He was a heck of a player. He would play shots that other people don't play, where the ball's a little bit short, maybe just a normal backward defensive, and he would actually manage to back foot drive it back past the bowler. I mean, he was very, very popular. Trophy was his nickname because he ate big portions.
This is a defensive shot. Well, he had that in common with Marcus Trescothick, whose nickname, of course, was his banger.
Yeah.
After his fondness for sausages.
Yeah. Yeah. It was an interesting.
But they were when they fired as an opening partnership.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
But what I felt down at Somerset was that all the bowlers should have blood transfusions. We should take Andy Caddick's blood, give it to the other bowlers, because Caddy was just this specimen who he'd bowl you 25 overs, and the next day he was coming in the changing room all bubbly and happy, and no stiffness, no soreness, and he was a heck of a bowler, Caddy.
He certainly was.
Other fellas were struggling to get off, get out of their chairs after they'd bowled 15 overs. And
he's a regular visitor to the press box at Taunton.
Yeah.
Never short of an opinion on what's going on out in the middle, or indeed anything else that's happening in the world. But always good value. And as you say, I mean, he did a fantastic job for Somerset and for England.
Yeah, he's a fantastic cricketer, and I do miss the boys down at Somerset and those times that I had with them. My village football for North Curry.
Rocchicioli is bowling to Lammonby, who's on 97.
We should probably get back to the cricket here because Lammonby is on 97.
We ought, indeed. We ought.
Facing Corey.
And he needs to get his 100 in the next 5 minutes.
Rocchicioli.
So Lammonby on 97. Rocchicioli bowls to him. He edges this down to third man, and I think that will be Tom Lammonby's 100. Not the most glorious way to get there, but a wonderful innings from Tom Lammonby. 101 from 169 deliveries, with not sure how many fours, because they've taken 15 fours, and an innings of true class and style.
Well, I was waiting for a blemish in the 90s, or probably with his running, but then he did get an edge.
This is pulled away over the top of short mid-wicket, and that will be 4 runs. That was dragged down by Rocchicioli, and nothing wrong with that shot from Tom Lammonby. Takes him on to 105. And that is, I can reveal, the 9th 100 of his first-class career and the 2nd of his season. And it's 100 in consecutive innings, because he made 100 in the 2nd innings up at Durham at the end of May.
That was a fantastic shot, that last one. Pulled over mid-wicket for 4.
Rocchicioli bowls, and Lammonby just strokes this out through the offside for a single, moves on to 106, 373 for 3. It's going to be interesting to see whether he can go on, Tom Lammonby, because although he has scored now 900s, his highest score is only 116.
Right.
He
well, he's got the perfect scenario here. The perfect wicket. He's in. The second new ball's been taken, and now it's facing spin, and he's got every chance of going on and getting a double. So
Rocchicioli then to Abel, and turns this to a short mid-wicket. Won't get a run. Jacob Bethel there. There's suggestions that Neville Scott in the Times this morning said that he heard a rumour that Jacob Bethel might open the innings for Warwickshire.
Right.
Which would be interesting. Rocchicioli, Abel makes room for himself, strokes it with an open face down to third man. It's the end of that over. 374 for 306 to Lammonby and 33 to Abel. I look around to Mike Taylor, and after some words from Dermot Reeve, it'll be Mike to take up the commentary.
Yeah, I just want to mention how Lammonby got to his 100. It was a cut shot, and it did just hurry onto him a bit, and it was a genuine edge that went past first slip's left hand. He did put a hand out and didn't get anything on it, but it was a possible chance, but it did go for 4. But Lammonby's next shot, the ball was just a little bit short from Roccaccioli, and it's a very modern day way of playing the pull shot. The batsman just opens up with the front foot, so as opposed to a swivel pull, Lammonby just saw the length. It's such short. What he does with his right foot, because he's left-handed, his right foot's his front foot, he just places it out towards mid-wicket, and that actually allows your hands actually to come through faster when you get in that position to pull. And with very fast hands, he dispatched it over mid-wicket, no problem at all for 4. A very good shot, a very modern way batsmen are taught to power hit these days and play that shot sort of a lot in 2020 cricket.
Ethan Bamber is starting a new spell from the pavilion end, and his first ball's defended by Abel. Yes, and these new techniques, they might develop in 2020 cricket, but then they move into the rest of the game, and it's what I suppose new players and Lammonby coming through in the era of 2020 cricket, this is what you grow up.
Yeah, I mean, what happened was the ball was short, but he didn't go back.
No.
He didn't take a step back and go, oh, that's short, play it, take a step back and play off the back foot. It was short, and all he did was just open the front foot up.
Bamber bowls, and Abel is defending stoutly into the offside, and Simmons fields. So, and you'd encourage him to be greedy now, would you, if you were his captain? He's 106.
Yeah, well,
fill your boots here.
Absolutely. The fact that he's got through the 90s and hasn't gone for a suicide single on 99, which we heard from Anthony he's done before, and barbecued his partner. He's now on 106, and he's looking set.
And Abel, he nibbles at this from Bamber in the new bowler's first over, and there have been very few that have passed the outside edge this morning, but Bamber has drawn a full stroke from Abel there. He's got away with it.
Yeah, just a hint of in swing, and then on the ball pitching, it just straightens up a little bit. So instead of continuing on the path of the swing, it just hits the seam and holds. Yeah, it was a good ball.
None for 65 yesterday, Bamber, and he draws Abel forward, defending into the leg side for no run. He's had a good season, first season from Middlesex. Been a little bit out of action, not used during the T20s, but a very encouraging first 7 games. And has had a pretty solid record at Middlesex over several seasons. And here he is, bustling, chest-on approach to the crease, and bowls right arm over the wicket to Abel, who's hit up on the thigh pad somewhere. And away into the leg side. Very likeable chap, Ethan Bamber. Capable young bowler. Seemed a pretty solid signing for Warwickshire to bring in. Somebody you'd like to think approaching the meat of his career.
Yeah, for want of a better description, he looks like a professional bowler.
Yes.
You know what you're going to get with him, and generally he lands it on the seam.
This one just leaks a little bit down the leg side, and a tumbling stop rather than a take by Smith. Leaves the ball on the ground as he gambols away, and it's the end of the over. A maiden from Bamber to open up today, 374 for 3. I've got a local radio update to do, Dermot, in about 15 seconds.
Righto.
Bear with me to try and sum up what we've seen this morning, but for listeners in the West Midlands, it's not going to be terribly good listening because Warwickshire have not managed to prize one out so far today. Here we go. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's bowlers are set, I think, for another long day in the field after taking only 3 Somerset wickets yesterday. They haven't struck in the first hour today. Somerset advancing their score to 374 for 3, led by a century from Tom Lammonby, the second century maker so far in this innings, who with a slightly false stroke against the spinner Rocky Choli in the last over brought up a century in what otherwise has been fairly unflustered fashion. Tom Abel, the former Somerset captain, is his partner in a century stand, and Somerset still building their score now to a 374 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And gratifyingly, nothing much happened in the world. I was doing that from Rocky Choli's first ball, which is defended by Lammonby, and the second is driven firmly back to him. And it must be pretty tough stepping on off a plane as Rocky Choli has. You come in a few days away, you come halfway around the world, first time in England, and you've got to drop straight into it. Not easy. See how he gets on with this ball. Bounces in and bowls to... Oh, he's driven into the covers and a very fine stop means that. And he got 1 run and a throw hurled at the stumps by Yates, but they are through safely for a single. But it's tough going for a fella, even who's got a good record like Rocky Choli has in Australian state cricket in the last few years.
Well, I think he'd pride himself on being a tough Aussie.
Yes, I'm sure he does.
As they're called, but yeah, and he was probably in business class, I'd imagine, with a bit of leg room. He's a tall fella.
He'd need it as well, wouldn't he? Here he comes, very angular approach to the stumps, light on his feet, and draws Abel into a defensive push into the leg side.
And being a modern day professional, I doubt he was going for David Boone's record of
I shouldn't have thought
amount
so.
of cans drunk on a flight over.
Yes, proudly held record, I think. Rocky Choli bowls, and Abel is pushing this up on the offside along the ground to mid-off. Going for New South Wales, 38 Sheffield Shield wickets last winter, the most by a spinner in that tournament last year. And he has Abel playing round his front pad here, nudging this to backward square leg, and it's the end of the over, 375 for 3. He's with Warwickshire for so long as they've got this Kookaburra ball, which I think is for 4 championship games. He'll be around for a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire did have the option of, because they've got Yates in the side who bowls off spin, they could have played Briggs, the left arm orthodox, who's on the staff here, and he's a very fine bowler. He's got about 350 first class wickets.
Yes.
But I think he sort of shot himself in the foot a bit by, not saying at the beginning of the season, yes, I'd love to play 4-day cricket as well. Please pick me in every game.
Yes.
And I think he's now signed a contract with Sussex to go down there and play white ball cricket. But
yeah, player coach who's been offered, I gather. And at this stage of his career, Danny Briggs, he's mid-30s now. I gather they've given him a 3-year deal, so that's
right,
that's worth having. And I'm sure he's got as a player coach, you'd think the amount of expertise he must have to pass on to young cricketers would be well worth having. But I do think he's an interesting case, as Bamber coming round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Lammonby for the first time, has him defending. He hasn't played in the championship at all this season, Danny Briggs. When they have played a specialist spinner up to now, they've played the youngster Tazim Ali, the wrist spinner.
Yeah.
Or they've just, as you say, gone with Yates. And used him as the only spinner, and he's pumped quite a few overs in a couple of the games. Bamber comes round the wicket and takes Lammonby on the pad. It had been swinging back quite a bit from that angle, probably. So they're going to get a leg by.
Yeah, definitely not out. It was going down the leg side. I mean, you could have played Ali here on this pitch, being that it's been used before. The forecast is hot weather, dry pitch, drying out. If Alex Davies had kept wicket, that would allow you to play.
Yes.
To play Ali as a leg spinner, because you've got to go into a match believing and having the ammunition to take 20 wickets.
Yes, and he's a very capable young bowler. Bamber bowls again, and this is turned off his pads by Abel for a run out to deep square leg. So I think he's played in 2 or 3 of the games. And Yates does a steady job bowling off spin.
Yeah.
But it's obviously not. He's not what you would call a frontline bowler, although he has bowled quite a few overs. So in that context, it's hardly surprising that Danny Briggs, being the age he is, has thought he might as well have a look around. Still be a key part of the 2020 setup, of course. Bamber with the one quite wide slip, and down the pitch comes Lammonby and skies this over extra cover, and it's going to fall safe. It's chased back by Alex Davis. They'll get 2. That's the first time he slipped the leash today, Tom Lammonby, and he tried to hit that up here to us. But
yeah, he skipped down, and his technique when he does use his feet like that is it's a premeditated shimmy down towards the medium bowler or the fast bowler. He does take his back foot very much leg side, as opposed to sort of advancing straight.
yes.
And to me, that can. I prefer people, if they do skip down, that they come straight. And that back foot, taking it to offside, he's actually got away with one there. He got a big sort of edge and flew up, just cleared mid-off.
Bamber's going to bowl to him again, and this time he plays dead straight, and Bamber does very well to stop that in his follow-through, sticking out his foot. Because he looked slightly unbalanced by the time he'd got there, Lammonby.
Yeah, well,
his body's going one way and the bat's going the other.
Yeah, it's sort of, you're advancing, but you're coming inside the line.
Yeah.
So you're really only opening up or looking to go over mid-off. He's trying to come down and hit it straight, but his body is going in a shape that's going to make the ball a bit more chance of going offside.
He's 109 and he waits for Bamber and plays him from the crease. Defends away on the offside and stopped on the run by Bethel, who is a super fielder.
Yeah.
And it's the end of the over. 379 for 3. Lammonby's 109, Abel 34. And we'll see whether Lammonby... That seems to be rather startling, really, after an hour of fairly patient cricket, where they've just accumulated, adding...
Well, it's
50 or so.
It's the perfect pitch to advance. If the wicketkeeper stood back and you're facing a medium pacer,
yes,
if you come late at the right time, the bowler doesn't see you.
Yeah.
He's going to bowl a line and length. He's already decided that. And what you do is you change a length ball into a half volley, and you can just hit it. You skip down and you can hit him straight over his head. But what Lammonby's doing is, as he's coming down, his back leg is going too far to the leg side.
Rocky Choley's going to bowl again from the Birmingham end, and this is nudged by Abel to the leg side, and off goes Bethel to field.
It's actually a slight way that Marcus Trescothick also advanced when he came down to bowlers.
Rocky Choley bowls, and Abel is shuffling down the pitch here, but playing with a straight bat to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, Trescothick did. I mean, he enjoyed doing that. He got down the pitch to the spinners. Here's Rocky Choley. He's going to bowl, and Abel is stroking this just wide of the bowler as he dives in his follow through, and they're going to get 1. So, do you work with him, for example, on the technique of doing it and choosing when to do it? Well,
you do it if you're facing a spinner. You don't necessarily have to do it before they bowl. If you pick the flight and go, oh yeah, I can get to that.
Yeah.
But then it's your footwork in getting to that, where you either sort of bring your back foot up towards your front foot and do a little shimmy and a skip, or you come behind your front foot with your back foot.
Right.
And if you in the coming behind, what that does, it turns your body sort of side on in a way, and it opens up the offside more than the leg side.
Rocky Choley goes wide of the crease and bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. Goes with the angle and turns it to Bethel at mid-wicket.
I mean, you get the odd batsmen who when they come down, they bring the back foot on the inside of their front foot. Ravi Shastri used to do that to spinners.
This time Lammonby's down the pitch to the spinner and driving it wide of extra cover for 4 runs. There wasn't a huge gap for that because Rob Yates is there cutting off that angle. But having made a couple of yards down the pitch, Lammonby steered it past him and away for 4 good runs.
And with that footwork over the back foot coming leg side, he knows where he wants to hit it, which is through the offside, through that gap at extra cover. And in that occasion, the footwork helped.
384 for 3. Now he's down early and paddling this round to fine leg and a long chase up towards the pavilion, and that is well saved right on the line by Bamber. And they're going to be back for 3 runs, but Bamber showing great commitment even after, well, a day and an hour chasing around the field, has managed to put in that effort to haul back 1 run. Which sets a good tone, doesn't it, when you've got still got players doing that?
Absolutely. A wholehearted effort by Bamber in the field there. Very good batting. That was just a premeditated paddle shot, which you actually hope the bowler, the spinner's going to bowl it fast. The faster it goes, the more chance you've got of getting a boundary. If he bowls it slower, the 45 might get across, and you might only get a 1. But, a couple of good shots by Lammonby, who's in now. One of them, he uses his feet, drives it through extra cover, getting to the pitch of the ball. Next ball, premeditated paddle for 3. 2 good shots, 7 runs to his score, and plenty of thinking and work to do for the Warwickshire bowlers and captain Alex Davies out there.
Yes, they are looking at all of 600 at the moment, and then the onus will be on Craig Overton to work out how long he wants to bat for, but that's a little way away as Bamber starts a new over from the pavilion end and has Lammonby guiding this past 1 tumbling fielder in Bethel, but only to Davis at mid-off. I do wonder whether one of the skills that's developed in response to what you're saying in the last few minutes about batters who are keen to come down the pitch is that, and especially in T20 cricket, bowlers seem to be well equipped now as to when you see that coming, how are you adjusting? Because that's a really difficult skill to do if you're almost mid-delivery to adjust to a batter who's on the move. Bamber bowls and Lammonby is making room outside the leg stump and hitting this square on the offside for 1.
Well, if you come late, as the arm's coming over, you got, if you like, 0.4 a second to after the ball's bowled to get down the wicket to it. So if you time it right, the bowler won't change. He won't. If he decided, and that's where it becomes a very good shot in the longer format and in 4-day cricket. And batsmen have got more proficient and I think better at advancing, using their feet and coming down to fast bowlers.
Yes.
But the key is to come late, come fast, and try and get to the pitch and turn it into a half volley.
Bamber bowls to Abel, who plays straight. He's going to get a run here because mid-on is quite deep set. And they're already well on their way through before the ball gets to Davis. 38943. You can email us here, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk, if you've got something to share, thoughts about this game or the County Championship more generally, with evidently changes seeming to be afoot and meetings taking place. Here comes Bamber round the wicket, and he set himself to try and scoop that, Lammonby, and then seemed to change his mind halfway through and ended up in a very ungainly position, jabbing it away on the offside.
Yeah, he's given just that attempted shot. It's caused a change in the field now with Slip going down to a sort of very fine third man for a top edge reverse paddle. But there's no real need for Lammonby to do that or to change his game. It's that shot that Joe Root plays every now and again and brings him runs, but also he does get him out occasionally.
Yes, it's only the wicketkeeper behind the stumps now, and Bamber bowls a full toss going down the leg side, which is going away for a run backward of square leg, I think a leg by. I don't think Lammonby's hit it. So 390 for 3.
Just finishing up on that use of the footwork against the faster bowler and coming down. the key is that you're coming down in the hope that it'll be a half volley you can hit over its head. But if the ball's not there, then you can defend it. You can let it go if it's outside off. If he bowls it short, you just have to ride the bounce. So when you skip down, it's not a definitive that I'm going to play an attacking shot, whatever.
Just gives you that option, doesn't it then? Yeah. Here's Bamber, he bowls, and there are two players at mid-wicket fairly close in, and Abel hits it to the straighter of them.
So it's a predetermining with your footwork. You know what you're going to do just as he's about to bowl, but it's not a totally premeditated shot that you play. So you're just giving yourself an option if the ball's in the right place. While the reverse scoop, or for example the paddle off that brought him 3 runs, that's a totally premeditated. I'm going to play this whatever he bowls. So that's perhaps one of the differences that makes one a bit more high risk than the other.
Yeah, you've got an escape route if you've come down the pitch. There's something else you can do if the bowler respond.
But if you decide, right, I'm going to do a reverse scoop down to third man, and the ball's bowled outside leg, or you're not sure what line the ball's going to be on, for example. So you're not always going to get the ball where you're intending, because the line of the ball is going to change the angles, which is why you'd see these days, people that play reverse hit, and they'll get caught on the offside boundary. You can't always be in control of where the ball's going to go.
See how Lammonby takes on Rocky Choli this time. He does reverse sweep, and he's going to get 4. It's gone quite fine, but he hit it hard, and Lammonby really playing with some freedom now.
Isn't he? Yeah. And that was a very well played reverse hit. It's what I call the orthodox one, where it's still his right foot, his front foot that's gone down the pitch. And then you rotate the shoulders and twiddle the bat to be able to play it. I mean, he didn't completely turn his body round.
As Rocky Choli going to respond to that, Lammonby goes right back against the stumps and hits this away with a flourish through mid-wicket for 1 run. And Warwickshire now in almost complete retreat. They have still got a slip in for Abel now on strike. But otherwise they're very defensive. There's a backward square leg, man out on the deep square leg boundary in front of the Priory stand. There's a little knot of what looked like teenagers there, and now Abel reverse sweeps, and he's going to get 4 as well. Wrong-footed Bamber out on the boundary, but it was coming pretty quickly anyway. And now Rocky Choli's looking at the sky, and he's having a pretty tough time.
It's a little bit like Welcome to England, or Welcome to bowling against Somerset, who, a lot of them we haven't seen Tom Banton in yet, but he's as good as anyone there is in the world at playing the reverse options, a bit like Ben Duckett does. But that, on another day, that shot by Tom Abel might just go straight to Bamber and he might get out caught. It wasn't that far away from him.
He's now 40, Abel, and Rocky Choli bowls, and now he sweeps in an orthodox way, but chips it over the backward square leg fielder and away for another boundary. And now they are treating Rocky Choli pretty roughly. 400 he's raised, 403 for 3. But there seems to be a conscious move to accelerate from Somerset in the last 20 minutes.
Absolutely, and that was a really good shot from Tom Abel. It wasn't the orthodox sweep where you're keeping the ball down, but he deliberately flicked it over sort of short fine leg. He's not a fine leg, he's sort of around at more like a backward leg, but he's been put back onto the boundary now. So we've got 4 men on the boundary.
Now back goes Abel, and he's going to get 4 more here as well, finding the angle to hit it in front of square off the back foot through extra cover, and that's away for 4 as well. So 4 boundaries in this over, and Rocky Choli's first bowl in England is now proving a very expensive one. None for 104. And it's a pretty thankless time to be bowling just now.
Well, it's shown that if you get in and you decide put your foot down that you can succeed.
And now Abel is pulling it in the air, and he's caught. So at last, Rocky Choli strikes, and he indulges himself with a punch in the air, and you can't blame him for that. Yates going back towards the boundaries, the catcher, and Abel goes for 48, trying to indulge even further against Rocky Choli in an over that had already brought 4 boundaries, but he holes out halfway back on the leg side.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed. Having got himself in, he faced 102 balls for 48, and he just suddenly got into a slight predetermined or premeditated mode with reverse hits and lifting it up over short fine leg. And that one was short and perhaps should have been punished over deep mid-wicket, but he didn't get it off the middle of the bat, and Rob Yates took a very good catch, very well judged, running back at mid-wicket. He was already at quite a deep, a bit deeper than being on the one, because there's a man on the drive as well. But he just had to sort of backpedal 10 yards and reverse cup. And Rockacholi has his first wicket for Warwickshire.
Well, that's something to cheer him up in what otherwise was becoming a pretty chastening spell. He gets Abel. The bad news is that with Somerset looking to accelerate, Tom Banton is walking out, and he could really could damage Warwickshire a bit. And I wonder if the way that they've really pressed the accelerator in the last half an hour tells us not only what they want to score, but how quickly they want to get there, because having established this position, Somerset, if we're going to score 600, from here you want to get there as quickly as you reasonably can, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, my plan would be, and I always feel in the first innings, it's about scoring safe runs.
Yes.
But yes, if you're in and you feel you can dominate, but without risk, and what we saw there was the risk level went up for sort of 10 minutes of batting with a bit of premeditation, and it came off for Somerset with boundaries, but eventually, it did lead to the loss of a wicket. And what can happen is a new batsman can come in and slow things up while he gets in. So it's not always the sensible way, but I think there is intent from Somerset to go, we're going to bat positively, and I imagine they'll be saying we're going to bat till tea at least.
Yes.
And see how many we've got at tea. It's not a bad time to declare tea because you're not losing overs.
No, that's true. Yeah. And we're going to get a little bit extra today with 8 overs added on from yesterday, so if you get to tea, there might still be 40 overs left in the day, which gives you a fair bit of time to get stuck into Warwickshire, but they've still got more runs to get first.
Yeah, I would say you'd be looking absolutely at 600 minimum.
Now, yeah.
600 minimum. But as you say, you've still got to get them. 4 down now, 407 for 4.
29 in the last 3 overs. Bamber bowls to Lammonby, who drops his bat as he's reaching for a full delivery that was quite wide of off stump, but he still gets 1. Before he dropped the bat, he guided it down to third man for 1 run. So it brings Banton on to strike. I did say earlier, if you want to email us, let us know about if you were involved in club cricket or league cricket over the weekend, and where did you watch it, where did you play it? It was anywhere nice around the Midlands leagues or down in Somerset. Mike emails, says Bridgetown. He wants to thank the folks at Bridgetown Cricket Club, because he played there for the Somerset Stragglers yesterday, and a more than excellent tea, which sounds like very good. So what a lovely cricket ground. So Mike wants to thank the folks at Bridgetown Cricket Club. So if you're in that area, perhaps you'll go in and look in on them. I'm sure they'll be pleased to see you. Bamber bowls, and Banton dabs this away on the offside. Neil emails from Denia on the Valencia coast in Spain, and says he's enjoying listening to you, Dermot.
Oh.
He's been out snorkeling this morning, and he's now keeping an eye on the pictures in between household chores. What an exciting life you lead out there, Neil. Sublime to the more sedate. Here's Bamber bowling again, and pushed away on the offside by Banton for no run. Sounds a pretty agreeable day if you're a Somerset fan, out snorkelling off the Valencia coast and then coming in to watch your team filling their boots.
Yeah, I can't say that's something
No.
can't say it's something I've done.
No, it's a bit exotic for me, Neil. Anyway.
I did a bit of scuba diving off the Barrier Reef once, and spent all my time underwater worrying about a shark coming up against.
We don't have a lot of scuba diving in Birmingham, Neil, if I'm honest with you. It's never really caught on in King's Head.
On the canals.
Yes, 408 for 4. Keepers up to the stumps. Bamber bowls to Banton, who is going to get his first runs, punching this away through extra cover. And there's no chance for Simmons, who gives a token chase, but it's always going away for 4.
Yeah, well, there's no fielder at cover point. They've got a backward point. So, you know, at Bamber's pace, I would imagine you should have a ring of 3 with a cover point. You know, and Banton's just come in, so you can have your third man up in a gully and a ring of 3 and try and bowl it tight. And what's happened now is he's only got 4 and there's an offside sweeper.
Yeah, there's a man gone back there, and Banton is getting this off the inside edge, and it's gone down to fine leg. They've taken 1. It was a slightly miscued stroke.
Yeah, he was looking for that gap. There's now a huge gap between mid-off and backward point. There's no fielder in between them except one on the boundary on the offside. So Banton was just looking to open the face for an easy single there and got an inside edge.
Ross, listening in Norwich, says he's pleased Somerset are doing well, but wonders whether it'll still be the same when Warwickshire are batting. Is a high-scoring draw likely? Well, don't know. Too early to say, I think. This is guided down to third man by Lammonby for 1 run.
Well, Ethan Bamber, as a medium pacer, has just bowled a ball there to Lammonby, who's left-handed. There's a man on the offside boundary square. There's another man at third man in a sort of an orthodox, and then another man on the boundary on the offside behind square for very fine for a flip. So he just bowled a ball with 3 men on the offside boundary from cover all the way around to sort of behind the wicket keeper. And he's only played that shot once against Bamber and it didn't come off. It hit him on the pad. He didn't get a run. But at the moment, Alex Davies has got 3 men on the boundary that you wouldn't think that they got any chance, or that the very rare chance that a wicket is going to fall to one of those 3. Had they been out there set in those positions and it was a right-hander on strike and he's bowling short, which might end up being the case here with Chase Simmons coming on, but you could have thought that's an okay field placement. But to have that field placement for Bamber bowling to a left-hander is just, to me, just absolutely bizarre.
They're ultra defensive at the moment, even against the new batter. Simmons is going to come back. I think I've got 1 more over and I'll get Anthony back in here, I think. 1 more over. Here's an over from Simmons, first time today from the Birmingham end, and his first ball he's guided. Oh, the batters collide, but it's not going to matter because the ball's going for 4. But Banton and Lammonby ran into one another. They are none the worse for the experience, and Lammonby's getting 4 down to third man. Yeah,
late cut, and there's no slips in, so it's all free and vacant there. There's a man at backward point and a third man, an orthodox. And Lammonby just decides, right, I'm just going to late cut that, run it off the face, and gets it through about second slip or third slip area, and it goes for 4. So, it wasn't a bad ball from Simmons, but Lammonby sort of deciding where he wants to put the ball before it's bowled.
Runs everywhere at the moment. Simmons bowls, and Lammonby steers this to mid-on. He doesn't get one here.
That was a bit like the Lathwell shot that Anthony was talking about earlier.
Yes.
That it's just a little bit short, and just at that point of contact, he forces the hands through. I mean, he nearly got that past mid-wicket, but Lathwell used to play that shot and punch it back past the bowler, on a good wicket down in Taunton, and bowlers would be putting their hands up going, that wasn't a bad ball.
No, well,
that was just a line of length.
No, he was enormously capable player. Simmons is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, who pulls him in the air between the 2 fielders, set back on the leg side for 4 runs, and he seemed to have an awful lot of time to play that. Second boundary in the over.
And that would be his highest first-class score now, won't it? Anthony, just checking. 132 not out.
117, right, he galloped past that.
Yeah, he's
132.
raced up to 132. It just feels like 10 minutes ago he got his 100.
Yes. Bowling along now, Somerset. Batters are going to have a conference, and in the meantime, Shay Simmons looks as though he'd quite like to have a conference.
It might be a conference in which side of the wicket are you going to run on.
Yeah, well, that would be helpful.
So we don't run into each other.
That could have been worse. Simmons bowls round the wicket, and Lammonby checks a drive out into the offside, and there isn't a run. 4:22 for 4, and the Warwickshire top order will be wondering at what point this afternoon they're going to have to go in. It's funny, I mean, Ross says it's been a high-scoring draw, and logically you'd think there's every reason why it could be, but a big number on the scoreboard brings its own pressure, doesn't it, on the team batting second. Simmons scurries into bowl, and Lammonby's playing this very late, down to third man for 1 run.
Well, a good captain will make sure that he's not worried about leaking runs when Somerset come to bowl. It'll be about setting attacking fields, and if you go for a few fours, let's not worry about it. But let's have the men in positions that can get us wickets.
Well, the currency of the match at that time is going to be taking wickets, isn't it? Because that'll be how Somerset are going to win this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Craig Overton's captaincy and tactics, because
I don't know how experienced the captain is. He is not huge. How long's he been doing it? Not very long. Won't often have done it from a powerful position as this. Simmons bowls, and Banton pushes this firmly out to the covers. There's 1 run.
There's runs everywhere, singles everywhere there. There's no fielder. There's no fielder in front of square on the offside saving 1. There's a mid-off, and he's deep enough that just to block every single time you just play a defensive shot, you'll get a run.
It's 4:24 for 4. Anthony's going to come back in. Do you want to carry on, or do you want a break there, Dermot?
Yeah, no, I'm okay if you want.
Go on.
Yeah.
I'll bring Anthony back in.
I'll get us through.
Dermot's on his long run, and Anthony's going to come and join him.
I mean, when Overton does come to lead out Somerset in the field, he should be 3 slips and 2 gullies, and maintaining those catches in place, just waiting for that occasional mistake.
They don't tend to over-attack Somerset in the field. No, I mean, they'll have 4 slips, I expect, but I doubt they'll have a forward short leg. Here's Bamber into Banton, who just runs this into the offside. Somerset have got 4 overs in which to score 26 runs to notch up a 5th batting point.
Right.
Hence the sense of urgency that there is out in the middle at the moment.
There's an interesting field here. As Bamber's bowling to Tom Banton, he's got a mid-off, Alex Davies, sort of orthodox, and there's an offside sweeper, and then a backward point. So huge gap there.
Here's Bamber in and bowls, and Banton just turns this into the onside for a single. Shy at the stumps. That's a rather gratuitous piece of fielding by Tom Latham, well backed up by the Warwickshire skipper, Alex Davies. 4:25 for 4.
So we've got a little game within a game. We've got 3 overs and 4 balls.
22 balls in which to score 25 runs. Well, it ought not to be too difficult, but if a wicket were to fall, bring in Archie Vaughan, who he can play his shots, but these two are much more suited to this sort of situation. 2 of Somerset's 4 toms, Lammonby and Banton. It's Bamber outside the off stump and Peel for it wasn't really an appeal for catch behind, but he might easily have nicked that through, Tom Lammonby. It was quite wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to let it go now because they need to score a run a ball for this point. So Bamber's just deciding, well, what we're going to do tactically here is I'm going to bowl wide of off. Yeah. He's deliberately wide of off, nearly a wide. Yeah. And he's got 2 backward points for a spooned up miscue and a 3rd man and a deep cover, so plenty of protection.
He's into Lammonby, who hits this to mid-off and is gone. It's caught by Alex Davis, looking for the lofted off drive, didn't get hold of it. Straightforward catch. End of a fine innings from Tom Lammonby, caught by Davis off the bowling of Bamber for 133 from 196 deliveries.
Well, it's a bit disappointing, isn't it? I mean, it was a juggled effort at mid-off, but I can only say that the want to get this extra batting point has made the batsman feel like that we've got to put our foot down and go into positive mode. Lammonby's just driven a normal delivery, just a length ball outside off stump, and he's tried to whack it through the offside or over mid-off, and he's got caught at mid-off. Very, very fine innings. 133. He's played really, really well. Somerset still in a really good position, 425 for 5, but that one was a bit of a gift to the bowler Bamber.
Tom Lammonby's highest score in first-class cricket, eclipsing the 116 that he scored against Essex in the Bob Willis final at Lord's back in 2020.
Well, if they go on to win the championship by 1 point, if they get this next batting point, then you would say that the tactics, it's been a worthwhile risk-reward moment, but not easy here for Archie Vaughan, because he's come in now, and he near enough has to go to run a ball from the off if Somerset are going to, if they're going to throw everything in and say we want this 450.
And the field's been brought in to stop him taking the single. Bamber into Vaughan, and he won't get a run here as he turns that to Tom Latham at short mid-wicket. 1 ball remaining in the over.
So the decision is this, are we going for this point, or actually is it worth the risk? Because if we get out trying to we lose another wicket, we might not end up getting 600.
Yeah, quite. Well, they've left themselves a bit too much to do, arguably. Bamber in and bowls, and Vaughan forward, playing that defensively. It's the end of the Ethan Bamber over. He has figures of 19 overs, 1 for 78, and he's been relatively expensive. Somerset have added 98 this morning in 22 overs and 1 ball. So good rate of progress. But it was slow for the first half an hour, wasn't it? And then, so they got a bit behind where they needed to be to notch up 5 batting points, and now they're having to accelerate 3 overs in which to score 25 runs. Simmons to Banton, who's up on his toes and lofting this over backward point. They're coming back for the second run. He'll have to look lively. He does, and gets home safely enough. 2 runs are taken for 27 for 5 as the throw came in from Ethan Bamber.
Positive intent from Banton, and by that shot you would think that he wants this extra batting point, and he's going to go for it.
Simmons to Banton, and it's a good ball, and all Banton can do is play it back to the bowler.
Well, yeah, I mean, Banton in really good nick, could have perhaps played a pull shot to that, or at least just worked it square for a single. So interesting little passage of cricket, this.
Simmons to Banton, who drives this down the ground. 4 runs, beautiful shot. In the air for a bit, but beautifully timed by Tom Banton. 431 for 5, 19 more Somerset need in 2.5 overs.
Well, that was just a bunt, wasn't it? There was no follow through on the shot. It was a straight drive, but off not a half volley, and as a result, it did go in the air for a little bit, but it is a big gap between the bowler and mid-on. And now we've got slip coming out. So 6 runs so far off the first 3 balls.
Well, he might try a scoop, or a ramp, Banton, but he won't try either there. It's just a defensive shot into the offside. He's looked in good form, Tom Banton, since he scored that mammoth 371, but keeps getting himself out, and that's applied both in the Blast and in his county championship.
Yeah, he had a really good knock for England, though, didn't he, when he came in?
He did. Yeah, came in at the end, didn't he?
And played some nice sweeps and some reverses off the fast bowlers.
He did, you're absolutely right. Simmons in and bowls, and he's up on his toes, Banton, and they think for about a single, and if the throw hits, then I think Archie Vaughan would have been safely back. There was never a single there, as the ball was played into the covers. So last ball of this over, and Somerset have got 13 balls to score 19 runs. But is it worth sacrificing a mainstream batsman for it? And he won't get a run here, as that's played straight to short cover. End of the 108th over, 4:31 for 5, 13 to Banton, and Archie Vaughan, no score yet.
Yeah, I would feel that, you know, Vanden's only on 13, and going at a run a ball. Vaughan's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 2 balls. It's asking a lot of a couple of batters who've been sitting watching other people get in on the pitch, get used to the conditions. It is a really good pitch for batting. To say to them, right, let's get 19 off 2 overs here, and let's put our wickets on you know, a chance of losing it. So
difficult, isn't it?
I would say caution would be the right way forward.
Bamber to Vaughan, and Vaughan plays her.
And 4 batting points is, you know, that's a good haul.
Yeah, it's perfectly good.
You're in
good
the
haul.
chance. You want to win the match, and you want to win the match by getting 600 in the first innings.
Yeah. No,
So,
as I said just now, I think that, you know, they left themselves a little bit too much to do, and Tom Lammonby has paid the price of that through holding out.
Well, every wicket, in fact, every single wicket, all 5 wickets, have been in a way gifted and by some expansive and positive shots.
Bamber in, bowls to Vaughan, who won't get a run here, turns it into the onside. Yeah, there hasn't been a single nick through to wicketkeeper or slips. So far,
or a bowled or an LBW.
In the space of 108.2 overs, which says quite a lot about the nature of this pitch. We've got a slip. We've got Rob Yates standing at sort of second slip position. As Bamber runs in the sunshine, he's there and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Archie Vaughan misses out. He might easily have just got something on that and run it down to fine leg. There is a fielder at long leg, 20 yards or so in from the boundary there for the top edge.
Yeah, and you would say now they've given up that hunt for that extra,
I think so,
batting point, and
just settle down and play properly.
Play yourself in, get used to the conditions, have a nice bit of lunch, and then come out and get yourself 100.
Is Bamber to Vaughan, and slashes that down to third man for a single. 4:32 for 5.
Could have been a Cork gully. We've had a few go through in the air in that position, but very much modern day fields. We have a backward point and a third man and a whole vacant area that when a batsman gets it a bit wrong, it's invariably quite often goes off at 45 degrees in the air.
Yes, it's surprising that hasn't been spotted really. We've got a backward point, but as Dermot was saying, there's no one at gully.
Well, there wasn't yesterday for most of the day, which had me pulling my hair out yesterday. But.
So it's Bamber to Banton. And Banton will take a single. It's not picked up cleanly by Tom Latham. He might have been a run-out opportunity, but...
Well, there would have been if the batsman had decided to not run on the call. It's one of those ones where if you both go straight away on the call, you know, the chances are 9 times out of 10 you're going to get in. But if one of you decides sort of halfway through the run, oh, I'm not sure this was a good call, and you send your partner back, you end up with two batsmen at one end.
Last ball of the over, Bamber to Vaughan, who pulls this down to long leg, keeps the ball down. He's another one who got this tendency to play the pull shot and hit it in the air, but he rolled his wrists on that one nicely. Brings him a single, takes him on to 2 runs. Somerset 434 for 5, with just the 1 over now in which to notch up a 5th batting point. But the other thing they have to bear in mind is that Warwickshire have 1 over in which to take 1 more wicket, and that would give them 2 bowling points.
Right.
So Somerset don't be fairly pointless if they get 5 batting points, but in the process of trying to get 5 batting points, gift Warwickshire a 2nd bowling point, because
so
these two are
bowling points at 5, 7 and 9.
That's right.
Wickets.
Yeah. 5, 6 and 9. 3,
5,
6 and 9. 3, 6 and 9.
3, 6 and 9.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course these two are neck and neck in the county championship table. Just Warwickshire 4th with 93 points and Somerset 5th with 92. So last of the bonus point overs, the 110th over, is going to be Chase Simmons to bowl. There's a person running across the sight sheet at the far end of the ground, but he's got past it fast enough so that
and I think
they will not be interrupted.
Sorry to interrupt there, but we're going to go here to the I'm going to bowl every ball short theory, and it's a shorter boundary on the leg side, but there's three out on the leg side boundary.
This is pulled by Vaughan. It'll just be a single. So down to long leg, 435 for 5. And well, you never know, but I'd be surprised if Tom Banton decides that he's going to go for broke and try and smash it everywhere. I think he'd do his side more of a favour just by settling down and looking to play a proper innings, because after that 371 since then, he has only scored another 86 runs in 9 innings.
Right. He's
on strike now to Simmons, and he's punching this up to deepish mid-off, but he times it too well, and Alex Davis cuts it off, and there's no question of a single. Yes, he's, as I say, that it isn't as if he's been out of form. It's just that shot selection, and been unlucky a couple of times with decisions. Simmons in, bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Banton. Well, that I think signals that the charge to get a 5th batting point is now over, and Banton will concentrate on keeping his wicket intact and denying Warwickshire a 2nd bowling point.
And now we've got a big change in the field. It had changed for Banton when he came on strike, with the 3 men on the leg side boundary going to 2 men on the leg side boundary, but now they've gone back to 3. Very much set up for a short ball.
Simmons in and bowls. It is a short ball, but Banton keeps it down and plays it down to deep backward square leg for a single, 436 for 5.
Yeah, and that's a safe way to play it. You could actually not follow through quite as much and just get bat on it without a follow through, and you're just sort of safely guiding it for a single, because there are 3 men back there for the top edge. And we did see yesterday Josh Davey tried to keep it down and went through the shot a bit too early, and as a result got a top edge and was caught on the boundary. And then Kohler Cadmore swished at one that was up at sort of head height, and he got inside the line, and he got a little tickle through to to the keeper, and that gave Chase Simmons his second wicket, so he's got 2 for 79 now off 15.4. We've got a little pause in play because Helmet has got run on.
It's a very strange field, this. I mean, Somerset, they've got to score 14 runs off 2 deliveries, which they're not going to do. We've got a forward short leg under the helmet, no slips. Simmons bowls a bouncer, and far too short, and Archie Vaughan just ducks, doesn't even really need to duck, just sails over his head through to Kai Smith. I would have thought, well, just put it. Well, I think they are going to go back to a normal field now.
Yeah. It's very rare, very odd to witness a fast bowler running in without any slips.
Yeah.
There's just a third man and a backward point on the offside. Now it looks like Yates is going to come across into slip. He's coming across into about a third slip, third or fourth.
Last ball of the 110th bouncer, and that was a much better bouncer actually, and Vaughan had to duck sharpish there, but that concludes the bonus point overs. 110 overs have gone through, so Somerset have 4 batting points and Warwickshire just the 1 bowling point. And we can now, the game within a game, if you like, has been concluded in stalemate, and we can now get back to Somerset's business of racking up a big score. With lunch, I think it's 1:10, isn't it?
Right, no, I'm not sure. Is it?
I think
is
so.
it,
Yeah,
they've changed.
104 overs in the day. We're going to be doing overtime this evening.
So they add a little bit on in the first session,
Yeah.
and the second session.
Yeah, and tea interval will be delayed. I think it's either 4 o'clock or 4:10.
Right.
Can't remember. 4:36 for 5.
Well, I wasn't sure. I thought we might be starting the day early, so I got in early this morning.
No, they don't do that in the county championship.
They do that in test matches, don't they?
Yeah, they can do. Yeah.
Get the extra overs in.
Bamber to Banton. He's there in bowls, and Banton plays a defensive shot.
And he's only on 15, and Vaughan's on 3, but the field, there's no slips, no gully, no short leg. You got 5 stopping the 1, and you got 4 on the boundary, and Warwickshire very much into let's just bowl dots.
Bamber in bowls to Banton, who plays that defensively. Pitched up from Bamber. He might have had a drive at it, but decided against it. The Somerset batsman wearing black armbands, presumably in honour of David Sid Lawrence, who sadly died yesterday. Bamber in bowls, and this is played into the covers by Banton, not timed, comes off the bottom of the bat. Did you play against Sid Lawrence? Did he bowl at you?
Yeah, he hit me first ball. David Graveney went up to him and said, bowl him a bouncer. And I thought he'd done it for me to hear.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, he's going to pitch this up. It's going to be a Yorker. I thought, first ball at Bristol hit me straight on the shoulder.
Yeah. Bamber in bowls, and Banton punches this into the offside. Should be 2 runs here as Simmons has, no, just the single. 4:37 for 5.
But he was a larger than life character, Sid, and we actually toured New Zealand together with England back in 1993, and it was a very sad moment at Wellington where he ran into bowl and he whacked his foot down, his front foot down, and his kneecap split in 2, his front foot kneecap, and he was howling in agony. It was just an awful moment to witness on a field.
Bamber in the bowls to Vaughan, who plays that defensive look with a sort of crack like a rifle shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had to finish the over after it took about probably 20 minutes, but it was just, they had to get the stretcher out, and poor Sid was just writhing in agony. And I slightly blame the facilities at Lilleshall before we went on the tour, where we were up there training and you're bowling indoors without shock pads, and we were all picking up stress fractures.
Bamber in the bowls down the leg side and no run again. Yes, dreadful injury.
Yeah, I saw a nice post today that Chris Lewis, who was also on that tour, put on Facebook. It's always sad when you lose anyone you know, or
no,
it's an awful disease that
I'm glad he was
still got no cure for.
I'm glad he was here last September when Gloucestershire won the blast. It was good to see him.
I do remember him hooking Imran Khan for 6 to win a game for Gloucester, and he came into bat at number 11, and I think Gloucester needed 6 to win.
Is Simmons to Banton, who plays that sweetly through the onside, and it won't go for 4. It's going to be pulled in just a few yards inside the boundary, and they come back for 2 runs for 37 for 5.
Yeah, Sussex, we got Gloucester 9 wickets down, and Sid came in with his high back lift, and got that West Indian origin, and Imran was running up, and you thought, here we go, he's going to try and hit the stumps, and he bowled it. He just bowled a short ball bouncer at Sid, and he hooked him into a marquee for 6 to win the match.
Simmons bowls and Banton plays that into the offside.
Yeah, it was a lovely
great moment.
Yeah, well, it wasn't
not so great for Sussex, but a great moment for Sid and Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps that wasn't the best delivery for me to choose.
That shows rather more humility than he had the reputation for displaying. Simmons bowls and Banton turns this.
Oh no, Imran still thought it was the right choice of ball. Yeah, you'd never get Imran saying he'd made a mistake.
That's what I was thinking. Yes.
Yeah. But our thoughts go out to everybody who knows David Sid Lawrence.
The sun is just coming out as Simmons comes in from the Birmingham end to Banton and lets that go through outside the off stump. We've got this extra 10 minutes up to lunchtime. On Twitter, Colin Smith says, listening to Warwickshire against Somerset commentary online. Anthony Gibson, Mike Taylor and Dermot Reeve provided great ball-by-ball coverage and analysis and a smattering of interesting anecdotes. Thank you for that, Colin. As Banton digs out a full-length delivery.
He hasn't got great body language going on at the moment, Chase Simmons. He might be struggling to find some rhythm, which you're always seeking for as a fast bowler, and it's not always there every day for you. And he bowled, I think 13 overs yesterday. So he might have a bit of stiffness.
Forgive me barging Anthony out of the way for a moment to do a local radio update in a few seconds, but this is pushed away into the offside by Vaughan for no run. I have to pop out like a cuckoo clock, you see, at 3 minutes past every hour to do this, to keep our local radio listeners happy. Well, they'll be sort of happy. West Midlands ones, in that at least 2 wickets have fallen in the last hour. But it does, I think, tell us something that, as you were saying with Anthony a few minutes ago, the only wickets that have really fallen across 2 days have been when the batters have tried to overindulge themselves.
Yeah, that has been the case.
So it's been pretty tough going, and up into this with a few minutes to go until lunch comes Jacob Bethel to bowl for the first time today. Had 6 overs yesterday. enormously exciting cricketer.
Well, you know, I would say that most wickets fall, if you like, through a batsman error than say
yes.
a magic ball that's been bowled.
That's true, yes. Here comes Bethel. I'll do this update in just the next few seconds. Here we go. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where in sight of lunch on the second day, Warwickshire are still trying to chip their way through Somerset's first innings. They've taken 2 wickets in the last hour as Somerset tried to get a rush on for bonus points. But nevertheless, the visitors have moved to 439 for 5. Tom Lammonby's century ended when he miscued Ethan Bamber for a catch by Alex Davis at mid-off. Shortly after Tom Abel had pulled the suffering spinner Rocky Choli to mid-wicket for 48. But other than that, it's been more hard going for Warwickshire, who might be facing a very large total later. At the moment, Somerset in sight of lunch are 439 for 5. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And Bethel is continuing this over from the pavilion end. Left arm round the wicket to Vaughan, who pushes this away off the back foot through extra cover for 1 run. And it's 440 for 5. Do you want to come back in before lunch? I said, oh, you're going to go in. Get in the lunch queue. I don't blame him.
Yeah, had lovely fish and chips yesterday. Fish, chips and baked beans. Probably go for the same today.
Jolly good. 440 for 5. Banton is back on strike. There's 5 minutes or so to go until lunch. Bethel floats this up outside the off stump, and Banton pushes it away into the covers.
That was a big half volley, that, but
Yes.
he wasn't tempted.
No.
He's obviously playing for lunch, I think, here. That could have been stroked through the covers like a rocket.
Here comes Bethel, pushes this one through a bit quicker, and it's very well fielded in the covers this time. So that denies Banton a run after punching it away firmly. Rob Yates is a very good field. He's quite often at slip, but he's been elbowed out of that role by Tom Latham. New Zealand captain, I suppose, Paul's rank. Bethel bowls round the wicket, and Banton defends, and it's the end of the over. 440 for 5. I spoke to 1 or 2 Warwickshire supporters last week when it became evident that Bethel wasn't going to play in the Test match. I was saying, well, do you think England will release him? But I'm glad they have. I mean, it's got to be good for him to come back and play in this game instead. Hanging about at Headingley.
Absolutely, you don't want to be sitting there running around drinks and doing your 12th man duties. If you get someone to do that for you, you can come back and play in a first-class match on a beautiful wicket here at Edgbaston. Yeah, get back to your other family besides your England squad. You've got the Bears, and I'm sure Beth will be licking his lips for a chance to have a bat on this surface, but he's got a bit of a job to do with the ball first, and at the far end, the city end, Rob Yates is going to bowl his off breaks with the slip as the only catcher.
He is, and the first ball he swept and defeats Hannon Dolby, who dived down to his right, but he's not really going to make it in goal for Halifax Town, although I'm sure he'd love to, and it's beaten him away for 4 to deep backward square leg.
Yeah, it was just in the air for a little while though. Archie Vaughan going for the sweep shot, and there's that man catching it sort of backward square leg.
Yates bowls again, and that one just looked as though it turned a tiny bit, and it's turned away on the leg side. But there's no run this time for Vaughan. It's quite a leg side heavy field. There's a deep square leg out on the boundary. Hannon Dolby's at that backward square position. And Yates bowls again to Vaughan, who reaches for this a bit and pushes it away back to the bowler.
Yeah, a slightly loose defensive shot there. Just pushed at it.
Now Yates floats this up a bit wider and tempts Vaughan again to reach quite a long way away from his body to play that.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted to play a cover drive there with the cracking of the wrists in the shot.
Yates just trots a couple of paces up to the stumps, and Vaughan is standing up straight this time and pushing it away on the offside. He's developed into a useful off-spinner, Rob Yates, as his second string. And that one turns from outside off stump, and it's left by Vaughan, but it didn't turn a huge amount, but it turned enough to at least keep Yates interested. It's the end of the over, 4:44 for 5.
And that last ball wasn't dissimilar to Archie Vaughan's dad bowling at Trent Bridge.
Yes.
Michael, who bowled a delivery to Sachin Tendulkar. It's a beautiful flighted ball outside off, and Tendulkar went to drive it through the covers, and it spun back through the gate.
Classic off-spinner's dismissal. Bethel's going to get another over before lunch in, and Banton makes 2 paces down the pitch, slaps it into the offside, and again it's very well fielded by Yates.
Yeah,
deny him a run.
Interesting choice of shot. You'll be using your feet before the ball's bowled, when the keeper's stood up.
Bethel bowls again, and this is a little bit shorter. Banton turns it away into the leg side, and again hits the fielder.
Just occasionally, the Somerset batsmen just seem to get a little bit of a rush of blood and
They do, don't they?
and decide to charge down or play a premeditated shot.
There's so many runs to be had. Forward comes Banton and pushes this away square on the offside. Yes, you'd be a bit cheesed off with yourself if you gave it away in the last over before lunch, with plenty still available. Bethel round the wicket, and Banton has decided, by the look of it, to make sure he can still...
I mean, he obviously didn't give it away when he scored 371,
No, he didn't.
but you imagine someone like Justin Langer getting in on a pitch like this, and you know, he would just go on and on and on and not change his game.
No, he wouldn't. Bethel comes round the wicket, and this is turned away into the leg side for no run. No, you'd need an earth mover to shift him on a pitch like this. Just a slip in. This might, it's 10 past 1 on the scoreboard, so this might be the last ball before lunch for Bethel. And it's drifting down the leg side. There are going to be runs here for Banton, just nudging it on its way towards long leg, and back goes Simmons, and they take 2. So that's the first session. 119 added this morning in 30 overs by Somerset, and at 4:46 for 5, they're still dictating terms in this game, and it's really a question, I think, Dermot, of how long they want to bat for.
Yeah, well, they've gone at a good click. They've gone at 4 and over. We had that little passage of play where they were chasing another batting point, which probably led to the downfall of Abel and Lammonby. In the end, they didn't get that extra batting point, but they're still in a very, very strong position. 446 for 5 as we reach lunch on day 2 here at Edgbaston, as the sun has come out and the ground staff are coming out to do their little pitch repairs, and the players are very, very slowly leaving the field.
Yes. I don't think they need to queue up for their fish and chips, so they'll go and enjoy that. And we'll give you 40 minutes to enjoy whatever you're having for lunch, and be back with you at 10 minutes to 2 for more Somerset batting. 4:46 for 5. testing the shared line. 3, 2, 1. So the players have regained the field for the afternoon session. We are on slightly different timing today because of the little bit of time that was lost yesterday. So it is 10 minutes to 2 rather than 20 to 2. And we are going to have, I think we're going to start with spin. So we had Rob Yates for an over from the City end before lunch. And it looks as though he's going to carry on after lunch. 8 overs for 20. Only 2 wickets fell this morning. Tom Lammonby for his highest first-class score, 133. And Tom Abel for 48. Here is Yates bowling the first ball after lunch to Archie Vaughan, who's stroking this up to mid-off. Anthony Gibson's with me. And Somerset will they have a number in mind or a time in mind, would you think?
Time, I think. Time.
Yates loops this up to the right-handed Vaughan, who is taken on the pad.
Yeah, but I mean, both the Toms were out in search of a 5th batting point, looking to accelerate the scoring rate, and both holding out. It was not Somerset's best passage of play, let's say.
This one scuttles a bit from Yates. That one looks like it kept a bit low as Vaughan went to defend it.
It did.
Looks like it went under the bat, outside the off stump. Well, you'd be happier seeing that if you'd already got 440 on the board, that's for sure. Yates bowls, and this time Vaughan is out to the pitch of this and driving it to the extra cover sweeper. And they have 1. First run of the afternoon. So Vaughan is up to 9. And brings Banton on to strike.
Banton's just given something to the umpire. I'm not sure what it was. Graham Lloyd has got it safely stowed. Perhaps it's just something that he had in his pocket as he came out to bat. And he's just doing that business of hopping up and down on one leg, Tom Banton.
And now he stands still and waits for Yates and pushes the ball away on the offside.
I must ask him why he does it. It's something he's developed this season.
It's a new one, is it?
Yeah.
Well, now having scored 370 with it,
yeah,
he's kind of stuck with it. Cricketers are superstitious like that. Yates bowls, and he goes back here to a ball that does turn a bit, and he pushes it away on the offside and takes 1. 448 for 5 at the end of the first over of the afternoon.
It's quite a clever thing to do because he takes his left foot off the ground and then jumps up and down on his right foot, keeping his left foot in the air. Let's try doing it. Yes. I think he does it to get his feet moving.
Yes,
but
could be.
Who knows? Well, he knows, so I'm going to ask him.
Seems to be a deliberate thing.
Next time he gets a score that warrants a post-match interview. Perhaps it's today. Could he get 200? Doubt it. But Jacob Bethel is going to bowl to him.
We're going to be entertained if he does.
Bright sunshine. Bethel to Banton, who plays a gentle push up to deep mid-on, where Alex Davies picks it up. Warwickshire quite happy to give Tom Banton the single, so that they can have a bowl at Archie Vaughan. Bethel in bowls, and Vaughan turns this down to long leg where Sam Hain will field, and that is the 450 on the board for Somerset, but sadly 6.2 overs too late for a 5th batting point. So the run rate has really decelerated since the 110th over. This is the reverse sweep by Tom Banton. Didn't get hold of that at all. Brings him a single.
Yes, they were at 436 at the 110 over mark, which is the bonus point cut-off. But they were playing for lunch for about the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Bethel in his 9th over, none for 34 so far. He's there and bowls to Vaughan on leg stump, and Vaughan again can just turn it around the corner, and nothing Sam Hain can do to prevent the single. So runs coming off every ball in this Bethel over, 452 for 5. Fancy Somerset will bat on until half an hour after tea, something like that. Bethel bowls, and this is down the pitch, driving from Banton, hits it hard into the ground. Bethel doesn't stop it cleanly, but does enough to save the run. He's in, bowls, and Banton looking for a single into the offside that isn't there. End of that over, 4:52 for 5.
There's been just a suggestion of turn, and it swung a fraction for Ed Barnard in the first 20 minutes or so this morning.
Yep.
But it didn't really create any opportunities for Somerset, who only looked vulnerable in that period where they were trying to surge some runs and see if they could grab the extra batting point. Yates is going to roll in again, and Vaughan plays the reverse sweep and hits it straight to Simmons, who was at what was originally backward point.
Yeah, I think Simmons has been put there for precisely that shot. It's not really, it's almost a sort of squarish third, short third man.
Now Vaughan goes back in the crease and plays this with any turn that there is, away to mid-wicket, and there's a sprawling stop that prevents them getting more than one run.
Nice to see the crowd being allowed on the outfield during the lunch
very
interval,
good.
wasn't it?
Yes, it's something they've added here in the last few seasons, and it always looks good, I think. People can't have a look. That goes Banton and pushes the next ball just wide enough of the non-striker. Yates has to run round him to go and fetch it. There was also quite a big crowd at one end of the members' lunchroom, but not for the lunch. Well, because there was a reasonable gathering for that. Yates bowls and Banton pushes away on the offside for one run. I think there was a chief exec's presentation going on in the corner of the room, which I'm sure was related to the county championship vote that's going on this week. So there was quite a collection of folks around listening to him talking about that. This is driven by Vaughan, and it's going to get one out to deep extra cover. And they're just nudging singles here without any particular urgency.
Do you know what the Warwickshire position is?
I don't know for sure what the Warwickshire position is. But it sounds as though things are heading towards roughly a consensus, doesn't it, around one of the options. She's pushed away by Vaughan, and there's no run into the offside. It's the end of the over.
Which one?
Well, they all head towards the having 12 games, don't they?
Well, yeah.
And,
I think that's...
And having the...
Yes, 12 games, I think, is a given, but
sort
it's
of
the format.
Two equal first divisions sounds like, if I understood the one that I was reading correctly.
That's option 2, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
So two sort of equal pools, roughly of equal standing, the winners of which would end up playing off for the county championship, something of that nature.
It's Bethel to bowl another over, short and cut away by Vaughan, but only bring him a single as a sweeper out on the cover boundary, 4:56 for 5. I think I'd prefer to see the third option, which is basically the Bob Willis.
Right.
Reincarnated.
Is that the three
conferences where everyone has a chance of winning? Bethel in and bowl short again, and this is punched by Banton, and that will be cut off. And they'll come back for a second run. It's Corey Rocciccioli out there, sweeping on the cover boundary. 2 runs are taken. 26 without loss. I just think that with the option 2, which is the A and B, sort of 2 first divisions and then a third division almost, the counties in the third division are going to danger that they'll be cut adrift. And whereas with the Bob Willis format, everyone has a chance of winning.
Yes. Bethel
bowls as a better ball, and Banton plays a defensive push, and there's no run. But I think the reduction to 12 county championship games is sadly inevitable. This is Banton driving nicely, but Ollie Hannon-Dalby will intercept it at a deepish mid-off. I also think we're going to see a reduction in the number of blast games, probably to 10.
Yes, I think that'll be quite unpopular with some of the counties.
With Somerset especially. And Banton goes down the ground, doesn't get hold of it, should be caught, and Alex Davies is underneath it and takes the catch, and that's the end of Tom Banton. So yet again, after that monumental innings of 371, he's gone cheaply. He's gone for 26, going for a big shot, not getting hold of it, giving Jacob Bethel a wicket. 458 for 6, Banton gone, caught Davies bowled Bethel for 26.
First wicket for Bethel, and a real steepler for Alex Davies to get under, coming from mid-on. But there is a slight danger they're going to fall short of. I mean, it's still an imposing score, but I think this morning they would have been hopeful of 600.
Yeah.
And there is a slight danger that they will fall some way short of that, with Banton, the last of the seniors, to go. I mean, there's still batting to come with Craig Overton, I assume we're going to get next. So they certainly can still get there. But
well, Miggy Pretorius can bat as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's the potential still to get there, but just slightly given it away in the last sort of hour or so of cricket.
Yeah, that was a poor shot from Banton. And he's been guilty of that too often.
In about 30 seconds, I'm going to do a local radio update.
I'll
briefly.
leave this to you then.
So there's one to come in Bethel's over. Overton has come in, as he always does, wearing a sleeveless sweater, Craig Overton. I don't think I've ever seen him without one, except when he's bowling. And Bethel has him going back in the crease. Again, that looks as though it's just a hint of turn, pretty slowly, and it's the end of the over. 458 for 6, and here we go for the local radio update. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have taken an early wicket in the afternoon session as they hope to limit Somerset's ambitions of a giant score. Somerset now 458 for 6, and a first wicket for Jacob Bethel in his first appearance in the county championship this season. Had Tom Banton trying to hit him down the ground, caught at mid-on by Alex Davies off a real steepler. And a first wicket for Bethel, following wickets this morning for Ethan Bamber and Corey Rocchiccioli. But Somerset still heading for a big score, but maybe not quite as tall as it might have looked an hour or so ago.
Gone.
Somerset 458 for 6. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Archie Vaughan gone, LBW. Going for the sweep, and well, Somerset going down in a little bit of a heap here. And
yes, just in the middle of that update, Vaughan, as you say, got right in front of a delivery from Rob Yates and swept right across it, but right in front of the stumps. So 2 wickets, 2 pretty cheap wickets since lunch for the spinners, and there is some encouragement for Warwickshire in that they're knocking these wickets over at a reasonable rate now, but they also, in a way, won't want to see too much assistance coming from the pitch at this point.
I don't think that was much to do with the pitch. It just wasn't a very good shot by Archie Vaughan.
He didn't ever quite look settled, I thought, Vaughan, in making 14. And he's going to be replaced by Pretorius. But now there is an opening here for Warwickshire of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Somerset. It might actually do them a bit of a favour, because it'll give them longer to bowl Warwickshire out twice, which they must do if they're going to win this game of cricket. And it's not going to be easy, even with arguably a more potent attack than Warwickshire have got with their 3 international bowlers, Somerset. But it's a pretty placid surface, this.
458 for 7. And Pretorius, a right-hander, is going to face Yates. There's his first wicket, and here he is from the city end, and the ball is just turning to the leg side, and Pretorius dabs it round the corner for 1 run.
I thought Craig Overton said no then.
Yes.
it was his call. Pretorius was not to be denied.
No. This is going to be my run, and I'm off for it. You sort yourself out, Skip.
Overton was late setting off.
Yeah, running the captain out first ball's never been a great career move. Back goes Overton to the next one from Yates and defends it back up the pitch.
Both of these two have been in reasonable form. Overton averaging 23 and a quarter.
He's forward here and wants a run, pushing it out into a gap on the offside.
And Pretorius 212 runs in 9 innings, averaging 30.28.
That's tidy enough,
and he tops the bowling averages with 25 wickets at 20. So having a good season.
460 for 7. The wind has picked back up again in the last few minutes. Yates bowls.
Oh,
and that's edge and caught low down at slip by Latham. And 3 wickets have fallen now in just 7 balls. And Pretorius is out for 1. 460 for 8. And Warwickshire doing quite a good job suddenly. Or these spinners, Yates and Bethel, have found a way of limiting Somerset, who are now going to fall quite a long way short, by the look of it, of where they'd have been hoping to reach at midday.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there from Rob Yates, taking the outside edge, straightforward catch at slip, and Warwickshire are indeed now through to the Somerset tail in the persons of Matt Henry and then Jack Leach. Yes, it was a slightly aimless sort of shot from Pretorius. He went out to try and sort of pick up a single through the offside, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and just a little bit of turn meant that it took the outside edge.
So 3 wickets for 2 in the last 8 deliveries. And here comes Leach, who's generously applauded as he takes the field.
Day after his 34th birthday. And, Leach won't. Well, Leach has quite a high opinion of his own batting.
Well, lots of other people have quite a high opinion of it too, on the back of one notable effort.
But 90 against Ireland at Lords. And, of course, the most famous one not out in cricket history.
He's a serviceable number 10.
He is, yep. I wonder how Overton's going to play this. Bethel in and bowls, and this is turned around the corner, and you heard Overton saying, no, 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 no. As Leach was all for taking a single, but it went almost straight to Sam Hain. There was never a single there. Bethel bowling left arm around the wicket to Overton, who's back on his stumps, playing that up the onside of the pitch. Bad news for both Warwickshire and Somerset and their county championship aspirations, as Bethel bowls to Overton, who plays that defensive. He is that Nottinghamshire, the leaders, 475 for 9 against Yorkshire. Liam Patterson-White, 75 not out.
Having a remarkably good season.
Yeah.
We're only denied a win here, frankly, by Rainey. They're well on the way to winning here as well.
Bethel to Overton, short and pulled, and didn't get hold of that, and it's half stopped by Chase Simmons at short mid-wicket. He'd be frustrated with that, Craig Overton, because the ball was there for the shot. Just a bit of a drag down by Bethel, stiff breeze ruffling his cricket shirt. This time Overton is forward, comes off the inside half of the bat down to backward square leg where Sam Hain picks up. Somerset welcoming Nottinghamshire to County Ground at Taunton next Sunday for a big game. Bethel bowls, Overton again back on his stumps. This time there will be a single as Hain has to move quite a distance to his left to make the stop. A run is taken, 461 for 8. Somerset have yet to play Nottinghamshire, and they will play them twice. So if they could beat Nottinghamshire twice, then they might just have an outside chance of picking up the first county championship in their 150th year, their sesquicentennial year. That's as a county cricket club formed in August 1875 at Sidmouth, which is in Devon.
Well, for this generation of Somerset cricketers that have challenged for the title so many times, it's still a realistic aim. This is a first ball of a new over from Yates, turned into the leg side. And he tries again to Overton, who is forward defending very respectfully, back up the pitch. This sort of group, the Leach-Overton group, if you like, in Somerset's history, Abel, although he'd be a little bit younger, I'm sure, than those two.
No, about the same.
About the same, is he now? Yep. Gosh. Time moves on. This is Yates bowling again, and Overton defends back up the pitch. I first saw Abel play, and Warwickshire played them, and he got 50 or 60. I think it might have been his first half century.
90.
Did he got 90?
Yeah, he got
remember him playing very
95,
responsibly
I think it was.
when others were struggling. This is driven firmly up on the offside. And I also remember him coming out and doing a very astute interview with, I can't remember if it was with you or with your colleague Stephen Lamb at the time, but just thinking, what a sensible, smart young cricketer he seems, having batted in that way in a team that was struggling at the time.
It was Stephen, yeah.
Yeah,
I did see that innings, but I watched it from the pavilion.
Played very well. Now Yates bowls, and that one is fuller, and Overton dabs it into the leg side, doesn't get a run.
It was his debut, and it was against Warwickshire at Taunton. He made 95 in 2014.
So, gosh, that's a decade ago. This is ageing me.
Tom is he's 31 now. Craig is, I think he's 31 as well.
Yes, and Leach,
no, he's 32.
Yeah, and Leach, you were saying he's 34.
34. So yeah, I mean they all came into the Somerset side at roughly the same time. Craig and Jack Leach a little bit before Tom.
For that generation of Somerset players to go through and not have a title after going so close several times would be a shame.
Yeah, I think they've been second, I think, 4 times since that cohort started playing for Somerset. This is turned into the onside by Jack Leach. That's Jack Leach's first delivery, and Jacob Bethel is the bowler, bowling over the wicket to his fellow left-hander. He's there, bowls a little bit shorter, and Leach on the back foot plays that into the offside. Jack Leach's highest score of the season is 30. I'm just trying to think when he got that. Bethel is in and bowls. That's a good ball, which is just pushed into the offside, and they take an opportunistic single as Alex Davis comes in from mid-off. 462 for 8.
That's well run. Overton's been very cautious so far. Since
it looks as though they've. I mean, I think, 500 now would be a realistic target to aim for. Bethel to Overton, who cuts this away through the offside. Just a single. As Rocchicioli is out there on the cover boundary. Overton on to 3. 463 for 8. Bethel to Leach, and he turns this around the corner, won't get a run there. Yes, Somerset have been second in 2010, 2012, 2016, 2018 and 2019.
Gosh. So for some of this generation, that's 4 or 5 times.
Leach defends from the crease. End of the Bethel over, another tidy over from Jacob Bethel. 12 overs for 41. The 1 wicket that of Tom Banton.
Well, this is suiting Warwickshire. They're working their way through Somerset and not putting any more miles in the legs of their quick bowlers, who've had quite enough in the first 4 sessions of this game. So they will be perfectly happy for the spinners to finish things off if they can manage it. Yates is going to bowl from the city end, but that's met on the full toss and bunted out to long off for 4 runs by Overton. That's the most friendly delivery they've had since lunch.
Yeah, it was straight. I mean, I was looking for that to be fielded at mid-off, but Alex Davis was well away at much wider than you would have a conventional mid-off.
467 for 8. Around the rest of the championship, by the way, in the first division, Essex 296, Hampshire now 107 for 3, so it's quite evenly balanced. Yates goes, floats this up, and Overton going back against the stumps. Isn't quite sure where it's going, just nudges away on the leg side. At Hove, where Warwickshire are next week, Sussex 361 in the end against Durham. It was 68 for 1 in reply. Back goes Overton and forces this away on the offside. They don't get a run. 148 not out for James Coles for Sussex, pushing them up to a competitive total. And here is Overton pushing this back to the bowler.
So for Archer's bowled 4 overs there.
Yes,
0 for 11.
so that's notable.
Didn't open the bowling though. Came on first change.
No, well, they want to look after him. Yates bowls, and Overton going back. He's beaten playing a slightly disorganised stroke. He was on the move backwards as he played it, trying to push it away with a cross bat on the offside.
Much too full for that shot. Should have gone forward to it.
Yates bowls, and this is driven by Overton, but he's hit it straight to Davis at mid-off. It's the end of the over. 467 for 8. I think we get Dermot Reeve in for the first time since lunch, if he comes in for me, and then I'll come back before 3 o'clock before the hour chimes again.
467 for 8 then on this very pleasant afternoon. It's quite warm as long as you can get out of the stiff breeze blowing across the ground. And Jacob Bethel is going to bowl to the left-handed Jack Leach. In bowls Leach. Cuts this away down towards deep backward point. They'll come through for 2 runs. 469 for 8. What are your thoughts about this sudden flurry of wickets then, Dermot?
Well, it was, I mean, Tom Banton's shot, he used his feet to Bethel. The ball wasn't there to go straight. It wasn't full enough, and so as a result, it went straight up in the air.
Bethel into Leach, who's forward defending. No run.
Then Archie Vaughan misses a sweep. So once again, it's been a slight matter of Somerset gifting Warwickshire's the wickets with a loose shot.
Bethel to Leach, and Leach back on his stumps this time, playing it square of the wicket. No run. Yeah,
there'll be a couple of batsmen kicking themselves back in the changing room. The likes of Abel and Lammonby could have gone on and made really big scores.
Bethel bowls. Leach comes half forward, just chops that out into the offside for a single. 470 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of singles on offer with the field that's set, and it was set like this before lunch as well. But just occasionally, some set batsmen have decided to perhaps go a bit too positive and paid the price with the rash shot.
Bethel to Overton, and they're going for another quick single as Sam Hain has to move to his left from backward square leg. 471 for 8.
In fact, we're with Tom Banton. The ball before he got out, he used his feet to Bethel, but it was too full, and he actually just drove it along the ground. And then he decided next ball, I'll do the same, and that one was too short to go over the top. But he thought, I'll try it anyway, and it went straight up, and mid-on actually had to come in a bit to take the skyer.
And it was swirling as well in this breeze. Bethel to Leach. That's Leach's forward defensive. I suppose Jacob Bethel and Jack Leach are sort of rivals almost for an England spot, aren't they? If Shoaib Bashir doesn't deliver the goods, then the options would be either a recall for Jack Leach or to play Jacob Bethel as a top order batsman who can bowl a bit of spin alongside maybe a bit of spin from Joe Root.
Well, he's a very good fielder as well, Bethel.
Yeah.
So to get him in the side, I mean, I think Bashir in the first innings up in Headingley, I think got one wicket, but I think 1 for 100, which does happen on pretty flat wickets for spinners.
This is defended by Overton.
But Bethel's he's sort of a game changer style cricketer, particularly with the bat.
Yates in bowls and Overton defends into the onside. Well, I think England want to get Bethel back in the side, don't they? And we can't displace Ollie Pope now.
No. Well, they obviously rate him because he hasn't got a first class 100 yet.
This is pulled by Overton. That will be cut off out in the deep, so it's just a single 472 for 8. Well, it's a bit like Bashir, where he's been picked on potential,
Yeah.
as much as achievements to date. But Jacob Bethel's been earmarked for England for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Well, I think if you get those selections right, and I think back to, Marcus Trescothick was only averaging 30 with the bat, maybe 28 when he got picked.
Yeah.
And Michael Vaughan as well was only, I think, averaging 32 for Yorkshire.
Duncan Fletcher was a huge factor in Trescothick's career there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
This is pitched right up to Leach, who resists the temptation to drive, just pushes it into the offside.
Fletcher witnessed Marcus batting at Taunton and smashing Jack Callis on a quick bouncy wicket, and was really impressed.
Leach is back on his stumps, cutting, and it's misfielded by Hannon Dalby, so they're able to take a single.
It's a long way down from 6'8", but he's looking a little bit jaded out there in the field. He's done a couple of dives which with slow footwork he hasn't been able to get across and field the ball, and has misfielded a couple of times.
Yates to Overton, who's forward. They think about a single, but it's never there. As Kai Smith is quickly out from behind the stumps to do the fielding for 73 for 8. We've had 126 overs. They started today, Somerset, on 327. So 146 runs in the course of the day in 85, 15, 41 overs. Decent rate of progress.
Yeah, was that 146?
Yeah,
for 5.
146 for 5.
So a much better day for Warwickshire, but you could say that it was just a tad of overconfidence a couple of times by the Somerset batsmen, and with their options that they took. And now you've got a situation where Leach is on 5 off 12 and Overton 9 off 27.
Bethel to bowl to Leach, and that's just played to backward point where it's picked up by Chase Simmons.
And you could have, Lammonby and others and a partner, just playing normally, going along at 4 and over.
Bethel to Leach, drives, and it's a chance, a very, very difficult chance to the left hand of Alex Davies, who flung himself to his left to try and take the catch. It went low and it went hard. It would have been a stunning catch if he'd taken it. But couldn't quite cling on.
No, it's once again a ultra positive option by the batsman has bought a chance, because it was a slapped off drive by Jack Leach that flew flat to mid-off. It was a good effort by Davies. Stop 4.
475 for 8. Leach this time playing this into the offside. A shy at the stumps from Simmons, but wide of the stumps, and Bethel trying to divert it onto the stumps, but couldn't manage it either. And by that time, Jack Leach was safely home for another risky single. Somerset's running between the wickets has been anything but flawless. They've offered several run-out opportunities, none of which have been taken. Bethel to Overton, who's down the pitch.
Oh.
And it's very well fielded at short extra cover by, I think it's
Yates.
Yates,
Yeah.
Rob Yates, because Latham is
good stop. Good stop.
Bethel to Overton, turns this round the corner to
Just occasionally, you can sense that the batsman, having faced a few dots, decides, right, I'm going to try and get after one, and Overton used his feet way before Bethel had released the ball.
Bethel to Overton, back on his stumps, punching this away through the offside, but Rocchiccioli will field on the cover boundary, lob it back in. It's the end of the over. 477 for 8.
And Rob Yates will continue from the city end. He's bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33, which are very good figures in this this total of 477 for 8 by Somerset. So he's done a good job. He's gone past the edge of Overton as well.
Here's Yates in and bowls to Overton, full toss, which is driven back to him. Gets away with that as Rob Yates.
And so does Overton. It was in the air for a little while.
It was.
Nearly a caught and bowled.
Yates to Overton again. This is shorter and gets a bottom edge onto it. And just dribbles out on the onside of the pitch.
Yeah, Overton's very much favouring the offside. When the ball's a bit short, he's sort of backing away to give himself room and trying to play a cut shot against the spin.
We've got 3 boundary riders on the onside as Overton gets one that doesn't bounce quite so much and back on his stumps, plays it defensive. We've got long on, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg. Overton's reputation goes before him. This is again played on the bounce back to the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, there's an easy single on the offside, which is what Overton's looking for. There's only a mid-off in front of square, stopping one, and he's quite deep.
Yates to Overton. Down the pitch, driving this over the top. It could be a chance. No, it's not. And I think it lands well short of Sam Hain, but I don't think he saw it.
No, he didn't pick it up at all.
He didn't pick it up.
I don't think he would have had enough time to get to it had he picked it up. But he just stood there at long on with his arms stretched out, going, where's the ball?
Yeah.
And it was on its way to him.
But it actually landed a good 20 yards away to his right. Yates to Overton. Won't get a run here. End of the over, end of my stint, and Phil Britt will come on commentary after some words from Dermot Reeve.
Thanks, Anthony. And yeah, Somerset strolling along at 479 for 8, but they have had a little hiccup recently and gifted Warwickshire a few more wickets. So the Bears have got their tails up, and they're not over-attacking though. They're keeping with the spin options with just one slip in place and a very much defensive field, and saying to the batsman, you know, come on then, come after us, play a big shot, try and hit us down the ground. Or, as the batsmen are trying to do, sort of open up the offside to get a single out to deep square. But it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, and it's Bethel who's going to continue.
So he continues from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Leach. He's having a good extended bowl, Jacob Bethel. It's probably one, may well figure as the longest, the most overs he's ever bowled for Warwickshire in a first-class game. This next one is outside the off stump, cut away down to deep backward point. They'll run the first one quick, but Leach is looking for the second, but the throw is back into the stumps, and Overton decides not to move.
He's not a spinner that I would say, Bethel, that is a rhythmical spinner. You know, he's not reliant on sort of speed to the crease and rhythm. He's quite a sort of a short stride, fast shoulder.
Next one is driven away through the gap between backward square and mid-wicket. As a man out comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary and does the tidying up, but can't prevent another single to Overton. 481 for 8.
The danger, though, if you haven't got sort of momentum coming to the crease, you haven't really got enough speed to impart, you know, really good energy onto the ball. You're trying to put it all in at the last effort, and occasionally you'll drag it down.
Next one chopped away down to backward point, where Simmons does the fielding, prevents the run. Leach remains on 9. Overton is 13, and after that little flurry of wickets just after lunch, these two just trying to steady the ship a little. As Bethel in, gives that plenty of air. Overton is looking to take on with the big shot, but the ball just dies on him a little, and he gets down at the bottom of the bat and just fires it up to Hammond Dolby at mid-on. He was looking at that one, he was looking for a big powerful shot there to come straight back down the ground. There's Bethel in, this is a bit of width, and the big man Overton stretches for it, Leach stretches for it rather, and powers it away out into the offside. Gets another single, will keep the strike, and takes the total on to 482 for 8.
Yeah, there were a couple of tempters in the over there from Bethel. He bowled a couple a bit slower, lobbed it up outside Leach's off stump, but the Somerset man, well, he didn't decline the offer to have a go. He did try and have a go at one of them over long on, but got a sort of bottom of the bat, inside half of the bat to mid on for a dot. But then has got a single to keep the strike. But now he's facing Yates, who's got a bit more, to me, as opposed to Bethel. I think Yates has got a bit more to him as a spinner. There seems a bit more rhythm, you know, in the run-up, a bit more balance at the crease. So he's managing to get some good revs on the ball.
Yep.
He gets that nice bit of angle in now to the left-hander. He's bowling round the wicket from the city end.
He's in. This one is cut away by Leach down to deep backward point, and they just amble the single. Leach moves on to 11, 483 for 8.
Well, it seems the days are gone of two tail-enders coming in and let's bring up our deep cover and put them at silly point, or even just bring them up to stop the one in the ring.
This next one from Yates is pushed into the onside by Overton.
The tactics seem that Warwickshire are very happy just to give them fairly easy singles out to the offside sweeper.
This one Yates gets a little bit of extra bounce and goes back and gives himself room, and in the end awkwardly sort of digs that out into the onside. There's no run. Overton remains on 13. 11 to Leach. Yates pushes that one through, and the little edge. He sort of waited. It was almost like a late cut in the end. I think he got deceived by the extra bounce and speed, and gets away with it, edges it between wicketkeeper and slip. They come back for a couple of runs, but that could easily have been Yates' third wicket.
Yeah, it's a very odd technique that Overton's deploying. It seems he's looking to get the ball square on the offside before Yates has bowled.
Sort of giving himself, backing away and giving himself room. This time he actually holds his position and drives it away through extra cover area. Alex Davis comes running around from a wideish mid-off and restricts them to just a single. But the run's ticking over here, 486 for 8. And as you say, they're almost waiting for them to put one up in the air and make a mistake rather than actually putting any pressure on to try and get a wicket. As we say that, the short extra cover comes in for the Leach perhaps to drive as this next one he leans forward to and just kills the spin. End of another over from Yates, and tidy over. A little bit unlucky for him. 486 for 8 it remains.
It's that little bit of sort of cat and mouse that the captain Alex Davies is having with the batsman, but he is still giving them enough space for sort of easy singles to pick up 2 or 3 perhaps singles and over without much risk, as opposed to going, right, we're not going to give you an easy single at all anywhere, and we're going to go with a complete sort of umbrella field of stopping the one. Now you've got to hit us over or through.
Yeah, exactly.
And
normally you would expect 9-10 Jack to be hitting it probably in the air and over rather than stroking the ball through the gaps.
Well, they're not going to just play out maidens with that kind of field.
And especially with 486 on the board.
They'd face a few dots and then they go, right, I better use my feet. And they might do what Tom Banton did, which is just hit it straight up in the air. But when you're giving the batsman the opportunity of going, oh, actually, I can just get an easy single on the offside if I knock it square, they haven't really got to think of much else.
Jacob Bethell continues from the pavilion end and starts a new over, and his first ball to Overton is crashed away into the offside. Vade's short extra cover takes power off it, but it's a single. One more then to Overton, who goes on to 17, 487 for 8. This is Bethell's 16th over, and if they were under any instructions to give Jacob Bethell a bowl, then I think Alex Davis will be get plaudits for that, as he comes in again and bowls, and forward comes Leach. Just plays it into the offside. There was last night I was listening to Test Match Special on the radio, and Jonathan Agnew suddenly found Ollie Pope was by the side of him, and he went through and interviewed him. Just break off at the end, and this one is caught at slip. Jacob Bethell gets one. Jack Leach trying to do a reverse sweep, but all he manages to do is take it straight into Latham's hands at slip, and Bethell gets his 2nd wicket. Somerset lose their 9th wicket. Leach goes for 11 as his reverse sweep couldn't have picked out slip better if he'd have tried, and he departs. The 9th wicket falls, and Bethell picks up his 2nd.
Yeah, it's the reverse hit, where he actually puts his back foot forward, not his front foot forward. So, to me, that's a bit more complicated to play it in that fashion, because you're actually turning yourself in a way to turn round and face him in a right-handed position, but you're still holding the bat.
It's an awkward, horrible-looking shot.
It wasn't. It is. And if you play it when there's a slip in, you got a shot. If you play it when there's a backward point in, you might get a top edge. And it's this is a 4-day first-class match. Just because you've learnt a shot, I used to play that shot a lot, but I would just play it to move the fielders. And as soon as they blocked that shot off, it just meant I've got easier singles in front of square. You're nuts playing it if they've got a slip and a backward point and a deep square is going to stop the 4. But they played a few in this innings, and now we've got one that's brought about a wicket. 487 for 9.
It's the sort of shot that when I was a youngster learning the game, I used to come to the nets here. Tom Cartwright would have told me to go and sit and watch if I'd have played that.
Well, when I came to Warwickshire, a certain coach, you weren't allowed to play it in the net. It actually took a lot of sort of convincing cricket committees and actual other players, if you like, or that it's a shot that has its merits because it is a premeditated shot.
Bethell continues. The new batsman, Matt Henry, he's faces the first ball, which he pushes into the offside. I was going to tell you the story about Ollie Pope. He was on doing his interview, and he went through, and they kept sort of hinting about you must have been under pressure because, they people about your players. And at the end of it, once he'd gone, Alistair Cook said, I just wanted to mention 2 words, Jacob Bethell, to him, and see what reaction I got. And I thought, poor bloke must be absolutely hounded with that. This one is going to be runs for Henry, turning it away down to fine leg. He'll come back for 3. Just glancing it away, ball just drifting onto his pads and helping it on its way to the unprotected fine leg area. So takes the total on to 490 for 9. Henry on his way 3.
Yeah, that was a poor ball. And just glanced to down towards the leg side boundary. Brings Overton back on strike.
Bethel finishes it over, and this is run away to backward point by Overton. It's the end of another over, a successful over for Bethel. He's got 2 wickets. Yates has got a couple. Simmons has a couple, and we've got the others been well spread round the Warwickshire
I think
attack.
sometimes being a part-time spinner can be helpful or have its merits in that if you suddenly get a batsman who doesn't rate you,
Yeah.
and goes, oh, I don't think you're very good, I'm going to take you down, which is what Tom Banton tried to do.
Yeah.
So Bethel's got 1 wicket given to him by Tom Banton's
Yep.
attempted straight drive using his feet that went straight up in the air, and he's got another one by Jack Leach going, I'm going to reverse hit you. You know, and the next thing he's picked up 2 first-class wickets just by the fact that he's actually bowling, not necessarily because he's got any flight or dip on it or plan in place.
Yates continues for the Birmingham end, and Henry comes down, uses his feet and drives it up to long on for a single. There's the man out there. Earlier on, it was Sam Hain was out there in that position, and he didn't see the ball come off the bat at all, and that's happened once or twice with this pavilion background to it. Sometimes the ball does get lost in this background of this big pavilion. This one is short and is pulled by Overton down to the deep square leg boundary, but there's a man out there restricting him to a single.
I mean, there's a general statistic in cricket that sort of a wicket will fall every 10 overs. You know, if you put the effort in.
It's in and bowls, and it's just played back gently by Henry.
And even here on a flat pitch, it's near enough a wicket has fallen every 13 overs.
Yeah.
So if you just think about trying to keep it tight.
This one is a full toss, which is missed out on. I think Henry, they will look at that one and think that one really should have gone. He came down the wicket to meet it and drove it to short mid-wicket and couldn't get past the field, and he stays on 4. This next one he treats with absolute respect.
Yeah,
Just runs it back up.
he's batting a little bit like someone who doesn't mind if he's bowling in 20 minutes time. Henry here, he's using his feet, trying to get on top of the spinner, and we've got 6 now on the boundary.
Yates in, bowls. Henry launches this one hard and high, and they're running round to get to it, and it's going to drop in front of 2 fielders encroaching on it. Alec Davis came charging in, but he was never quite going to get there, and the ball bounces out, going out towards long on. Henry gets back for a couple. It's 494 for 9.
Well, that was a very modern day number 11 shot, because there's a deep mid-wicket, there's a long on, there's also a deep square, but Henry's decided, I'm going to take them on.
Yep.
Try and hit it over them for 6 to a sort of 70 metre, 80 metre boundary.
It's a good hit,
And
isn't
gets
it,
a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the old days, if you put long on back, as a batsman, it was right. Long on and long off have gone back now, so that option's gone. I'll hit it on the ground to them. These days, they put them back, and people go, well, I'll hit it over them.
Yeah. Jacob Bethel continuing and starting his 17th over. He's in and bowls, and Overton cuts this one away down to the deep cover boundary, but just for a single. That score gradually creeping towards the 500 mark, which was pretty much what was predicted after about 20 minutes of the opening session yesterday. That this could be a big score.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to get 500 actually.
Okay. It's Bethel in, bowls. Henry cracks that one away square on the offside. It's a laboured run round for
Rockachulley, I think.
Rockachulley, is that down there?
I mean, that's a couple of half trackers that Bethel's just bowled to. He's got number 9 and number 11 in.
It's brought Overton. They probably could have got a couple there, but they left it so Overton has the strike. He's on 19. He waits Bethel in, and that is they're going back and driven just down by Overton, down to long on for a single. Umpire Lloyd getting in on the act there with a little flick of the foot, and ball comes towards him. He flicks it straight up into Jacob Bethel's hands. 4.97 for 9 as Henry waits and goes back and cuts that one away to backward point. But there will be no run on this occasion.
Ed Barnard doing the fielding there at backward point.
He's a very good backward point. That normally is his position. I did notice yesterday Jacob Bethel had taken over at backward point for a time, but obviously can't when he's bowling, as this one forward is Henry. He pushes it away into the offside. Those flags at the far end of the ground are still being really pulled across. There's been a strong wind blowing across the ground all day today. A coldish wind as well, as Bethel is in, gives that plenty of air, and Henry pushes it into the onside. It's another end of another over from Henry, from Jacob Bethel rather. Henry survives it. He's on 7. Overton is on 20, and the total 497 for 9. We've had 133 overs of this match, and we've still got a lot of overs remaining in the day, because we had the added recovery overs from yesterday.
Well, it's going to be interesting here, because it wasn't as though the Somerset batsman thought, well, I'll just try and take a comfortable 4 singles off the over, off Yates's last over, because Henry took him on. Now it's Overton.
That's Yates in, and we're single off the first ball, tucked away through mid-wicket.
And he is taking the easy single to the vacant.
Yeah.
No one at square leg. It's just a mid-wicket saving one, so plenty of spaces on the leg side. But Henry looks like if you toss it up,
he'll have a go.
He'll have a go, and he might middle a couple for 6, but yeah, I think it's worth tossing it up.
Jed Simmons has come out to short extra for Henry, who pushes this one out into the offside. Kai Smith comes running round from behind the stumps and does the tidying up. Still getting changes in the field. Alex Davis is out at a deepish mid-off, and this one is taken on hard and high, and it's going to be taken out on the boundary, and that is the end of the innings. Henry is out for 7. Rob Yates gets his 3rd wicket, and Somerset are all out for 498, and didn't quite get that 500. Well spotted, should have had some money on that.
Yeah, well, they're taking the backward point, who was perhaps stopping a reverse sweep and put him at extra cover. So suddenly it was open to that shot, but I'm not sure it's in Matt Henry's repertoire.
No,
because he decided, right, I'm going to take on long on it. Yeah, that would have been 6 on a lot of grounds, but it's been well caught, and as a result, Yates has bowled 17.5 overs, 3 for 44. A good return, and he's a very fine batsman as well, so he's having a decent match, and he'll be hoping now to put some runs and have that asterisk of a not out next to him at the end of play.
So all out in the 134th over, and Warwickshire will have effectively 500 as a first innings deficit to wipe off when they start batting in 10 minutes time. That innings of Somerset's made up with Lammonby top scoring with 133, Cola Cadmore getting 104 yesterday. It was Sam Hayne out there who took the catch to get rid of Matt Henry, by the way, off Yates. And then it was a half century from Josh Davey, who batted really well with Cola Cadmore yesterday in that opening partnership. We put on 186 to get Somerset really started. We had 48 from Abel, 26 from Banton, 21 from Overton unbeaten, and then a flurry of wickets since lunch. Vaughan went for 14, Pretorius a single, and we've just seen Henry go for 7. So with 31 extras, 498 all out. Bethel ended up with 2 for 59, Simmons 2 for 81, 3 wickets for Robbie Yates, 3 for 44, and the other wickets, Bamber 1 for 82, Hannon Derby 1 for 71, and Rocky Jolie 1 for 104, and the only man who didn't get a wicket for Warwickshire was Ed Barnard, who I thought bowled quite tiredly with 0 for 40, but wasn't getting wickets. We'll have a short break for five minutes while the players go in and change.
And just to let you know that Jacob Bethel won't be opening the batting because he's still been out there doing some shadow batting on the pitch. So
well, that defies that rumour. Yeah. Well, the announcer yesterday said this batting order will not be the right order. Now, so far, apart from Jack Leach being one place higher, which I don't really, it has been. So perhaps the person who put it together was right. Who is me?
Well, players are back on the field. Somerset all out for 498. So if you left us half an hour ago and you've now come back, do not adjust your set. They lost 5 for 52 after lunch and 7 for 91 altogether, which is, in the circumstance, a bit of a clatter in an odd way, Anthony.
Feckless batting.
Not that 498 is a bad score, but the point is it's not as many as it probably ought to have been.
They didn't show the application. That's what I mean by feckless.
Yes.
It was almost, well, we've got X, we've got so many runs on the board, we can just go out there and smash it around a bit. But now the serious stuff starts.
It does. With Matt Henry from the Birmingham end, and every reason to put an attacking field. The first ball is defended back by Rob Yates to completely scotch the rumour, as Phil was doing just before the players went off with Dermot Reeve, but Jacob Betheley's not opening the batting. It is Rob Yates and Alex Davis, and then we'll see where he fits into it. Henry goes close to the stumps and Yates is leg glancing him for 4 to score Warwickshire's first runs.
Yeah, interesting that Tom Kohler-Cadmore is standing at first slip. It's the position normally occupied by Lewis Gregory, who's not playing in this match because of his partner is on the verge of producing their second child. But Tom Abel sometimes fields at first slip, but Tom Kohler-Cadmore is there.
And he's quite deep set compared to the others. Second and third are very close together. This is driven through the extra cover. Confident punch through the gap for 4 runs by Yates, who has been in a bit of nick in the second team lately because he played the first T20 game and I think got naught and hasn't played in the T20 Blast since. But he has played in the seconds and made a couple of centuries. So sometimes it's just about feeling the ball hit the middle of the bat again, because he started the season well in the Championship and then his form dipped a little bit. But he's played that stroke like a chap who's in a bit of nick. And at 8 for none, he waits for Henry and hits him for another 4, this time off the back foot, square off on the offside.
Well, it's not been a great over so far from Matt Henry. We've had one down the leg side, which was nicked down to fine leg for a boundary, then a half volley outside the off stump, and then that last one short and wide. So he hasn't exactly hit his straps yet as the New Zealand international bowler.
432 Championship runs in the first half of the season up to the end of May, averaging 36 for Rob Yates, who is pushing this wide of mid-off, but not so wide as to get a single. He did get a century and a half century in the first game against Sussex, so it's been slightly thinner picking since then. But, well, he's started off all right here, with already 12 from the first over in Warwickshire's reply to the Somerset first innings of 498. And Henry's going to come in again, round the wicket to him. And Davis just places the bat there defensively, and that's the end of the over. So 12 for none. Warwickshire off to a flying start.
Well, 337 is the initial target for Warwickshire, which is how many they need to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. And unless something quite dramatic happens, they ought to get that comfortably enough. It looks like Josh Davies going to open the bowling as well as opening the batting.
Yes.
Something that doesn't happen very often, especially as a genuine opening bat and a genuine opening bowler, as opposed to someone drafted in as a opening night watchman, for example.
Yeah, very seldom in Championship cricket. Ed Barnard's done it the last couple of seasons in the One Day Cup, when he's captained as well and presumably swept the changing room at the end of the day.
2 slips and a 5th slip. Tom Abel not really in the gully. We've got Kohler, Cadmore, Overton and Abel. The slip cordon as Davy bowls on a good length to Alex Davies. We've got Tom.
Anthony, do be, Paul. Would you forgive me?
Oh, sorry.
Just barge in for this, and then all yours. Bear with me. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are just starting their reply to Somerset's first innings of 498 on the second day of the championship match here, and they are replying to a rather lesser Somerset total than they might have been. Somerset certainly would have had hopes of 600 at least, but lost 7 wickets for 91 and 5 for 52 since lunch, all of the latter 5 to the spinners Yates and Bethel, who finished them off quickly. Yates has followed up with hitting 3 boundaries in Matt Henry's first over, so Warwickshire 14 for no wicket, 13 for no wicket in the second over of their reply to Somerset's 498. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
And you nearly had another wicket in your local radio report, because that one really bounced on Alex Davies and went straight up in the air off, I think it was either bat or glove, and just managed to carry the slip cordon, but very nearly the first wicket.
These local radio reports have been quite dangerous. It's the nearest we've been to a wicket half the time.
Josh Davey then to Rob Yates. Batsman took a single, was 13 with that loss, and Yates gets a good length ball from Davey, plays it into the covers where Tom Banton picks up at extra cover, Archie Vaughan at backward point, Jack Leach at mid-off, Matt Henry at mid-on, Tom Lammonby at square leg, and Miggy Pretorius down at long leg. That is the field. As Davey coming around the wicket to the left-hander is there and bowls, and started well, has Josh Davey. Started significantly better than his fellow opening bowler. Matt Henry was all over the place in his first over. I must say Warwickshire, first thing this morning, bowled with commendable discipline.
They did. I think keeping things tight was about all that you could realistically hope to do.
But they did that really well. And as a result, Somerset got behind the rate they needed to be, as this is another good ball from Davey, met with a defensive bat, where they needed to be at the scoring rate to secure a 5th batting point. They got behind the rate, and then in the attempt to accelerate, both Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel got out. And then this collapse post-lunch, which was signified perhaps a little bit of lack of application. No doubt there'll be criticism on social media, if there hasn't been already. Here's Davey in the sunshine, in and bowls to Yates down the leg side. That would have been a wide in 20 over cricket, as it was. James Rue moving smoothly to his right. Did the business, and after 2 overs, Warwickshire 13 without loss, 8 of those to Rob Yates, 1 to Alex Davies. That I thought the nick down to
the first one
fine leg. I thought that was off the bat.
Yes,
it's obviously been given as leg bias.
Leg bias, I missed that. So, nevertheless, this is still a speedy start for Warwickshire. Not that that's the primary issue.
Well, if they're going to win the game,
well, yes,
they've got to score 700 quickly.
Yeah, there is a route to winning the game, isn't there? Which is to accelerate past 485.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a hard road, but it's not untrodden. Henry bowls and Davis turns the ball into the leg side. There are instances of such a win. There's not many of them. There was a notable one. I remember Warwickshire and Northants were battling for the title in the mid-90s. And it looked as though Warwickshire were going to take a decisive leap forward in the battle in August. When news came through, Northants had won a game in ridiculous circumstances, but in exactly that circumstance. This is guided away on the offside by Davis for no run. They conceded sort of 550 to Notts, I think, and then raced past them to make 700 and bowled them out on the last day. But they're rare examples, but that is the only likely route. We'll see. In comes Henry, and Davis is playing this carefully from the crease, having had the hurry up from Josh Davey in the last over. He's taking a little bit of time to settle in.
I do like the way Matt Henry walks so briskly back to his mark.
Yes, he's a very purposeful cricketer.
Yeah, he doesn't waste any time. And Somerset do bowl their overs at a good brisk rate.
And here he is, elbows jutting out, hurries into the crease, and it just brings that away from Davis enough for Davis not to play at it, although he looked slightly anxious having done so.
Did a little off the pitch, that one. Davis going down and just giving the pitch a little bit of a prod.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Chelmsford, Hampshire going quite nicely now in response to Essex's 296. They're 147 for 3, 149 for 3. Fletcher Middleton made 61. This is driven firmly by Davis to mid-off for no run. At Chesterley Street, Sussex 361 and Durham 104 for 2. They have had 10 overs out of Jofra Archer, and he's picked up the 1 wicket of Emilio Gay, but that's encouraging to see him getting through what presumably is a couple of spells. The champions have rather foundered a bit this afternoon after a good start against Worcestershire and New Road. Davies defends the next ball back up the pitch, and it's the end of the over. 13 without loss. That was a maiden for Matt Henry. Worcestershire 209 yesterday. Surrey have lost wickets in a hurry this afternoon to be 198 for 6. So they are just 11 runs behind, but they've lost 5 for 38 there this afternoon, Surrey. So having won the title quite comfortably in each of the last 3 seasons, really, they are not quite having it all their own way this year.
Here's Josh Davey to bowl 4th over of the Warwickshire innings. This is pitched right up to Alex Davis. A little bit of swing for Josh Davey. Fresh from that 64 that he made opening the batting with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, playing a full part in a partnership of 186 that they put together.
At what point did he go from being a makeshift opener to a realistically semi-permanent option as opener?
It
or
was.
Is he still that?
Yeah, he is. Here's Davey in bowls, and this is swung, and Alex Davies goes for an unwise offside shot and gets away with it. He was a makeshift opener when Sean Dixon broke his finger against Surrey.
Always there's another game that week, and there was quite a bit of chat about what is Josh Davey opening for Somerset.
And then first game in which he featured as a proper, fully fledged opener, if you like. As Davey is in again, bowls to Yates rather, who defends. Was against Sussex when he opened the innings with Lewis Gregory and made 28 in the first innings, 15 in the second, and then he did the same up at Durham with 24 in the first innings and 15 in the second. And in both cases he got Somerset off to a better start than they had been accustomed to. As Davies in and bowls, and this one is run off the face just wide of Tom Abel at 5th slip, because prior to the Davey-Gregory opening partnership, Somerset's opening partnerships had been single figures almost, with Andy Mead and Sean Dixon, and Archie Vaughan as well tried as an opener, and none of the permutations working out really. So it was Davey, having shown what he could do as a makeshift opener, and Lewis Gregory being in good form. This is another good delivery from Josh Davey, who's just getting a little bit of shape on the ball. And Lewis Gregory is again, he plays very straight. He's well equipped to be an opening batsman. Both of them have the weakness of shot selection. It's when they decide to go for their shots that they get themselves out. If they focus on defence, they've both got very good sound defensive techniques. Yeah. So it wasn't completely left field. The Tom Kohler-Cadmore choice was, I think, completely unexpected. Davey in and bowls down the leg side. This is turned into the onside, but it'll be picked up by Tom Lammonby from mid-wicket, and that was a maiden over from Josh Davey. Good over it was too. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1 run. Nearly had Alex Davis when Davis hit it, either got a top edge or took his glove and just looped over the slips, tantalisingly close to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who dived to try and make the try and make the catch, but to no avail.
5th over, wind is getting up again. Henry is running in through it to bowl to Davis, and it passes outside the off stump.
Again, he's just getting the ball to go a little bit, and again Alex Davis goes down and gives the pitch a prod. That one went off the seam. It was too wide for Davis to have to play at it, but encouragement for Matt Henry and Somerset.
Here he is. 3 slips are waiting, and quite a fine gully, and this is played off his pads by Davis. He's going to get runs here. Might go all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. It's rolling. Yes, it makes it quite comfortably. So a first boundary for Alex Davis. He goes to 5. And 17 for none. It was one of the first division game I didn't mention a few minutes ago, by the way. The leaders, Nottinghamshire, made 487 against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Ben Slater's 96 was the highest, but there were also half-centuries for Keeshan, the wicket-keeper, Hamid, Patterson White and Dylan Pennington at number 10 got 61. 4 wickets for Dan Moriarty. In comes Henry, and Davis is defending on the offside. In reply, Yorkshire lost Adam Lyth to the first ball from Mohammed Abbas, but they're 19 for 1 now. Replying to Notts 487. I noticed Will O'Rourke, who's Matt Henry's New Zealand international colleague, I thought was a very exciting signing for Yorkshire.
Quick, isn't he?
He is, but went for quite a lot of runs in the early blast games. I know he's gone for 5 and over again in this game. But I enjoyed watching him over the winter. Here comes Henry, a hugely capable bowler for New Zealand himself, and Davis is pushing this firmly on the offside. And
yes, he's not quite as quick as O'Rourke, Matt Henry, but he's more accurate.
Yes.
Although he hasn't really shown that so far in this innings, with a couple of loose balls in his first over and a leg stump half volley earlier on in this one.
3 slips and a gully wait. Here he is on about the line of off stump, and it's driven firmly and got away from the bowler in his follow through. So Davis is going to have 2 runs. Yates is coming back to the non-striker's end, and he's comfortably there.
Poor piece of work that by Matt Henry. Should have made the stop.
19 for none. The sun's back out now, very brightly at Edgbaston. There's still a stiff breeze blowing. The Somerset flag worries me, flexing that pole. Henry bowls again, and Davis goes up on his toes to punch this up to mid-off, and it's the end of another over. 5 overs complete in Warwickshire's reply to Somerset's 498. They're 19 without loss. Yates 8 and Davis 7.
And apart from that ball from Josh Davey, that rather leapt off a length to Alex Davis. There's been really no problems at all for these two Warwickshire openers. Neither of them has played missed as yet. Josh Davey then to Rob Yates, and he's bowling well, is Josh Davey. He's not having his best season by any stretch of the imagination. He has taken 13 wickets, but they've cost him 35.76 runs apiece. And his best bowling, just 2 for 27. He's got a very good strike rate, has Josh Davey, historically. He's in bowls, and this is punched into the offside, and Tom Banton can't get across to make the stop, and it runs away for 4 runs over the boundary rope in front of the Hollies stand away to our right. A little bit short and a little bit wide, and Rob Yates dispatching it to the cover boundary, moves on to 12.
There's an interesting wrinkle coming in from the game at New Road, the Worcestershire-Surrey game, where Worcestershire, who are currently the fielding team, have just been awarded 5 penalty runs. So their first innings is now 214, not 209. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Here's Davey to Yates, and he's forward defensively, no run.
They have been awarded 5 penalty runs because of the dissent shown by a batter who's been given out, specifically Mitchell Santner, another New Zealander, whose dissent having been given out, LBW to Ben Allison, and letting the umpire know about it, was adjudged to be sufficiently serious for the 5 penalty runs clause to be awarded, and therefore Worcestershire's first innings is 5 runs more than it was when they were all out yesterday.
So they're 214
14 and not 209, but yeah, that's a rare one.
Davey in bowls on, this is on middle and leg, turned down to long leg, where Pretorius will field. They take a single, 24 without loss. I wasn't even aware that that option was available to the umpires.
It is, but it's not
It's
often
not very often
triggered.
used, is it?
No, and I say that as somebody who spends a large part of his year covering football, in which if you, and not that the two things necessarily overlay onto one another, but in the average Premier League game, you could be up to about 60 penalty runs before you got to half time. But you might have your own opinion if you support a Premier League club.
There's Davey into Davis, and defensive shot. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some. There's been some fairly obvious dissent.
Yeah.
That I've seen. Tom Banton was. I can't remember. It was one of the games down at Taunton where he was clearly very dischuffed at being given out, and made his feelings quite plain. Does it just apply in Championship cricket?
I don't think it does. I think it is a more general application there. But where the threshold is, I suppose ultimately that's a subjective decision between every umpire, is not a doubt. If there's a particular, I don't know.
Davey in the bowls, and this is pulled. It should just be a single as Archie Vaughan is out patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, and in the 25 without loss, in the last game, Somerset against Hampshire last week, Craig Overton took a catch at long off to dismiss James Vince, and Vince was convinced that Overton hadn't taken it cleanly, and made his conviction to that effect very, very plain, as he sort of he hung around, waited for the umpire to give him out, and then he sort of stomped off, looking grumpy, thoroughly grumpy. It was quite obvious that he made his disagreement with the decision completely clear. But no penalty runs.
Henry's going to bowl from the Birmingham end, and Davies doesn't get a run here. He nudges it straight to the fielder in front of square on the leg side. So there are 3 slips gully and quite a deep set backward point. It's mid off, mid on, it's mid wicket really, and there's a long leg at what the angle that we're looking at from makes that look quite a wide long leg down in front of the 2020 dugouts. And the short ball, and Davis pulls it in exactly that fielder's direction, and they are going to get one.
That's Jack Leach.
So
Jack Leach, who bats right-handed, bats left-handed, bowls left-handed, and throws right-handed. Very strange.
she was just looking after his shoulder. 26 for none.
Dermot saying Kevin James used to do that. I'd forgotten that. Yeah.
Oh, yes. He was
Middlesex.
being very modest about his playing career in this very commentary box only a week ago. So he came up for the Hampshire women's game, which is another good game. In comes Henry, bowls a short ball, and Yates, he's onto that very early and pulls it for 4 runs through square leg and really seemed to seize on that. And after a few weeks where he hadn't seemed in the best form, having, as I mentioned earlier, dropped down to the seconds and made some runs, he's come back here looking great in the early overs of this innings.
Well, no joy, nor any real prospect of joy other than that one misbehaving delivery from Josh Davey for Somerset's bowlers. Looks like they could be in for a long stint in the field.
30 for none. Round the wicket comes Davey, and Yates is pushing this away just backward of square on the offside.
You wonder why Somerset bother with a slip cordon, because not a single delivery in this. Well, there was a catch from Tom Latham took a catch, didn't he, off Rob Yates to dismiss.
Yes.
Just trying to think who it was. Meggie Pretorius.
Yes. But having scored so many runs, you might as well attack for a bit. Here comes Henry bowling a very high bouncer, and Yates has no problem ducking underneath that.
No, I know. It's just that nothing,
but yes, nothing has gone there.
nothing
Yeah,
off the seam bowlers
course.
has gone into this or gone to wicketkeeper
No.
or slips. And there's been very little playing and missing either at balls sort of on or outside the off stump.
No, it's been a pretty true surface so far. We'll see whether it does anything for Jack Leach in a bit. I suspect sooner rather than later. Forward comes Yates. It's the end of the over. 30 for no wicket. And there's a sudden arrival of drinks or something. Service for Alex Davis.
I expect we will see Overton and Pretorius before we see
Leach, yeah.
Jack Leach. Because Craig Overton's been bowling well without much reward, and Pretorius is leading wicket taker for Somerset.
Yeah.
And it's the sort of situation in which Miggy Pretorius might do well, because he will keep running in and he'll keep banging it in on a hard length, challenging the batsman, which is exactly what is needed on this pitch with this ball.
Davis is having a drink. I'm not sure if he's getting any other attention than that.
Is he getting a new pair
Wonder
of
if he might
gloves?
Seems to be taking rather a long time and a long chat with. We seem to be in a sort of an agreed tea break because a couple of the fielders are. Is that a change of helmet? Is that? Change of gloves? Anyway, there's a substitute come on for Somerset while one of the fielders has decided he's going to take the opportunity to.
That's Finn Hill.
Gosh.
Unless it's, I think it's Finn Hill.
Yes, I think it said Hill. He's a big fella. He's gone out to mid-wicket.
Well, in that case, it might be Casey Aldridge wearing somebody else's shirt.
Possibly. This is Davey starting a new over, and the first ball's turned into the leg side by Davis.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Thank you, Mike. I was focusing on the substitute fielder.
Yes. Wearing 10. I'm not sure if that's relevant, but he's gone out to deep square leg, so he's certainly wearing Finn Hill's shirt. But he's in a very lonely spot out there, on mid-wicket on the boundary.
Yep, he's certainly wearing Finn Hill's shirt. Here's Josh Davey in and bowls to Alex Davis, who plays this up to Leach at mid-on. Won't get a run, because he's not very old, Finn Hill, so he may just have grown a bit since I saw him last.
Well, they all do.
When he was blonde-haired schoolboy. He is, how old is he now? Say he comes from Exeter. He is 19, just. Right. Birthday on Saturday.
Well, he's now miles from anybody at mid-wicket on the boundary,
lonely,
even from the few spectators in the Holly stand, because the rope's in quite a long way from that side.
Davey to Davies, and he's punching this up to Matt Henry at mid-off. The slip cordon has already been reduced to first, second and fifth. Cola Cadmore quite deep at first slip. Craig Overton advanced at second slip, and Tom Abel at a sort of fifth slip. Almost where a gully might be, but not quite. Davey in bowls, floats this one up, and it's played into the onside. Good stop by Tom Banton at short mid-wicket.
My impression is there's slightly more people have gone out to the open parts of the ground this afternoon. It was certainly busy around the pavilion. Lots of Somerset folks about.
Yep, a lot have made the trip up. It's not, I mean, it's not far from, particularly from North Somerset.
But it's nice to see them here. Very well supported county. The gully is coming out and going to, I think it's a traditional silly mid-on. It's not quite dead in front of the non-striker as he's now the fashion. No, not far off.
Yes, we've got two catching fielders on the onside, Tom Abel and Tom Banton. Davey is into Alex Davies. Appeal for LBW. Tom Abel giving it everything he'd got in the way of an appeal. He's not in the ideal position to make the call.
Since when did that stop anyway?
That was, I should doubt if it would have hit another set. That was slanting down the leg side.
No real alarms for Warwickshire so far. Only that one ball from Davey that climbed in his first over on Alex Davis.
31 without loss, 78, 9 to Davis. Davey bowls to Davies, and Josh Davey just turned his ankle as he bowled that, and just gonna, I think he's all right. He's hobbling a bit, but I don't think it's anything more than just getting his foot caught in the well, there isn't really much in the way of bowlers' footmarks because the pitches are so hard these days. Bowlers hardly make any impression. End of that over, yes. 31 without loss. Matt Henry, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19, and hasn't really asked any questions of these two Warwickshire opening batsmen so far.
No, this pitch is certainly very hard, and looks pretty good for today at least, although I'm interested to see whether Leach will also find just a hint of assistance. Henry's going to press on, and from the Birmingham end, the first ball of a new over, he's pushed away into the offside.
Yeah, better ball that from Matt Henry. Just almost turned Alex Davies round. He's just going down and giving the pitch not so much of a prod as a long, hard look. 3 slips and a gully for Matt Henry.
And he arrives again now, and Davis is driving. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's gone off the inside edge into his pad, and for a moment, as he hears the shouts from around the field, he's looking for it. and finds it's right down by his toe. So that one almost squeezed through.
Matt Henry's deciding that, I think it's just a bit of loose seam. Michael Goff with his scissors.
Yes, some running repairs. Alex Davies hasn't started this season in quite the form that he did last season when he scored a couple of big hundreds in the early part of the championship. He's without 100 so far this season, 3 half-centuries in the first 7 games, but averaging just 27. And here he is waiting for Henry and turning this one off his pad away into the leg side, but he doesn't get a run. Has looked in quite good touch in the 2020 games without always going. He made 1 half-century without going on to any really substantial scores, but looks full of runs. So far he has just 9 today. But at the moment wearing down the opening bowler Henry. Oh, beats him outside the off stump, and that's I think the first one that he's managed to get through.
Yep.
Just pushed at that and didn't quite touch it, but it was enough to get the bowler and the slips excited, and there's been precious little else to do that. Wind is tugging at their trousers again as they settle back into position, and Henry's holding it off, and this is punched uppishly towards mid-off. It falls well short of the fielder, but it wasn't an entirely controlled push from Davis, so this has been a more challenging over. From Matt Henry into his 5th. 3 slips, Golly taking his hands out of his pockets at the last possible moment, Archie Vaughan, and this is guided away into the offside and tidily fielded. It's the end of a good maiden, that, from Matt Henry.
I'm going to make way for Phil Britt, see if he can take a couple of wickets for Somerset.
No, 31 for none. We've had 9 overs of Warwickshire's reply to Somerset's 498. So if you weren't with us in the first hour after lunch, Somerset declined rather sharply from 407 for 3 about 12:15 and 446 for 5 at lunch, but they fell away losing 5 for 52, all to Yates and Bethel did all the bowling after lunch, didn't they? So after that,
yeah, Yates picked up his 3 wickets. Bethel got 1. No, somebody else must have bowled because they lost 5.
Anyway, Pretorius is coming on, and he's going to bowl a no ball to start with from the pavilion end to Davis, who's content to defend it just down the pitch. Yeah, 3 for 44 Rob Yates finished with, and a couple of wickets for Jacob Bethel. I did feel a bit for poor old Corey Rocchiccioli, from halfway around the world, and ended up finding this morning bowling at the at just the moment when Somerset decided they were really going to go after it and try and score the bonus point. Round the wicket comes Pretorius, and there's claiming a catch down the leg side, and he's out, Rob Yates. And if he crosses touch that, he's out for 17, having looked in pretty good order. But the first legal delivery that Pretorius has sent down slanted across the left-hander, and he's touched it through down the leg side. And a tumbling catch. So 33 for 1, well held by Rue. And Yates has got to go, and no wonder he's trudging off.
Yeah, it was a good catch down there. And Anthony Gibson just said to me, get me a couple of wickets, would you, when he did the handover.
So it's your fault, is it?
I don't think it really is, but I will claim it. That would be at least a pint later on.
Rob Yates isn't best pleased.
No.
I actually thought he looked in quite good order so far today.
Yep. Yes, got going, played some nice shots. He took a dozen off the first over, didn't he, of that 17? But in the end has to go much to the delight of the Somerset team. They raced around to go and take the congratulate him.
Tom Latham is in at 3, and when there was last a really benign pitch here at Edgbaston, he took a very heavy toll of the bowling, didn't he, against Surrey, making 184.
Yeah, Yates had made 86 in that game as well, Mike. He'd had a good knock. But
so certainly 6 wickets have fallen in this session, and a bit of encouragement for Pretorius in his first over. He is South African born, for those who are not familiar with him, and Somerset supporters will be because it's his second season with them.
we had a Pretorius from South Africa.
Did DeWald Pretorius?
Yeah, some years ago. What's that?
Didn't make a huge impact. It's quite a few years ago now.
Oh,
Isn't
it's
it?
20 years ago, I would think.
Round the wicket comes Pretorius, and he sends it down the same line, and Latham flicked his bat at that, but didn't touch it. Through to Rue.
Yeah, very close to falling into the same trap there. Just getting a little nick, that ball going across him. Bright sunshine now.
Lovely.
It's as nice as it's been all day.
Yes, but you need some fairly strong glue on your toupee today, with the gale blowing across from left to right as we look out from the pavilion, and there's a run here for Latham, guiding it out to long leg. He's going to get 2, in fact. Quickly scuttling back.
Having avoided Pretorius as he turned, it was he nearly ran straight into him. As he turned, he was so busy looking at where the shot had gone, which is good.
We had 2 batters running to one another this morning,
Well,
which could have been more
It's amazing how often
dangerous than it was.
you see at this level still batsmen turning blind. They're not looking at where the ball's gone. They're turning and quite often crash into one.
Round the wicket Pretorius goes wide of the crease, and Latham defends. Back up the pitch, and there isn't a run.
India have lost a further wicket, by the way, in the Test match. They've lost their 4th wicket, but they've got their lead now over 300. Pant has gone for 118, so 2 centuries for Pant in this match. Rahul is 120 not out, so India building up a pretty strong position.
Pretorius round the wicket bowls, and Latham defends. It's usually pretty attractive runs when Rishabh Pant makes them.
Well, some extraordinary shots in the first innings when I was watching the brief bit on Saturday. It's quite extraordinary, some of the shots and the way he was able to play. It reminded me a little bit of some of Rowan Kanai's shots.
Gosh, what's a good comparison.
Well, it was the way that Kanai used to go off his feet when he played.
Here's Pretorius round the wicket, and that's very full in towards the off stump, and Latham defended it, but seemingly at the last moment had the slips interested.
Good over that, very good over. And he's got, quite rightly, getting a few pats on the back from the Somerset players as they change ends. But, gets the first wicket on the board, 35 for 1. Matt Henry is going to continue from the Birmingham end. With the cranes back at work today, there's not a lot of activity with them today, but plenty of them.
Yes, there's more tall towers going up in Birmingham at the moment.
Henry in bowls, and this is run away by Davis into the offside. There's no run.
Just not quite fluent yet, Alex Davis. The ball seems to be coming out of the middle of the bat enough, but hitting the fielders a bit.
Yeah, Alex Davis has had a habit this season of getting going and then getting out in the most peculiar way. Almost at times you think, why hasn't he played that sort of shot at the stage? This one he drives nicely, but he won't beat mid on, and the ball in the end. It evades Henry as he dives down, but there was no real power behind it. Somerset have got an advertising logo on their shirts, which makes it look like there's a black armband on there. I keep wondering who's died on their I gather it doesn't go all the way around the sleeve if you look at it. It's just on the outside, but it's like the black tape people do. Henry again comes in and bowls. Davis goes back and across his stumps and just pushes out to Overton at the mid-off, and there's no run. 35 for 1. We've now got the scoreboard puts on the very helpful news when the side in the very first innings that they now lead Warwickshire by so many runs. Now at least this does effectively say it trails. This one is driven by Davis. It's going to reduce the deficit by a couple as they scamper back for a second run. So Davis moves into double figures. Warwickshire move on to 39 for 1.
And if they can get up to T, you'd be the first target.
T is at
10 past, isn't it, today?
So that's extended time to make up with these overs we've got. Here's Henry comes in, bowls. This one, Davis almost plays across that one, gets back to the bowler, and he goes off, looks at his boots, inspects the bottom of his boots.
Yeah, we're not going to be as far behind as I thought, actually. At this rate, they're going to be down to about 36 overs left today, which, considering that we're trying to make some up, is by T, I mean. So that's not too bad.
Henry, Davis drives, but straight up to mid-on. There's a little bit of work to do, but prevents the single. End of another over, which ticks by. That's the end of 11 overs. We've had at Warwickshire 37 for 1 and trail by 461.
Going to need to get Dermot back in here for a bit before tea, I think. Oh, he's left the room at the moment. I'll get him back in a bit. I'll need to do a local radio update at 4 o'clock as well. I need to remember that. Yeah, I don't think they will be too ambitious between now and tea. But I wonder what lessons Warwickshire can draw from the way that Somerset's first innings fell away as Pretorius starts in round the wicket, and this is guided square on the offside for by Latham, but there's no run.
I think they'd be better reflecting on how well Somerset batted yesterday, because to be honest, yesterday they were absolutely superb yesterday.
Yes, I think my thought about it would be that if you want to score at sort of 3.5 and over on this pitch, you can probably bat as long as you like. But if you want to force it, then we saw batters get into trouble. Pretorius over pitches a little bit here, but Latham doesn't time it, and it drives up to mid-off. I
think the test on here will be when Leach has a bowl, and see what he gets out of it, and if he gets more out of it, and you would expect him to, than Bethel and Rob Yates, who bowled tidily but didn't get any great turn. But if Leach does get something, then I think Somerset will really fancy their chances, particularly on the third and fourth day.
There's 2 slips in the gully, but Pretorius slips one through Latham's defences here, not very far wide of off stump. It just held its line, and Latham, I had a slight impression he was beaten on the inside edge there, but I might have seen it wrongly.
He didn't sort of end that shot with any conviction at all, did he? And it sort of was through him. And how it missed that off stump, I don't know. It
was very close to the off stump.
Anyway, he survives. He's still on 2.
Off goes Pretorius round the wicket, and this is played away from in front of his pad by Latham. Into the leg side for no run. There are just 2 slips, a gully, backward point, an extra cover, Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Fairly orthodox early innings field, not overly attacking though. Round the wicket comes Pretorius. He's full and driven, not quite middled by Davis. It's just wide of mid-on, but no run.
This is Latham's 4th championship game for the Bears. As Mike said earlier, he made 184 in his debut against Surrey, and he followed that up with a 59 against Worcestershire in the first innings at New Road. He's so far, including today, made 270 runs for the Bears.
Pretorius goes fuller and a little bit wider, and Latham drives but didn't really commit to it, just guided it to extra cover, and it's the end of the over. A maiden from Pretorius.
He was a bit unfortunate because he was due here to play most of the entire season, but he broke a finger, didn't he? Back in New Zealand practicing, and his arrival was delayed for 2 or 3 games.
Yes. So, of course, missing 3 weeks at the start of the season, you've missed a
lot
quarter of the championship. Yeah, so.
Exactly. On the other hand, he didn't have to play in freezing cold conditions.
No.
Although it wasn't, in fairness, it
He's
wasn't
from New
too
Zealand.
bad this year.
He's from
New Zealand, so
yes.
he'd been used to it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't bad this year.
No, it wasn't.
By
It wasn't.
comparison,
Far from it. I also wonder whether he was necessarily going to play in all the T20 games.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he was, although he's done perfectly well.
Done okay, yeah. Of course, on the other hand, they'd expected Webster to be available.
Yes,
for
that's
more.
it, exactly. Yeah.
You know, he was signed really for them. There's a bowling change at the Birmingham end, and it's Craig Overton into the attack. Opens up with the ball down the leg side, which Davis in fact does his best to get out of the way of as it slips through, pulls bat and body out of the way, and it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. James Rue, who is one of the few Somerset players not to be wearing a sweater. Overton in again, and Davis awkwardly leans forward into that shot to play it into the onside, sort of tumbling across the stumps as he plays it. Keeps it out. 37 for 1.
Showing, hopefully, he will hope anyway, showing the virtue of hanging about here, Alex Davis, because it doesn't really feel like he's timing the ball at his best yet.
No. Overton into him. Davis is again defending this one up to mid-on. There's no run.
I think in the 2020, you could see he's a naturally attacking player, but he's got plenty of time to bat here, which hasn't, when he's been in form in the past, has certainly not been a problem.
He sort of got going in the 2020 without really having a big innings, didn't he?
Yeah, made one good half century.
He turns this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, he's done okay. He's up to about 220 runs in the T20, but in the Championship this season, going into this game, he was 360 runs, having played in all the matches.
Yeah, averaging just 27.
Yeah. Overton again to Davis in bowls. This is driven. Ooh, and Overton sticks a foot out as that was well driven by Davis, but Overton pushes the ball back out to mid-wicket as he prevents the ball going up to the long-on boundary.
Some urgent conference between the slips, but it didn't look as though he came to any great resolution of any.
Overton in, this is down the leg side and flicked away down to the boundary off his pads by Davis. That's 4 gifted runs really. Nobody down there protected and just helped it on his way. So Davis moves into double figures. He was on 11, wasn't he? He moves on to 15. And Warwickshire move on to 41 for 1.
And 40 overs to bowl today, so
Going to be about 36 tee, perhaps even a touch under that.
Yeah, I don't think that's too bad. They've kept it moving.
Do you want to have bring Dermot in till tea, Mike?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to bring him in here? And I'll make way and
yeah.
let him in.
All right.
Keep everybody on.
Pretorius is going to bowl in the meantime, round the wicket to Latham, who defends back up the pitch. So, starting a new over into his third over now at 41 for 1. And settling into a nice rhythm coming round the wicket, Miguel Pretorius. Still not overly attacking in the field, just 2 slips and a gully waiting, and here he is. Pretorius on the pads, a no ball, and it's hit straight to mid-wicket, and they're being not cautious exactly, Dermot, but not very free scoring at the moment.
No, but it's you know, I have to say it is still a very flat.
Oh, sure.
Good wicket for batting. So, you know, there's been some shots that have hit the fielders, but you know, generally, for most of the time, the batsmen are looking untroubled.
Off goes Pretorius, passes umpire Lloyd, and forward comes Latham and defends, bat firmly next to his pad, away into the offside. Yeah, there's still an opportunity to bat here for a long time, and Latham being out there is a reassuring presence for Warwickshire. And he's built his career on doing exactly that.
Well, at least Overton's, you know, he's got... It's fairly defensive field, but he's got 2 slips and like a 5th slip, or a sort of gully.
Yes.
And he's also got a backward point, so...
Round the wicket comes Pretorius, and Latham's nudging this up to mid-on, and they don't take a run. Yeah, so he's still got catchers in there for the time being.
Yeah, so it's, you know, it's occasionally playing that game of let's try and bowl 10 overs here for 20 runs as a team, and hopefully we'll get sort of one chance in that, you know, and then we've won that spell. We've got 1 for 20.
Yeah, just limiting the scoring for a bit can cause batters to make mistakes. Here comes Latham, not making a mistake this time, pushes this firmly up on the offside, and it's picked up on the matting covering a wicket right in the centre, which might be the test pitch.
Yep, I saw the Scarifier going up and down that earlier today with the groundsman, and they're keeping it protected.
Yeah, they're being very careful. The test match is not very far away now, only a couple of weeks to the game here. Round the wicket, Pretorius, and this stays a little bit wider of off stump, and too wide to tempt Latham, who lets it pass through. And again, there's a conference between James Rue and the 3 slips. Kohler Cadmore is there, giving his opinion as they work the ball back round to Miguel Pretorius. So we've seen all 4 of the Somerset seamers in the first 14 overs of the innings. Round the wicket comes Pretorius, tries a bouncer, and Latham's onto that very early and pulls it from maybe even around the line of off stump and hits it well in front of square and away for 4 runs, and seemed to have plenty of time to play that.
Yeah, and control, very much control. The first thing in his thinking there was let's get it down, because there are 2 catches there. There's a mid-on and a mid-wicket, so it's not an entirely risk-free shot, but on a slow pitch, even against, you know, Pretorius, who's got some pace, Latham had plenty of time just to pull it away through mid-wicket. So he's the kind of batsman who, you know, one of his big assets is his patience, and it's not going to worry him if he's only going along at, you know, a bit below, you know, strike rate of 50. He's not going to, even if he plays out a few maidens, if there's a good spell of bowling, then you just got to stay there as a batter.
Is Overton doing it?
Overton, and it's struck on the pads, but stifled appeal, but missing leg stump. But Overton was interested for a minute, and Alex Davies was on strike, and he's now got down the other end. I'm just not sure if I did see a leg by signal.
Didn't spot it. No, Davies seems to be given the run on the scoreboard, so maybe he's just nudged it.
And that brings the left-handed Tom Latham onto strike. Kohler Cadmore was doing a bit of traffic policeman work at first slip. Obviously has a bit of a want to, you know, to perhaps captain a side. So one of the slips has come out to short mid-wicket for Latham. So 2 slips in a gully, a backward point and a mid-off. 5-4 offside field. It's Overton into Latham, who just plays it carefully back to the bowler. Just uses his feet a little, you know, a little bit going across the crease.
Yeah.
Tom Latham. I was very impressed by how still Lammonby stood in his stance, in, you know, getting prepared to face the bowler. As did Rob Yates, who I thought looked very good. He actually played a couple of shots a bit like Lammonby. It's Overton in now from the city end, and that's a fullish length and played to mid-on by Latham. A defensive shot with a little push.
I mean, Latham will feel he's done his job. If he's still not out at 6:30 tonight, that's fine as far as Warwickshire are concerned, I'd have thought, for Tom Latham. Because a player as good as him, if he's batting for 4 or 5 hours, he's going to score you plenty of runs anyway.
Overton's in, and again a nice line and length. He's round the wicket, bang on a line and length, and there's 3 men. There's a short mid wicket on the leg side, and orthodox mid on, who I think is Archie Vaughan, shining the ball, and then a man just in front of, next to the umpire at square leg, and a deep fine leg or a long leg. As Overton is pushing up into a slight breeze round the wicket. And once again, bang on a decent line and length, and it gets the full face and the defensive treatment from Tom Latham, and rolls out again to Archie Vaughan. That might be Matt Henry actually, mid-on, is it? Yeah. Not Archie Vaughan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Henry doing the fielding, and then the shining of the ball. Overton in, bowls now, and that's played to mid-wicket for another dot, and the end of the over. So Overton's bowled 2 overs, none for 5, and Warwickshire are 48 for 1, and it looks like it's tea time at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yes. We were expecting 10 past 4, but 4 o'clock. Even so, they've hustled through the overs well enough. At 38 overs still to come. So that was an entirely satisfactory session as far as Warwickshire were concerned, with the exception of losing Yates. And he looked pretty fed up to get out in that manner. But he's not the first batter today to walk off, I suspect, feeling that he's left a few runs behind. But with Latham and Davis out there, you know, you've got the captain and your senior batter there with you. That's a very important partnership for after tea now.
Yeah, well, they've bowled 15 overs Somerset, so they picked up 1 wicket, so they haven't necessarily run through. And it is very flat and a good batting wicket, and there's no reason why Warwickshire shouldn't make some big runs and get themselves in a position to perhaps, you know, at least save the game, and then maybe get set a total on the 4th day, and we could end up with a 4th day run chase. But still very much Somerset in the strong position as Warwickshire trail by 450.
All right, we're going to take 15-20 minutes or so, and then we'll pick it up at 20 past 4 with 38 overs to go. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where we're at the tea interval on the second day of Warwickshire's game against Somerset. And Warwickshire are 48 for 1, replying to Somerset's first innings of 498. And a pretty satisfactory session altogether for Warwickshire, who finished off the Somerset innings rather more quickly than anyone might have expected, given what had gone before, with Rob Yates and Jacob Bethell taking the last 5 wickets in an hour after lunch for just 52 runs. That limited Somerset from a score that could have been substantially higher than 498. They took only 1 wicket. Rob Yates caught down the leg side off Pretorius for 17, but Davis and Latham in possession up till tea. Warwickshire 48 for 1. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
I don't know who, but he plays for Somerset.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the evening session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset. The match situation is that Somerset were bowled out for 498, having lost their last 5 wickets for 50 odd runs. And in reply, Warwickshire 48 for 1, Tom Latham on 6 and Alex Davies on 16. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Dermot Reeve.
Good afternoon.
Former captain of Warwickshire, of course, former director of cricket at Somerset, so a foot in both camps historically.
Yeah, so I should be probably going. This could be a drawn match. That would be.
I think my money would be on a draw. I did actually say that after about half an hour yesterday morning.
Yeah, you did. Well, I just wonder if Somerset's best chance of winning would be actually to set Warwickshire a total, and on day 4, if it spins a bit and they've got a score at 4 and over to win, and that might be the best chance of say Somerset taking 10 wickets in the second innings. But at the moment we're still in the first innings. We're a long way off from day 4. It's only coming up to 20 past 4 on Monday.
Well, it's very interesting you mentioned that, because Steve Pittard, my personal statistician from the Rose and Crown, better known as Eli's at Hewish-Episcopi, says no championship side has lost at Edgbaston in modern times since 1960, having posted 498 or more in their first innings. But in 1995, Somerset contrived to lose after scoring 495 when Dermot Reeve inserted them. That was after you won the toss and asked Somerset to bat, and they scored 495. Peter Bowler declared to set Warwickshire 301 in 80 overs, and you got them.
And we got them.
Is Pretorius in bowls to Alex Davies, who plays that into the onside. Andy Moles hit 131.
Yeah, I remember the game, and I think Mushy was playing for Somerset, so
yeah.
you're always feeling that on, the last day of a match that he's going to come into his own with his leg spin.
Well, there, Peter Bowler did what you're suggesting Somerset might do in this game, declaring and setting Warwickshire a total. But was a bit too generous on that occasion. Can't see the history repeating itself. Pretorius in bowls, gets a nice nip through there to James Rue.
He's a strong-looking man, isn't he?
He is.
Miguel Pretorius. He's got shoulders on him. It looks like he's got shoulder pads for rugby league in there.
I don't know if he does. I mean, being South African, he probably does play rugby or has played rugby, but I haven't actually talked to him about it.
Yeah.
But, yes.
He was built like a back row forward.
Yeah, number 8 or something like that. Or open side flanker. He's in bowls full length, driven by Davies. The other stat that Steve Pittard reveals is that 498 is Somerset's highest all-time score at Edgbaston.
Wow.
Which is interesting.
There's 100 short of what they should have made.
Yes.
But it does give them more time in the game, if you like, with the ball. If they're going to have a purple patch and bowl Warwickshire out for 250.
Which seems, on the evidence so far, unlikely. Pretorius to Davies, who gets up on his toes, just plays that into the onside, where Tom Lammonby picks up from mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's done so much these days as, in the days of 3-day cricket, the captains would get together sort of on the morning of the 3rd day and go, look, the game's going nowhere. Can you throw us 150 and then we'll set you 6 and over and we'll have a run chase at the end of the day.
Pretorius to Davies, who's back on his stumps. Well, again, interestingly, in the match between these two sides at Taunton last year, Warwickshire declared, I don't think there was any discussion with Somerset prior to this, they declared on the evening of the 3rd day and set Somerset 410 to win on the last day, and Somerset got them.
Right.
with Tom Abel making 151 not out. And Alex Davies got some criticism for that declaration, but I don't think it was really justified. This is played by Davies up to mid-off, and there won't be a run. I mean, because it was the sort of wicket where if Warwickshire were going to win the game, and they badly wanted to win the game, they had to give themselves enough time to bowl Somerset out.
Yeah.
And equally, if they offered Somerset a bit of a carrot, then they're more likely to play their shots and wickets more likely to fall. So it didn't work out, but it might have done.
No, that is where the art of captaincy really comes in, for you to be out there captaining on that fourth day, having set a total, you know, when to put the fielders in and put them out, maybe bring on a left arm orthodox to bowl an outside leg for a few overs to get the scoring sort of slower and tempt him to sweep, or they're all little games within games that go on, but you've got to back yourself to take a wicket less than every 40 runs you give away.
Here's Craig Overton from the Birmingham end to bowl to the left-handed Tom Latham through to wicketkeeper James Rew, and Warwickshire actually had a decent attack. Chris Wokes was playing in that game, but it was one of those Taunton pitches that just got easier as the game went on.
It is a great place to bat at Taunton, and it's short, straight boundaries.
Absolutely.
But for a while there, you always felt, you know, the Oval and Taunton, and perhaps Old Trafford were the best batting wickets in the country.
Overton in bowls. Good line, and well left by Tom Latham through to James Rew. Yeah, I mean, when Brian Rose was director of cricket, he tried to, you know, they did a lot of work to offer a bit more to the left arm, the off spinner, whose name I can't remember.
Vic Marks?
No, it's just post Vic Marks. No, it's Andy Caddick at one end and a spin at the other, and it did change in nature, and that's the era really when Somerset got closest to winning.
Harvey Trump wasn't it?
No,
he was a
Pakistani.
Sack Lane.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Sack Lane was.
Yeah. And he because it had been a complete road under Phil Frost.
Yeah.
As Overton is in and bowls, this is top edged and lands short of Josh Davey down below us. Craig Overton with his hands on his head. Wasn't a chance. It landed well short of Josh Davey, but it was a full shot. Was Phil Frost groundsman at Taunton?
Yeah.
I mean, he would win groundsman of the year,
year
after year. But Brian Rose, I mean, Somerset got so frustrated at not being able to win games of cricket down there because 600 played 550, and it was just an absolute road. Overton in bowls to Davies, who plays this wristily down to Pretorius at long leg for a single. That's 50 on the board for Warwickshire. 50 in just under 17 overs, so rate of scoring of almost exactly 3 runs an over. And they haven't had too much in the way of difficulties out there.
And it's a very modern thing. What we're seeing here again is Overton round the wicket to the left-hander.
He's in and bowls, and Latham studiously forward to a good ball from Overton. End of the over, 3 overs, none for 7. Craig Overton, Pretorius bowled 4 overs, took the wicket of Rob Yates, caught down the leg side, and he has conceded just the 10 runs, 50 for 1.
I'm not sure if it's not a plan that goes sort of back to say Adam Gilchrist batting for Australia, who suddenly struggled a bit when bowlers went round the wicket, to him being left-handed, or perhaps David Warner coming out and saying that you're not as used to it. But it seems very much the modern trend. As soon as it's a left-hander on strike, right-arm bowlers will go round the wicket.
Here's Pretorius in and bowls, turned into the onside. I've had a tweet from Harry Hayden, who says, loving the commentary, chaps. Can you ask Dermot about his time as Somerset's captain, specifically the Sunday League batting order, which became even more creative than our current championship experiments. Can he remember the logic for Marcus Trescothick batting at 7 or 8?
Yeah, I can, and I think I did say it before.
Here comes.
We needed to improve Trescothick's
This is just run into the offside. No
playing of spin. And if Marcus had a bit of a weakness, it might be against a medium pace or a spinner, getting his weight into the ball enough. So, I batted him in the middle order there for a while, so that he would have to go in one-day games, specifically go to the wicket against spin, and straight away from ball 1, you've got to dominate, knock him around for 5 or 6 and over.
Pretorius in and bowls. This is driven back to him, but
I also got him bowling, and in the nets, got him bowling
And
a
he was-
lot, and work on his fitness and try and turn him into more of an all-round athlete. I always did think he'll end up going back up the top of the order, and what will happen now is he'll be able to dominate the spinners when they come on, instead of it being a bit of a weakness when they bring the spinners on. And I worked really hard with him on his sweep shots and his
Pretorius
game.
in bowls to Davies, who again plays it back to the bowler.
But
Well, you obviously did a pretty good job.
Well, my take on batting orders and with cricket is it doesn't matter what number is on the back of your shirt or what number you're actually batting at, because the game just happens one ball at a time. So whether you're at the top of the order or in the middle order or you're coming in at number 10, it's one ball at a time. You've just got to be in that moment and do what's best for the team off that delivery.
It's Pretorius in and bowls, and this is just dropped into the offside, and they trot through for a single. 51 for 1.
And I think I actually talked Peter Bowler into letting me open the batting at the Oval with Mike Burns, who actually put on 150
Oh well.
in a run chase against Surrey.
That Sunday League match, was it?
No, I think it was a Benson's.
Yeah.
But yeah, the people who go, oh, I can only bat at 3, or I like number 4. It's it happens one ball at a time. Just do your best that ball.
Pretorius in bowls. Ooh, and gets this one through Latham's defences. It's too high for an LBW appeal. Yeah, but batsmen do get hung up about where they bat, don't they? I mean, Tom Lammonby, for example, I'll give you this as an example. He'd been opening the batting for Somerset for his first, came into the side in 2020, carried on opening the batting until the start of last season, when he went in, started at number 3. And even though he was coming in at number 3 in the first 5 or 6 overs, game after game after game, he was just much happier at number 3 than he was opening the batting. And again, this year he's been coming in at number 3 and getting the runs. It's an odd thing.
Well, I think it's shown a bit with Somerset now, with Davey opening the batting. Just because he bowls doesn't mean he can't hold a bat. You put him in there to do a job, either see off the new ball.
Yeah. And he's done it pretty effectively.
And in one-day cricket, sometimes if you put batsmen in up the top, they want to get 100 or they want to build an innings.
Here's Overton to Davies.
When you might, as a captain, want them to go in and play shots. I mean, I actually promoted Jason Kerr to open the batting at Somerset. I got Dougie Bracewell when I was recently coaching in New Zealand to open the batting for Central Districts, because he's also in the side as a bowler, so he got the pressure off. So you say to him, go in and take them on, play your shots and be positive. Bit like McCullum. He could do it because he was also a wicket-keeper.
Overton in and bowls. And there's no run. And did you base that on technique or character? Or a bit of both?
The character of watching teams. So someone like Sri Lanka would have Jaya Surya and Kalu. They would open the batting. One was a wicket-keeper, one was also a left-arm orthodox. So the two fellas are going to go out there and play with more freedom than sticking in Mike Atherton.
This is turned into the onside by Davies. There won't be a run. But I mean, some batsmen, for example, are more nervous than others, and you wouldn't want to put them into. I mean, you need a certain sort of temperament to open the batting, don't you?
Well, here at Warwickshire, we had success by Neil Smith opening the batting and going out there and just, teeing off. And Dominic Ostler, it was the same, but Paul Smith at number 4, because he also bowled.
This is ball that doesn't bounce so much from Overton, plays defensively.
What I didn't want to do here at Warwickshire was to put Trevor Penny in, say at number 3, because Trevor would want to score 100 and he would want to get himself in. And what you can do is chew up balls, getting used to the pace of the wicket in one-day cricket, and then you can get out. So if I put Trevor in at number 7, he just had to score quickly, and he did it, and he managed it.
Overton in and bowls, brings this one back into Alex Davies and plays it defensive. Good accurate stuff this from from both Pretorius and Overton. Warwickshire finding the runs hard to come by, and if Warwickshire are to have any hope of winning this game, short of a sporting Somerset declaration, which I don't really think is on the cards, they're going to have to score quickly and big. Overton in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Jack Leach is onto it, sends in the return. It's just a single, 52 for 1. End of that Craig Overton over Pretorius. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11, and Craig Overton 4 overs, no wicket for 8.
Well, I think this could end up in a situation where the captain's powers of negotiation with his opposition captain to say, look, we've both got a chance still of winning the championship. We really want to get a win out of this game. Set us 6 and over. Set us 6 and over, and I tell you what, we'll go for it all the way. We won't block it out if we get 6 down.
That doesn't happen. Well, it does happen. It happened between Middlesex and Yorkshire notoriously at the end of the 2016 season, which cost Somerset the county championship, as this is played defensively. But there isn't much negotiation goes on these days. I can't see either of these sides giving the other a chance. When you get 8 points for a draw, Somerset have got 4 batting points. 12 points. If they pick up a couple of bowling points, they'll go away from here with 14 points. They'd be reasonably happy.
I think back in sort of my day, it was 3 points.
Yeah, exactly.
3 for a draw, 16 for a win.
Pretorius in down the leg side and taken by James Root. I think for my money, the gap between a draw and a win is far too narrow. It should be at least 12 points difference between points for a draw and points for a win.
Just wanted to point out that there we go. That was Pretorius' wicket-taking delivery from that one down the leg side. That the batsmen think it's wide of the leg, and Alex Davies has a little flick at it, and it goes through to the keeper. And another day, you just get a little tickle on it, as Rob Yates found out.
Pretorius in the bowls. This is down the leg side as well. Flick down to fine leg. Archie Vaughan puts in the slide, makes a good stop down there, sends in the return. They come back for 2 runs, 54 for 1. Well, I think bowlers do from time to time just try it, don't they? I mean, very often with a leg slip in place.
I've seen sort of Ben Stokes to have that attacking line and set leg gully and sort of funky fields on the leg side, because it's sort of a shot that batsman can't resist.
It's Pretorius in and bowls to Davies. Won't get us a run this time. Yeah, it happened a couple of years ago down at Taunton when Somerset beat Warwickshire.
It's a hard thing to do, but on a very flat wicket, you could put sort of 2 leg gullies in place and have a deep square who's in front, and tell your bowler, I just want you to run up and bowl leg stump half volleys, just outside leg, but a half volley, because batsmen will invariably play that little flick, and it can go in the air, on that angle to leg gully.
Pretorius in bowls full length, driven up to mid-on. Well, in this instance at Taunton, Somerset were trying to bowl Warwickshire out in the second innings, and Sam Hain was batting, and Lewis Gregory was bowling, and Tom Abel as captain stationed Craig Overton at leg slip, or as cross between leg slip and leg gully, and within 3 balls Sam Hain, despite the fact that, you know, the man had been put there, he
Yeah.
couldn't help himself. He turned it round the corner, catch to Overton, thank you very much. This is played away for a single out into the onside.
Was Tom Abel bowling?
No, he wasn't bowling.
No.
He was captaining. It was Lewis Gregory, I think, was the bowler, and Craig Overton took the catch. But it was such an obvious trap, and Sam Hain just walked into it. It was quite strange. And Jack Leach, not Jack Leach, Jack Brooks ended up taking 5 wickets, and Somerset won. 55 for 1. Is the score here. Latham on 7 and Alex Davies on 22. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Dermot Reeve and Finn Hill, the sub-fielder, has just come jogging onto the field of play. I'm not sure who has gone off. Possibly Miguel. No, Miggy Pretorius is down at long leg, so it's not him. So Overton in and bowls short, and Davies looks optimistically, hopefully, in the direction of umpire Graham Lloyd, because that sailed a long way over his head. But Graham Lloyd simply signalled 1 for the over.
I think he was having a little think about having a little flap at it, though, and decided against. If it gets too high, if it sort of gets above your shoulder, then it is a risky shot.
Overton bowls to Davies, who plays this uppishly into the onside to Finn Hill. I was going to say if there'd been a short mid-wicket, but actually it wouldn't have gone to a short mid-wicket. You'd need a sort of forward square leg, about 15 yards from the bat, and that would have been a catch, but you don't often see fielders positioned there. So Davies gets away with a slightly loose shot. Overton tries again. This time Davies plays a solid defensive shot back up the pitch. Lots of encouragement from Somerset's fielders for their captain and bowler, Craig Overton.
Well, quite often on flat pitches like this, or pitches also a bit on the slow side, having fielders in those sort of drive positions on the offside or on the leg side, but stationed about 10 yards away from the bat are good positions.
Overton bowls, brings this one back into Alex Davies. Just Overton thinking he was nearly through there, but Davies able to adjust to the late movement and keep it out. Somerset persisting with 2 slips and a sort of gully, 5th slip really, or about no 4th slip. Archie Vaughan, and the sun comes out, and Overton races in and bowls short of a length outside the off stump through to James Rue.
I mean, that could be an option to Davies, who does drive and he does push a little bit on the up at times. Is you could take out both your slips and have an over and put them, you know, at a sort of a short mid on and a short mid off in those positions, and the fact you've opened up the slips, you know, he might be tempted to try and run a ball down for an easy boundary.
Overton in and bowls, and again good ball, but Alex Davies just adjusting to a little bit of late movement and keeping it out as Finn Hill goes jogging off. And it was Tom Banton who had gone off. I ought to have guessed that really, because Tom Banton has come back on complete with helmet and fielding pads, which means that we're going to see some Jack Leach.
It looks like he's going into an episode of The Gladiators with his helmet and all the padding he's got on. But at least we haven't wasted 5 minutes of him doing it now.
Very true.
So it is going to be Jack Leach. Looks like he's going to be over the wicket to start with, to Tom Latham, and I'm sure there'll be a slip and a short leg. And it'll be interesting to see if he gets a little bit of action off the pitch.
Jack Leach has taken 23 wickets so far this season at a cost of 25 apiece.
Very good.
On pitches that haven't really offered him anything very much. He's bowled a lot of overs, 239 overs for his 23 wickets. So a wicket every 23 overs, which is hard going. He's in and bowls, and a little bit of turn.
Yeah, a little bit
of bounce.
Slightly outside off and left by Latham, but a bit of bounce through to the wicket keeper.
Got a slip, Craig Overton, and a forward short leg, Tom Banton. As Leach bowls to Latham. Oh, plays and misses. And
drew him into the drive. There is an offside sweeper, so it will only cost him a single, but drew him into the drive because it was nice and full. It did spin back into the gap between bat and pad.
Leach in bowls, and this one Latham plays off the back foot, playing it off the pitch. Just a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker that time from Jack Leach. Bright sunshine now. Crowd seems to have built up, particularly at the far end of the ground, over the course of the day. Leach, this is swept by Latham out to Pretorius, deep square leg for a single, which means that Jack Leach will now be bowling at the right-handed Alex Davies, turning the ball away from him. And some encouragement for Jack Leach, who's not the biggest spinner of the ball, but he is very accurate, remorseless. Put the ball in the right areas, ball after ball after ball.
I saw him years ago over in Western Australia. He was sent out by England for a season out there, and I'd see him tirelessly in the indoor school in Shenton Park, Revos, and he'd be there bowling and bowling, ball after ball in the nets.
He's into Davies, tosses this one. He never really tosses it up, Jack Leach, just gives that one a little bit more air. Varies his flight, not as much as some. He can be a bit predictable. He's in and bowls, and this is floated up outside the off stump. They hesitate over the single. There was always one there, but could have been a mix-up. Single is taken, so 2 runs off the first Jack Leach over. Leaves Warwickshire on 57 for 1, 8 to Tom Latham, and 23 to Alex Davies.
It was a good over from Leach, a nice start from him, and Latham just backed his eye. You know, after a few deliveries, decided, right, I'm just going to play the sweep shot. Takes the ball from outside off and sweeps it out to deep backward. Very controlled, but that's the situation of a batsman going, I'm not just going to sit here and play from the crease. I'm going to back my eye, and it's a cross-batted shot. Obviously has a little bit of danger to it, but on a flat wicket, a wicket that's not bouncing, it's easier to play.
Here's Overton to Davies, who pushes this up to mid-off and sets off straight away for a single. Tom Banton a little bit back on his heels, and he's wearing the fielding pants, which won't do much for his mobility. But it was a comfortable single there, well judged by Alex Davies. Tip and run just pushed it into the onside, set off straight away, and Latham responded well. 58 for 1. Craig Overton just moving Jack Leach from the offside into, where's he going to go?
Square leg.
Yeah. Overton to Latham down the leg side. Nicely taken by James Rue the Elder, as he was called on Twitter by one of our correspondents, which is rather good.
That was quite a decent bouncer, actually. He's not a very tall fella, Tom Latham, but it sort of whistled past his head, over his right shoulder.
Here comes Overton again. Ooh, another bouncer, and that's 2 for the over.
Yeah, I don't think that one didn't get up as much, so
perhaps it
hasn't been called as over shoulder height, so he can still bowl one more if he wants. But at least he'll have got the batsman thinking here, and you can get in a bit of a mindset of a batsman where you don't want to be predicting where he's going to bowl.
Overton in bowls, and this time Latham plays just slightly around his front pad, hence the from Craig Overton. But he's got Josh Davey down on the down about 5 yards in from the boundary, down at long leg. If he'd been another 10 yards further in, he would have caught Tom Latham off the top edge a couple of overs ago. Overton bowls, is driven nicely down the ground, 4 runs. Over pitch from Craig Overton. When I say 4 runs, it's in fact going to be pulled in by Matt Henry, and they'll come back for 3. Didn't perhaps time that as well as I thought he had.
It's been a very sedate start from Latham. He has got bags full of patience, but he's just been very watchful, and that was a nice half volley over pitch, but he didn't give it the full flourish, just punched it down the ground for 3. That's taken him on to 11, so he's 11 off 37, but he's the kind of batsman that's not going to worry him. He's going to take it one ball at a time, play it on its merits.
Here's Overton in a bowls, and this comes off a thickish edge, again all along the ground out to Josh Davey at backward point. Overton with his hands on his head again. Felt that he almost got through there, almost, but not quite. 61 for 1 after 23 overs. 30 overs remain in the day's play, so we're not going to finish here until about 6:45, and there's no sign that the light is going to deteriorate. Lots of blue sky and white fluffy clouds over Edgbaston at the moment.
Yeah, it's a lovely view from up here. At the back from this end, the pavilion end, there is Cannon Hill Park. I've always thought this end should be called the Cannon Hill Park end.
Yep.
That is a beautiful, beautiful park, great big green trees.
Jack Leach in and bowls, and almost a catch as Latham went for the reverse sweep, and almost a catch to Craig Overton at the slip. Just watching the
I mean, why play that shot when there's a slip there? You've seen Jack Leach get out doing it earlier off Bethel.
Did he get a hand to
caught
it?
by you, Tom Latham?
I think he got a hand to that, Craig Overton. He went the other way initially. He went to his left, and in fact the ball came to his right. If he'd gone to his right or even held his ground, that would have been a catch as Leach bowls.
I mean, without the first slip in, it would have been 4 runs. So it's a safer shot. Mike Gatting played it in a World Cup match against Australia, and he played it when there was a slip in, and he got caught there. So it's
Leach to Davies, who cuts out through the covers, and Pretorius will field 63 for 1. I think that was a chance. Stand to be corrected. We haven't seen a slow motion replay, but I think Overton just got
he did get a hand on it, and it was given as runs.
Yep.
So
Leach in and bowls, gives this one air, comes off the bottom edge of Latham's bat, and Leach asking some questions of these Warwickshire batsmen at the moment. He's looking the most likely of the Somerset bowlers to pick up wickets, Jack Leach. That's the second full shot of the over, both from Tom Latham.
Yeah,
pick up 2.
There is bound to be rough out there from the bowlers when they bowled over the wicket, the right arm. If you get the ball that full, you will find some turn. I mean, he didn't get a bat on that. That was given buys, but definite spin for Leach.
Leach bowls again, and if Latham this time is forward, getting the middle of the bat onto that.
But that's when it gets too full, or it gets full out there with a bit of width, you're better off letting it go or kicking it. as opposed to trying to play an extravagant drive.
Leach to Latham, and again asking questions of Tom Latham, especially bowling into the rough outside the left-handers, off stumped, spinning it in towards his stumps.
Yep, definite turn and bounce on that last delivery from Leach. It hit Tom Latham on the pad, but at least he was playing a forward defensive. And yeah, another day you get a bit unlucky as the batsman, and you get an inside edge onto your pad and it lobs up to short leg, and that's just well bowled, you have to say. But the way to combat that and not wanting to get caught short leg is to say, okay, that ball that's just short of a half volley, well, I can actually reach for that and sweep it, but an orthodox sweep. You don't have to hit it hard, and you just hit it out to deep backward, and you get a 1, and you get down the other end.
Overton into Davies, who plays a loose-looking off drive with his hand coming off the bat, but he gets it away square of the wicket and brings him 4 slightly streaky runs.
Absolutely. I mean, he hasn't looked very good in this innings. Occasionally to balls that have been full, with him trying to drive it a little bit on the up, and on that occasion he's got away with it and got himself a 4. But good bowling from Overton, and another day that just gets a slightly smaller edge and gets caught at fifth slip or gully.
Overton to Davies, 69 for 1, and he drives this one, doesn't time it particularly well. It's gone away through extra cover and will go for 4. Gallant effort out there to save the 4.
Well, the only thing I can say to Alex Davies on that shot was, well, good on you for the ball before. You hit a bit of a streaky boundary, but you got served up pretty much the same ball, but you've gone, well, I'm going to still play my shots. I'm going to play it, drive it through the covers, and on that occasion it was far better executed. It's brought a change in the field. There's now a catcher about, he's sort of dead square on the offside, about 12 yards away from the batsman.
Here's Overton to Davies and pushes that into the offside, thinks about a single. India have lost 2 wickets in the test match, with Rahul bowled by Bryden Cast for 137 and Nair caught and bowled Wokes for 20, so they're 335 for 6, 340 ahead, and England.
Game on.
Yeah, definitely. Fancy England to chase down anything up to 400 on the last day. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, bringing that one back in. It's a good leave by Alex Davies.
And it's been good captaincy from Overton. Some people might say, well, he's following the ball, but with Davies having played a couple of loose drives, he's moved his gully to a square gully, but he's still got a backward point that it might go in the air if he slashes a cover drive. But it's allowing him to pitch the ball up, bowl it full, and try and induce a drive.
He's there and bowls, and Alex Davies just lets his hit his defensive bat and drop down into the pitch where it's picked up by Craig Overton. I think we're going to have a double change in a minute. What's the time now? Must be just coming up to, yeah, we'll do it at the end of this over, so that Mike's in place for his local radio report. As this is a good ball from Overton, defended by Alex Davies, turned around the corner. Thank you, Dermot. Dermot will be back before the close, and 2 batsmen just have a chat in mid-pitch. 73 for 1, so Warwickshire trail by 425. Somerset's 498, being, as Steve Pittard kindly informed me, their highest score here at Edgbaston in all the years that they've been playing here. So I'll hand over to Mike Taylor, and then Phil Britt will come in and sit alongside.
And yet, they seem slightly unfulfilled by 498, even though it has been the highest, but we'll see. Leach starts a new over from the pavilion end, and his first ball is nudged around his front pad by Latham. Leach into his third over, and at 73 for 1, Warwickshire 425 behind. Leach floats this one up, and Latham, who's been very steady so far, is pushing it away on the offside. And Phil's back in, he's brought the sun with him.
I have, yep. Got his hat on as well, hasn't it?
73 for 1, Leach, very economical of effort in his approach to the crease. Floats this up wide of off stump, and it's swept around a little raggedly by Latham, but he gets no run. Lost Yates for 17, who had been looking in quite good form.
Yeah, I think he'll be annoyed, Mike.
Ooh, I'm sure he won't be the only one today. Forward comes Latham, defends the next one up the pitch. There'll be a few batters today who've gone off thinking they've left some runs behind.
These two have added, what, 38, 37 runs, and yet they haven't looked entirely comfortable at any point in time. They've played some false shots.
Wicket fell at 33. This is floated up outside the off stump by Leach, and Latham leaves it, and it just bounces a little bit out of the foot marks from a very full length.
That one bounced, didn't it, and turned a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was very full, and there's just a foot mark, slightly overdoing. It's just a slight scuffing at this point. He defends the next one, and that's a maiden from Leach, who has bowled 3 overs for 4 runs, and Warwickshire are 73 for 1, replying to Somerset's 498.
Yeah, nicest pass of the day, I think. That wind still blowing fiercely, though, across the ground. That flag might need to do some repairs on that. You know, after 4 days like this, the Somerset scorer. Is it Linda Rhodes? Polly Rhodes.
Did a good job with that flag.
Didn't she?
Big flag.
Yeah.
But it's just for a moment. It's hanging limp, wrapping itself around the flagpole.
Absolutely, just as we talk. Overton to continue from the Birmingham end. He's into Davis, who pulls this one down to long leg for a single. Got underneath that one and helped it on its way. Still wearing his sweater, Davis. He's done that all day. And there was a time, I think, yesterday when it was pretty steamy out there.
Yeah.
Davis still had his short sleeve sweater on. Everybody else was just in shirt sleeves, but obviously feels the cold.
Yeah, I think I've always seen him batting in that, but it always looks a slightly baggy sweater.
Yeah,
he's not a very big man, to
looks
be
like
fair,
he's
Alex Davis.
borrowed it from somebody else. It's Overton in, and this one Latham leans forward too, takes the bat out of the way and just covers the off stump, and then off slow shot.
I have a local radio update in about 30 seconds.
Let you carry on,
Okay,
Channel.
I'll just do that for a moment. So, but Davis, now I think about it, whether he wears something in the blast when they're playing with the coloured clothing. But I think I've always seen him batting with a sleeveless sweater on in the Championship. This is holding his line from Overton outside off stump, and isn't far away from the stumps. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the second evening of Warwickshire's Championship game against Somerset, and they are making steady progress in their reply to Somerset's score of 498, losing so far only Rob Yates, who was out before T caught down the leg side off Miguel Pretorius for 17. Tom Latham and Alex Davis have not overly attacked. Davis has made 34 and he's starting to find some gaps in the field. Latham been very cautious so far in making 12, but they're making steady progress. Somerset earlier all out for 498, Warwickshire 74 for 1. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Well, that was an attempted pull there, but from Latham, but again, not timed, and it got away with it. It didn't loop up off the bat. It was across, and again, similar shot to one earlier in the over, just leaves it outside the off stump. No shot offered. His timing not quite there at the moment.
No, neither of them look in the absolute full bloom of form today.
No.
But there is value in hanging about, because you can play yourself back into form, can't you, almost?
Yeah, and nobody has ever scored any runs from the dressing room.
No, quite so.
Mind you, they have today at Worcester.
At Worcester, yes. Yeah, that's an exception, yeah. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that.
This one is turned by Latham through mid-wicket. He'll just get a single. That's all it is. That's off the final ball of the over. 75. Latham retains the strike. He moves on to 13. And we have got... just gone off the board at the moment. 26 overs remaining in the day.
Yes, we started with 104, so they're not too far behind the over rate today, because they'd have budgeted for an extra half an hour anyway.
There's been a lot of spin bowling, though, of course.
Yeah, there's been a fair bit, especially after lunch with
Yeah.
Bethel and Yates.
Yeah,
when,
and now Leach into the attack. He's bowled just the 3, but it's likely, I would think, he's going to get quite a bit of bowling.
I don't think he's out of the question. He'll bowl from this end for the rest of the session. Here he is. It walks up towards the stumps and then just 3 trotted paces, and they want a quick single here and will get it because it's misfielded at mid-on. So Davis picks up a run, and that was slightly more positive. He's up to 35. Sorry, Latham up to 14, I beg your pardon. And now Davis is on strike. Still waiting for his first really substantial championship innings of the season. He's made 3 half-centuries.
Because he 1,000 runs last year,
He
and
did.
started the season in fantastic form. He'd got 500 or 600 runs in no time at all.
Round the wicket comes Leach, and Davies stands on one leg and defends it back up the pitch.
I think it's fair to say most of his runs with the bat last season came using the Kookaburra ball.
In April and May, didn't he? He scored
Yeah.
early runs. Big double century here against Durham, I think. Round the wicket comes Leach, and there's a pushed single away through extra cover for Davis. Got 66 here in the opening game against Sussex. A half-century at Durham the following week, and then 60-odd against Hampshire in the second innings here. Leach bowls, floats this up outside off stump, and Latham is content to push it away for no run into the covers. And it's 77 for 1. And Leach moves in again, and it's swept by Latham from outside off stump for 4 runs. He got right to the pitch of that. It was maybe a little bit full, but Latham had positioned himself for the stroke and was quite happy to fetch it round from there.
It's almost like a premeditated shot, that
Yeah.
one. He got himself into position before the ball was been released, and hit it cleanly away through mid-wicket. Man down there, but just went and fetched it from the hover cover.
81 for 1. Now he offers only the front pad to a ball that's moving much wider of off stump, and it's the end of another over. 28 overs of Warwickshire's first innings now are complete, and they're 81 for 1 with 35 to Davis and 18 to Latham. The only man out, Yates, earlier for a bright 17.
Still a fair few spectators in, particularly at the Birmingham end, enjoying the sunshine such as it is, and perhaps getting out of the wind, the shelter out of the wind. A lot of Somerset supporters around. We had a lot in the museum at lunchtime, and in contrast, I didn't see that many on Friday night for the local derby against Worcestershire, Mike. I didn't see huge numbers of Worcestershire supporters.
No, it was
this year.
it was by a measure the largest crowd in the Blast this season here, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, some of the crowds have been disappointing. I
Yeah,
think.
not just here, I think I would say, but yeah, a little bit down on last season.
But good to see the people coming up
Yeah.
and
were well
enjoying the cricket.
entertained, weren't they?
Yeah.
You know, an unusual game. The women's game was good as well, again.
So this one is seeing Davis flick this away through mid-wicket for a single. Pretorius back into the attack,
Yes.
replacing Craig Overton.
And going to the Birmingham end this time, the City end.
Yeah, he got that wicket with his first proper delivery of his opening spell. He bowled a no ball, I think it was, and then he got the wicket of Rob Yates with his first official ball delivery. This time didn't get it at the start of his second spell, but who knows as Latham waits another left-hander. Pretorius just on his way, very straight run in and outside the off stump, and again Latham leans forward, takes the bat out of the way, and watches it go through, sail through harmlessly through to James Rue behind the stumps. A lot of clapping and shouting. Craig Overton there doing the shouting. Tom Cole to Cadmore at slip, and then in front of him at second slip. Overton is a good yard and a half in front of him, as this one is again left by Latham. No shot offered.
Well, Latham is batting at his own pace here,
Yes.
and there's no reason not to.
The deficit's still over 400, 416, so he can bat all day tomorrow, really, can't it? But
Yeah.
it's going to need a long innings. This one is driven, but straight up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well,
Nice.
if they can get to the follow-on point in decent order, so that's at 498, that's going to be, what, 349?
Fine, yep.
So that's the first target, get to there, and it will make it quite difficult for Somerset to win if Warwickshire use up a reasonable amount of the game to get to 349.
And 349 is exactly what India have got at the moment for
right?
6, yeah. And the second innings, this one is driven nicely by Latham through extra cover, but can't beat the dive of, just looking to see if that is there, sprawled on the turf. Partnership of 50 floors round the ground by the eagle-eyed spectators.
In 20 overs.
It takes Warwickshire on to 83 for 1. Brings Davis back onto strike. He's on 36. 27 of the partnership came from Davis as he covers up and pushes this one back up to mid-on. No run. End of another over. 83 for 1. Latham is 19 and 36 to Davis. Jack Leach will continue from this pavilion end as the sun goes back in.
Yes, it's been a good day. I think the weather forecast is set fair, isn't it, for the rest of the match, reasonably? So
Yeah, there was some issue possibly about Wednesday. May have some rain, but just looking on it earlier on today, it looked as though it was a better forecast. Just have another look while we're talking.
Leach is going to bowl in the meantime to start a new over, and Latham goes right back against his stumps and works this to mid-wicket, where he finds the fielder and there isn't a run.
Tomorrow there's some rain in Birmingham, but it's early morning rain,
Right.
6, 7 o'clock, so that...
That won't be an issue. Leach bowls and Latham sweeps. You might even have met that on the full toss. And hits it out to the square leg fielder on the boundary. And they have one run. So Latham up to 20. And he's been there now since 25 to 4. So that's an hour and 10 minutes either side of the interval. But looking unhurried. And now standing, leaning on his bat rather at the non-striker's end. While his county captain, Alex Davis is looking at a man coming in close-ish in on the drive at extra cover. Close enough to want to wear a helmet there. Leach bowls and Davis offers the defensive bat alongside the front pad.
Yeah, just looking to pick up Davis there. If he gets an uppish drive, he's got a man almost square on point, and he's got that short extra cover, so possibly either one of them looking for a slightly false shot.
Leach floats this up, and Davis is content to defend into the covers.
Sometimes he has, when Alex Davis has these long innings, he has a little rush of blood, and sometimes he throws, it almost looks like throws the wicket away.
And this time he just bends his knee or flexes his leg to move the front pad out of the way and allow the ball to hit the bat instead. And again, there's no run. He goes straight back to Leach, who's on his way again, wheels into bowl to Davis, who nudges it and thinks about a quick single and very quickly sees that Kohler Cadmore is coming into field, so he changes his mind and it's the end of the over. One run from that one, the 30th over of Warwickshire's first innings, and that 84 for one. Latham is 20 now, and Davis 36.
The umpires come together to have a little chat. Can't think there's anything. I've not seen or heard anything which necessitates a discussion. They're still busy yattering to each other.
Michael Goff and David Lloyd.
Yeah. So, is it your round tonight or mine?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think they'd just about be playing contemporaries, wouldn't they? My sense is that Graham Lloyd probably a shade older than Michael Goff.
Yes, I would have thought so. Not a lot in it,
No,
though.
not too much, no. So look that up now.
Anyway, they've finished their little cosy chat, and back they go. There's nothing to talk about the light. It's perfect at the moment. And it's going to be Tom Latham to face as Pretorius gets ready at the Birmingham end to come chasing in. Around the wicket and bowls. And it's played defensively by Latham, back up to the bowler as he follows through, and there's no run. The wickets falling around the country. There's certainly a lot more wickets fallen than there have been here at Edgbaston, but Surrey all out in the end for 291, so that's quite a good performance from Worcestershire there. 214, they trail by 77. Here, this one is left by Latham. It goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, this round of Kookaburra games hasn't been so far all about runs being scored everywhere.
No, Notts made a big score in the end against Yorkshire, 487. Nottinghamshire going well and seem to have quite a nicely balanced side this season, I think. They're going to be a difficult one to dislodge.
Yes. I mean, they would have won here had it not rained, probably.
Oh, for sure, I think. This one is driven by Latham, but Pretorius half fields it, but prevents the run. Yeah, the bank holiday Monday,
yes.
which the sun shone for a lot of it, but the ground was so wet, the outfield was so wet, they couldn't get onto it. And
yeah, Warwickshire so far, I reckon, have been denied a win and denied a defeat.
Yeah,
or if that's the right, or they'd been saved once and
frustrated once.
And frustrated once. That's the way to put it. So I'd say that's about square.
Yeah, the Worcestershire one, I think Warwickshire would have won that game, but who knows? This next one is pulled through down to deep square leg, and they get a single. Gets another one to his total. He moves on to 21. Total goes on to 85 for one here in the 31st over. So with the bonus points so far, Warwickshire got one bowling point, I think, and it was 4 batting, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was 430 odd for 5 at the bonus point cut off earlier.
Torres in. Oh, and Davis pushed at this one outside. The rising ball, which Davis sort of didn't quite read, I don't think, and ended up with his foot going back and a last second dab at the ball as it went past him at chest height. But he wasn't able to get a touch to it, but gosh, that was close.
I don't quite know. He didn't make any contact with that. Even to just, trying to pull the bat away, he seemed to get the bat out of the way at the very last moment.
Completely taken by surprise. This one's better. He leans into this one and defends it out into the offside. But that ball, previous ball from Pretorius, really had Davis all over the place. Really awkward looking shot. Anyway, the end of the over from Pretorius. Remains Warwickshire with just the 1 wicket down, 85, trailing by 413. The umpires have had, well, umpire Goff has had something brought out to him, which he's putting into his pocket. So whether he's got a bit of a headache or something, and somebody's brought a tablet out for him or something like that. He's explaining whatever it is to one of the Somerset fielders. We won't know from here.
Leach is going to bowl again, and that turned from outside off stump and followed Latham as he was going back to make room to force it away on the offside, and he's going to get 2 runs.
The ground seemed a long way away for Tom Kohler-Cadmore there as he bent down to pick that one up, and didn't quite get down to it, and it ran under his hand to allow Latham a second run.
And Leach bowls again. He gives this one a bit more air, draws Latham forward, but he's only thinking of defence.
I don't know whether he pulled something there. He's stretching quite, almost like he's just tweaked something there, Mike, in his back or his nether regions. Kohler-Cadmore.
In trots Leach again, and it's a punching drive through extra cover. That's very well timed. Look how quickly that's gone away to the rope for 4. Stroke.
Yeah. It raced away, didn't it?
Showing again, it's not always about how hard you swing the bat, but expertly timed by Latham, who's now 27, and it's 91 for 1, and here's Leach trying again. Latham got a bit tangled up with his front pad there.
One did turn back into him as well. So, from Leach, a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah.
Wasn't going to cause a problem, but probably gone over the top of the stumps, but definitely got a little bit of turn there.
Just a little bit, quite slow turn, but he's getting it. Leach bowls, and forward comes Latham, pushes it up to mid-off.
Just used his feet there, Latham, as he came out the crease and played that one away crisply, but not allowing Leach to get turn there, right to picking it up.
And he's quickly rolling in again, Leach. And once again, Latham is defending. And it's the end of the over. 91 for 1 at the end of it. 27 to Latham. And 36 to Davis, who's been there throughout.
You don't get much respite if you're the man at the other end bowling when Jack
No,
Leach
you
is
don't.
under you. It's, if you want to get a breather. Mind you, I don't know whether you've done it yet, but we're up here on the 3rd floor of this and the lift has broken. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but we're having to go up and down the stairs. And, so I had to do it twice so far today. So I had to go the first time up to the 4th floor, so it won't do me any harm, but that's when you need a breather. Pretorius to continue from the Birmingham end. He's on his way to the right-handed Davis, who waits and drives. Ooh, a loose shot from Ranks Davis. That was a no ball. I'd say he heard that shout early on, but I think he was already committed. He ended up with a one-handed shot. No foot movement at all. Just trying to drive it away through the offside, but no ball is called by Michael Goff, and so it counts for naught. Now, last time he bowled a no ball, he got a wicket with his next delivery.
He did.
So let's see what he does this time. The sun's still hidden behind the clouds as Pretorius is in to Davis, who It's this, and he's really taken at the backward point. A terrific attempt there, but ball doesn't even make the boundary. But for a second, he looked like he'd repeated the dose with a wicket. Davis gets away with one, loose up his shot.
Was a chance for Vaughan, I think. At backward point, he was in the air when the ball came to him and got hands to it.
I think he got both hands, didn't he? As he dived across up to his right. It would have been a terrific catch had he been able to hold on to it.
He's looking a bit crestfallen. He shouldn't really, but such is the standard of fielding that you now see that it's almost a surprise he didn't hold on.
Davis, a little bit of a life. This one he runs away to Vaughan, who is quickly onto that and plays it, throws it back into James Rue. Yeah, one or two of the players just going over and saying, good effort, but he does definitely look as though his world's crumpled in on him at the moment. But he did get hold of that one, Davis. He gave it everything.
Yes, it's been a rather loose start to this over from Alex Davis.
Waits. In comes Pretorius, driven, but straight back to Pretorius as he follows through, and he has a word with Davis at the same time.
And Davis has been there for 2 hours now, either side of tee, battling these out. And that's fine. There's another hour and a half probably to bat tonight if you wanted. But it is not necessarily at the moment, really flamboyant stroke maker conditions, but there are lots of runs to be had if you can hang about.
Into Davis, who drives beautifully away through extra cover, but not quite enough, I don't think, to reach the boundary. He's picked the longest boundary on the ground to go for. He will get back for 3 as that one's chased down, and just in front of the Thwaite scoreboard. 3 more to the total. Takes Warwickshire on to 98 for 1. Takes Davis on to 41. Brings Latham onto strike. The lights, there's some sort of almost like a spotlights on the Hollies stand, which have come on and shining quite brightly. It's dull, but it's a little bit more overcast. As Pretorius round the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who turns this one away down 2 deep backward square leg and gets the single.
They're as bright as security lights or television studio lights.
Yeah, they're that type of light, aren't they? They're only on that stand. They're not around the rest of the ground. It's just there.
The umpire Goff just had a little look there as to where Pretorius is putting his feet on his follow through. So I don't think Pretorius was watching at the time, but he might take heed of that.
This one is glanced away down and really well stopped by Vaughan this time. That's good fielding. Backward point, goes diving across. That was looking like it could run down to the third man boundary, but Archie Vaughan, who was unlucky not to get that catch earlier in the over, makes a really good stop there with his left hand diving along, running and diving and keeping it down to a single. And that single brings up the Warwickshire 100. It's come exactly 33 overs. Latham is 28, Davis is 42, and the one man out was Rob Yates, who was caught by James Rue off the bowling of Pretorius for 17. So do this one more over and then I'll make way for Anthony. Or are you doing a double change or a single?
Can do.
Might
do. Yeah, might do. Leach is going to. There's going to be plenty of time left for everybody. I think there's still 20 overs to go. Leach is going to bowl again from this end. The breeze is still up, still ruffling the sheet that forms the sight screen.
Going to be interesting day's cricket at Leeds tomorrow. 3:49 for 9 now. India.
Okay. Had a little
collapse there.
So, well, England won't be able to resist the temptation of giving that a chase on the last day. Well, this is turned away by Davis for 1 run to go to 43 through the leg side.
Josh Tongue has taken 3 wickets in 4 balls.
Oh, good for him. Well, he's had a good. He got 4 in the first innings eventually, didn't he? So turned into a useful game for him. And now here is Latham on strike, who's been made a very patient 28 so far, and he's got a slip and a short leg now for company. As he watches Leach trotting towards him, and he's not stumped.
Dear.
But he might have been. He was drawn forward there, Latham, and that looked as though it might have turned out of the foot marks, but either way, he got past his forward push, and from that point on, I think he would have expected to be stumped. He scrambled back, but he wasn't.
No,
So
that was
one miss by Rue.
That's a genuine miss, and that.
Leach goes in again, and it's turned away on the leg side.
Yeah, he'll stand there all afternoon and take those, and in the end, just couldn't, as it came through, just took it and just bumbled it.
101 for 1. Now Latham sweeps, as he has done a few times. He ends Leach, and he's hit that well in front of square, and it's going to be 4 runs. Good strike again. He's played that shot very well on 3 or 4 occasions now, and each time he's fetched it from quite a long way outside off stump and hit it well in front of square.
Just rub a little bit of salt into the wound for Jack Leach. Just looking at that one again here. And, yes, it just missed the ball. It hit it straight through his gloves into his chest for James Rue.
Yep.
He was watching, and rather than looking at the ball.
Now he's down early here, Latham, because the fine leg had moved around a bit squarer. He gets back to cover in time to make sure they only get 1 run. And takes it to 106 for 1. And Davis back on strike, flexes his knees, waits for Leach coming left arm round the wicket. And he defends, and it's the end of the over. So 106 for 1.
I should bring Anthony back in here. Okay, thanks, Mike.
All right. We'll have Anthony and Dermot again. I'll come back for 6 o'clock, I think. So yeah, we'll have a change. Let Anthony come in here with a couple of opportunities in the last 10 minutes, having just passed Somerset by, and they can't miss too many opportunities on a pitch like this one, Anthony.
Well, it's 3 opportunities spurned so far. 2 catches, admittedly quite difficult catches, have been put down. One by Craig Overton at slip when Tom Latham was reverse sweeping, when he went the wrong way and then corrected himself, but couldn't get back across. As Pretorius bowls, and a swing and a miss from Tom Latham, who's not been looking particularly secure. Archie Vaughan putting down a difficult chance as well at backward point, and then a straightforward stumping opportunity muffed by James Rue in that last Jack Leach over. And it's a bit dispiriting for a bowler, isn't it? When you know, when you've beaten the batsman, all ends up, and you don't get the wicket. Here's Pretorius in and bowls, driven away through the offside by Latham for 4 runs. Moves on to 37, 110 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot, square drive from Tom Latham. It was a wide half volley from Pretorius, but he is finding a little bit of movement. He seems to be getting a little bit of late swing. I'm just wondering if it's a touch of reverse swing now that this Kookaburra's 34 overs old. But promising signs for the bowler. And Tom Latham's not just going to sit and prod. He will still go for his shots on such a good wicket.
Pretorius coming around the wicket to the left-hander in and bowls, and Latham plays that into the offside. Somerset are going to win this game. They've got to take every opportunity that comes their way, and so far they haven't. And for a side that pride themselves on their fielding, it's not been a great performance. Admittedly, the 2 catches were difficult, but Craig Overton doesn't miss much. Pretorius bowls to Latham, who turns that out through the onside. Tom Lammonby quickly across, sends in the left arm return, and they take the single. 111 for 1.
Yeah, that was a fairly straight ball. It was on the stumps, but with the angle of Pretorius round the wicket, it just creates that angle for Tom Latham to knock it on the leg side and through square leg for an easy single. But anyway, we've got Nelson up, 1-1-1 for 1.
Pretorius in bowls to Davies, who covers up, plays out into the offside. And there is no run.
But definite movement, absolutely. A little bit of reverse swing there coming into Davies. He's got it going slightly away from Latham. And sometimes that's all you need as a bowler, just that little bit of movement, a little bit of assistance.
Pretorius to Davies, who edges this just wide of Craig Overton. It wouldn't have been a chance, didn't carry to him. And it wouldn't have been a chance to third slip either, I don't think, as Davies kept it down, played that with soft hands, brings in 4 runs, takes him on to 47, takes the score on to 115 for 1, and well, Nelson nearly doing its worst, but
yeah, there's a
Davies survives.
Twitchy shot from Davies. He's got that occasional, he's just actually going through some perhaps better options now at the crease, but that bounced a little bit on him and he just played a little sort of late cut, just a bit wristy, and guided it down sort of to where third slip would have been. He got him 4 runs, but not without a bit of risk.
Leach to bowl another over, his 8th, number 23 so far. Should have had a wicket in his last, as he bowls to Latham, who runs it down to backward point, with James Root fluffing a straightforward stumping chance. He's not the best wicketkeeper to spin, James Root. This is swept up in the air and lands safe. Leach coming through in his follow through, and James Root coming from behind the stumps. Neither of them could get to that ball as it looped up in the air.
I think he got the toe of the bat on it, and then it just came ballooned up off the pad, but luckily for Latham, fell safe.
Leach again, and this time Latham defends. Well, there is a little bit of turn for Jack Leach. He's bowled particularly well at the left-hander, using the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Leach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is a paddle sweep from Latham. It'll just be a single as Tom Abel anticipates well and moves from square leg to short fine leg to do the fielding. 116 for 1. Latham on to 39. Means that Jack Leach has the right-hander to bowl at. Leach in and bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, just tucked into the onside for a single. Kohler Cadmore with that mane of hair poking out from underneath his Somerset cap does the fielding. He had a very extravagant mullet last season, did Kohler Cadmore. This time he's affecting this great big mop of hair. Leach to Latham, who's back on his stumps and beaten again by one that bounces and turns from out of the bowler's footmarks and gets away with it again. He's living a bit of a charmed life, is Tom Latham, but he's still there on 39. Alex Davies is on 48. The pair of them have added 84 for the second wicket so far. It's 117 for 1.
Well, that was big turn, that last ball, and bounce as well. Latham went to play it off the back foot, looking actually perhaps to get it away square on the offside with a cut shot or a back foot drive, and it bit and bounced and came back and hit him in the body about around where his box would be. So definite promising signs for Jack Leach and for Somerset, that there is a bit of turn, and there is obviously a few more left-handers, or at least one to come.
Matt Henry back into the attack. He has bowled 6 overs, not been at his best really. Certainly his first over went for 8 runs plus 4 leg byes. He's bowling to Alex Davies. It brings this one back into Davies and just shies at the stumps, but Davies hadn't wandered out of his crease. So nothing is done. 117 for 1.
Yeah, and that had a hint of reverse swing. You can sort of tell by the lateness of the ball moves. It's not prodigious swing, but it is definitely happening.
Henry in and bowls, brings this one back in towards Alex Davies, who turns it into the onside. Tom Abel clapping his hands, encourages teammates. Tom Abel, having captained Somerset for 7 seasons, done his bit. Handed over the reins to Lewis Gregory at the start of last season. Henry in a bowls is driven back to him, and again he's missed fields of his own bowling, and that is going to cost 3 runs, I think. There's a good stop down there. I think that's Tom Banton who's gone sprinting after that. They come back for 3 runs, and that is Alex Davies's 50.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, nice straight drive, but surprisingly the ball went through Matt Henry's legs. It nutmegged him as he went down to field it, and it's cost him 3 runs, which won't please him.
Certainly won't.
And whoever's doing the chasing down there was a valiant effort to rein it in and save 1 run. But
it was Tom Banton.
Tom Banton. He has slightly hurt himself.
Yeah, he's wearing the fielding pads. Won't have helped either, which he's wearing. At 109 balls and 5 fours for Alex Davies's 50.
Yeah, good start. Nice captain's knock at the top of the order.
Here's Henry into his fellow New Zealander, Tom Latham. These two will know each other extremely well, as both opponents and teammates from New Zealand.
And a good field set here. There's only the 1 slip, but he's standing, it's Overton, he's standing at about 2nd, all on his own. But there is a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket for the poke drive, and he's going to bowl full.
Henry bowls bouncer.
Most of the time.
Yeah, well,
he's going to bowl full most of the time.
It was a bluff.
And he's looking for sort of little drive shots that might bring about an edge or a little catch to those 2 men that are posted at short extra cover and short mid-wicket. And he should be bowling that fullish length because the ball is getting a little bit of late swing now.
There's Henry in bowls, and this is played away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Jack Leach isn't going to chase that down. And just a little bit short and a little bit wide from Matt Henry, and Tom Latham says thank you very much. Picks up 4 runs, takes him on to 43, 124 for 1. We've got 16 overs remaining in the day's play, so that's roughly an hour's play. Probably will be an hour's play as long as Jack Leach keeps bowling from this pavilion end.
Yeah, disappointing end to the over. He had found himself a little bit of swing, but he let 1 through his legs for 3, and that last one, as you say, was a little bit short, a little bit wide, and 100% of a gift to Tom Latham. Said thank you very much, I'll take 4 for that.
And Finn Hill is on as a sub for not sure who, but it might be Mickey Pretorius actually. Oh no, he's
Collar Cadmore, I think.
Oh, it's Collar Cadmore, yeah. You're quite right.
And a slip and a short drive man for Leach to Davies.
He's in and bowls. Davies comes forward, plays it out to Josh Davey at extra cover. That's Tom Lammonby in. No, it's not. It might be. This is slog swept. Archie Vaughan will cut it off, and the deep sends in the return. Single is taken, 125 for one.
Yeah, that was a bit of an out of the blue shot from Alex Davies. It was a sweep, but as you say, a slog sweep. He actually didn't try and keep it down. Hit in front of square, it was in the air.
Leach to Latham. Paddle sweep, anticipated by Tom Abel. Gets across to short fine leg to do the fielding. Sends in the return. They've got plenty of time to take a single. 126 for one. Still 372 behind. But going along, I wouldn't say without too many excitements, but because there have been one or two. And this one turns, and it's a little bit short, and Alex Davis is able to adjust to the turn and run it off the open face down to short third man, where it's fielded by Tom Abel. But there is some spin here for Jack Leach to work with, and a little bit of reverse swing for the quicker bowlers. And again, Leach bowls, and Davies defends. That one just straightened. Leach in and bowls, and this is played to backward point where Tom Abel fields. End of another tidy over from Jack Leach, 9 overs, and he's conceded 27 runs in the course of those 9 overs. It's 126 for one, 44 to Latham, 52 to Alex Davies, and the partnership now 93, approaching 3 figures.
And Latham has chosen to play a little paddle, a premeditated paddle sweep that he gets fine. The last couple of balls he's faced off Jack Leach, and it's brought him about a single and got him down the other end. And I think the next time he's on strike, if I was captain, I would bring Tom Abel up from sort of 45, stopping one to a leg slip, and encourage him to try and play it again.
Here's Henry in bowling outside the off stump to Tom Latham, who has nothing whatever to do with it. Finn Hill there at short extra cover. Got short extra cover, short mid wicket, men out at deep cover and deep square leg, just the one slip. As Henry's in bowls outside the off stump again to Latham, quite a long way outside the off stumps. Maybe it's a tactic, a ploy, just to try and tempt him into chasing a wide one.
I've got my mind racing with potential ploys for Jack Leach to get Tom Latham out.
Henry in and bowls, and this one is closer to the batsman who just lets it run off his bat.
One could be that you get Jack Leach to bowl it slower, but you get rid of that man totally at short fine leg. So he's a little paddle, he brings him runs. But then Overton, when he gets down to do it, Overton runs across from first slip. He goes to the leg side.
Yeah.
And he might get a catch.
Henry in and bowls, and Latham reaches for this, as was no doubt the Somerset intention, but it goes perfectly safely down to the third man boundary for 4 runs, 130 for 148 to Tom Latham.
Yeah, he didn't look in control of the shot. He obviously knew that it was a vacant area, so it was really a deliberate late cut, but it was in the air through the gully area. But with a score of nearly 500 on the board, you don't mind the odd boundary.
Henry in and bowls. This one again is run down to third man, and well, that was a bit of a gift from Matt Henry, really. And that's Tom Latham's 50. 95 balls with 8 fours for his 52, and it brings up the century partnership with Alex Davies. 101 they've put together in the space of 180 deliveries.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries going into the same area, and Matt Henry was scratching his head at the end of that last delivery. He wasn't pleased with it. They've got Overton's now moved to about a 4th slip.
Here's Henry into Latham, who gets a good ball, which he defends in conventional fashion. It's the end of another over. 39 overs have now been bowled. 14 remain in the day's play. It's 134 for 1. And this game, the longer this day goes on, the more sharply the words draw appear on one's view of what may be in store.
I think you have to say for the moment it's actually been slightly Warwickshire's day in terms of picking up those last 5 wickets for 50, and then getting a start here of 134 for 1. They're still a long way behind, 364 behind, but for the moment, you'd say they've probably had slightly the better day of it than Somerset, who were only 3 wickets down after the first day's play.
I wouldn't disagree. Leach then to Davies, who's forward defending.
Yeah, I'd still rather be in Somerset's position.
Yeah. Warwickshire's still a long way from being certain of avoiding the follow-on. That's slapped away through the offside, and we'll go for 4 from Alex Davies. That sort of wristy offside.
Yeah, that's the old sort of Virat Kohli style sort of cover drive where you crack your wrists through the shot. With Alice sort of Josh Butler, when he's in full flow, he drives the ball like that, and it means you're going to increase your bat speed through the shot as opposed to slowing it down. But you've got to meet the ball late, and Alex Davies did on that occasion.
Leach tries again. This time is a sweep down to deep backward square leg, where Archie Vaughan will cut it off and send in the return. 139 for 1.
And a more controlled sweep that was from Alex Davies. Went from up to down, kept the ball down, less chance of getting a top edge. But Tom Latham, there's still that man, I think it's still Tom Abel, is it? Who's at...
Yeah, but on the 45.
Not quite fine enough.
Leach in and bowls. This one turns, but it's short, and Latham can just rock back and play it out through the offside for a comfortable single. 140 for 1. Somerset badly in need of a breakthrough. They've had their opportunities. 2 catches have gone down and a stumping chance has been missed. And these two looking more and more, 2 batsmen looking more and more comfortable out there. The false shots have dried up. Leach to Davies, and played square of the wicket. Tom Abel fields at point. There's no run. Most of the crowd still here. It's just coming up to 10 to 6. Leach gives this one a little bit more air, and a hint of a leading edge there from Alex Davies, but perfectly safe. Back along the pitch, Jack Leach takes his sweater from umpire Graham Lloyd and wanders off to his fielding position, having bowled 9 overs, I think it is now, for 33 runs, and having had a catch put down by Craig Overton at slip and a missed stumping chance, both involving Tom Latham, who's still there on 53.
And a very important partnership for Warwickshire this has been. Partnership now of 107 of 187 deliveries, so going along at a reasonable rate. Both batsmen have been pretty watchful for the best part of it, and Craig Overton's tried to ring the changes with a few funky field placements. He's now got himself at 4 slip. There's a backward point and a deep cover.
Matt Henry in a bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Tom Latham.
Yeah, slightly, I think, encouraging that sort of guide to third man of that Tom Latham's done a couple of times and got himself a couple of boundaries, because leaving that open, the batsman finds it a bit hard to resist. He thinks there's an easy 4 there, but you're looking for that nick to the keeper or guide it straight to slip.
This is through to James Rue. Just looking on Facebook. Kean Roberts, batting 7, has made a ton for Somerset second 11. By comparison, Sean Dixon made 35, Andy made 59, and Lewis Goldsworthy and Will Smead just 27 between them. Pretty good Somerset second 11, as this is dropped into the offside. Jack Leach quickly onto it, and there's no run. Did think that Will Smead might have been called up to open the innings with Josh Davey. He's been batting well in the blast, and he is now on an all formats contract, glad to say, but he's yet to break into the championship side outside the off stump, and Latham thinks about having a nibble at that, but decides against. Lets it go through to
yeah, it was a
James
late decision to let it go. Had a little flinch with his hands, but got the bat up and out the way in time. Good line of length from Henry. He's asked better questions of Latham this over so far.
Henry bowls outside the off stump to Latham. I've just noticed the billboards above the Hollies stand. U Bears, established 1882. I don't think they were known as the U Bears in 1882. I don't think they were known as U Bears in your day, were they, Dermot?
No, it's sort of what people in the crowds shout out, though.
I know it is.
Bears.
Yeah. U Bears. Henry in a bowls, and this is on middle of the leg, turned down to long leg for a single. 141 for one. Archie Vaughan doing the fielding. Not many in the Hollies stand. In fact, I can count them for you. There's 1, 2, 3, and there's a gentleman sitting right on his own at the very back of the Hollies stand, in the shade as well. I think there are 6 or 7 spectators in total in that big stand. End of that over. 141 for one. 54 to Latham and 57 to Davies. Did you get decent crowds here in the county championship back in the 1990s?
I think they were a bit more vocal, because I do remember my first innings here at Edgbaston, where I left the ball from Paul Jarvis that nipped back and bowled me or got me LBW.
Yeah.
And as I walked off, I got this fan who shouted out, "Try using your bat next time, Reeve." So there used to be a group that sat together that quite enjoyed the odd sledge that they would shout out to the Warwickshire fielders if we weren't doing very well, or the batsman who had failed.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, they weren't like this at Sussex.
They're much more polite.
They would have been shouting out, "Bad luck,
Bad luck,
old chap."
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, especially under the captaincy of John Barclay. Good old Trout. This is short from Overton, who's come into the attack from this pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Latham.
And we've got the leg theory for the pull shot happening. We've got 3 back on the leg side, and we saw this as a plan for Che Simmons when he bowled. And Overton taking a little, if you like, little idea out of the Warwickshire playbook. Still got a short leg in.
He's in and bowls a bouncer, short ball. Latham just ducks out of the way. I don't think Tom Latham will be so inclined to take the bait as Tom Kohler-Cadmore was. Tom Kohler-Cadmore just regarded it as a challenge to his virility.
Right.
And, you know, if that's what they're going to do, I'm going to smash it over the top of them. And in the end, he didn't. But I don't think Latham is of that mindset. And he turns this into the onside. It was a little bit uppish there. Overton with his hands on his head, but not near any of the fielders on the onside.
Yeah, not too far away from sort of short leg, who's a bit deep, who might manage to get a catch straight off the face, but it went behind square, but only by a couple of yards behind square, and the short leg's probably 2 yards in front of square.
Single is taken, 142 for one. It means that Overton will bowl to the right-handed Alex Davies, and again we've got the trap set with fine leg, backward square leg, 2/3 of the way back, and a deep mid wicket.
Yeah,
and deepish.
Not all the way. They're not back all the way, so they're still slightly tempting, Davies. But 6-3 leg side field, and there is also a man deep on the offside who's at a very fine third man.
He's Overton in and bowls the right line, bowling at Alex Davis's body, but he just ducks out of the way, not to be tempted. Having set the same trap himself, he'll know perfectly well what the.
Well, it's like the old body line theory, but these days you can only have 2 men behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, but as Overton is in and bowls another short ball, but Jardine and Larwood had 3 or 4 short legs.
Yeah,
I mean, they weren't fielders out in the deep. Larwood was bowling at the batsman's body and getting them to fend it off.
Do you think it was brilliant captaincy by Jardine? I mean, Don Bradman, I think, only averaged 50 instead of 100.
Yeah, that's true.
In that series.
Overton in and bowls, and that's played back to him by Alex Davies. Yeah, I mean, it was perfect. You know, it was legal at the time.
Yep.
It wasn't liked. The Australians didn't like it, and the MCC didn't like it.
Yep, and it brought about rule change. But I think it was a.
But it's. I'm glad it's been outlawed, I must say, because it would be, not a very nice. It's 6 o'clock. I'm going to go. Mike Taylor he's got to do his report. I'll leave you with Mike Dermot.
Okie doke. I thought that was a bit of Trumpton time. It's 6 o'clock. And it's still going to be Matt Henry from the city end.
I must say that gave the whole thing rather more fanfare than it deserves, frankly. Me coming burbling on for 30 seconds about what everybody listening to this has already heard for the last hour, but nevertheless, it's a living. Henry is running towards us from the Birmingham end, and Latham is pushing away on the offside. And there is a run. Sorry, Anthony. Look, of course, chaos in here now. Latham is 55 and Davies 57. This has been entirely a satisfactory partnership as far as Warwickshire are concerned, even if there have been 1 or 2 scares along the way. But so long as these two are together up to the close tonight, then they will be not badly placed. Henry bowls and Latham is easily into position to play this away into the covers. Right, I'm going to do this now and then we'll carry on as you were. Bear with. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, close to the end of the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Somerset, and their captain, Alex Davis, and the captain of New Zealand, Tom Latham, are steering Warwickshire towards a reasonably safe position at 142 for 1. They've added 109 for the second wicket. With a few alarms, Latham survived a stumping chance off Jack Leach, and Davis steered a difficult catch to backward point that was dropped, but otherwise they have accumulated steadily in reply to Somerset's 498. Both past half centuries to now to Latham 56 and Davies 57. Warwickshire at 143 for 1, 355 behind. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. There. But you already knew all of that if you've been listening all day. And
so I've got a question.
Oh, yes.
I've got a question. Is it Alex Davies or Davis? Because there is an E in it.
yes,
So I'd be saying Davies.
I think it really depends if you're from Lancashire or not.
Right.
At least, I don't know, I like to think that way. You're I suppose, more correct than I am, but Davies is pushing it away on the offside. This is probably worth saying because the captain of the Bears women, as they're known, Warwickshire women, and we've had a lot of double-header games here in the 2020s in the last few weeks, is Georgia Davis, without an E.
Without an E.
So, yes, I probably ought to be more...
Well, I don't know. I'm happy
I want
to get it right. I probably have to
I might
ask
ask him. I might ask him when he comes up next time. This is pushed away on the offside for no run. But yes, he's Davies with an E. There is a big display board somewhere in the stadium which shows both captains posing together, and has Davies one side with an E and Davies the other side without one, which is very close to being perfect branding, I suppose. Here's Henry with an H running into bowl and beats Davis on the outside the off stump, nibbling at that, trying to maybe guide it to third man. It's the end of the over, 143 for 1. See, I didn't go into radio because I can spell, Dermot.
Right.
I'll leave that to television.
Well, I used to get my mum ringing me up and going, it's not that. She used to have a go at me if I said there's 3 slips.
Oh, I see.
You know, there's 3 slips, a gully.
Yes.
She'd go, no, there are.
There are 3 slips.
There are 3 slips. And I'm going, well, yeah, there's 3 slips.
Yes.
Isn't it important that people just understand what I'm saying? Oh, no. You need to say there are 3 slips.
Yes.
So, English wasn't my strong suit.
I'm going to allow... I'm going to...
What would you say? Would you say there's 3 slips?
If I was concentrating, I'd say there's 3 slips, and I suspect listeners will have a judge later in the day that I'll probably get less grammatically correct.
Yeah.
Feel free to send your complaints on a postcard. This is Overton starting a new over from the pavilion end, and it's turned away into the leg side by Latham for no run.
And just for Mum, there are no slips.
There are no slips.
We've got no slips. We've got 3 back on the leg side boundary. So there's 3 back on the leg side boundary. And there's a deep third man who's very fine for that sort of uppercut if Latham was to play it.
Round the wicket comes Overton, and Latham is ducking underneath it and allowing the ball to go through to James Rue. I find this job's far too difficult if you're going to start being grammatically correct.
Yeah.
Whatever next.
Both my parents were teachers, so...
Oh, well, you had no excuse then.
But Mum was a mathematician, but she was still trying to correct me on my grammar.
I have children to do that. Here's Overton coming round the wicket in sunshine and bowling another bouncer. And again, Latham is having nothing to do with it, other than flexing underneath it. And it's through to the wicket keeper. So I enjoyed hearing you mention Trevor Penny's name, by the way, here early on. I used to get to the ground when I was a student, came here quite a lot.
TP.
Yeah, I used to get here early to watch his fielding drill, because that was a thing. Overton bowls. This time Latham does indulge himself in a pull at a ball that doesn't get up quite so much, and he guides it comfortably to the long leg, a little bit in from the boundary, and they take 1 run. But it was worth coming early to see Trevor Penny throwing.
He was
at 1
fantastic
stump.
fielder.
Yeah.
And a real dead-eye Dick. He'd hit that stump from side on, just 1 stump on view, and he got a great run out for us, I think, in a NatWest final.
Yes, he did.
Against Worcester, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, to have someone like him, you think, well, he probably averaged 40 with the bat.
Yes.
But he probably saved you 10 runs in innings.
Oh, for sure.
In the field.
Yes.
So really, he was a 50.
He was a little bit ahead of his time in a way, because now fielding standards are, I think, generally higher.
Yeah.
Overton bowls a wild short delivery, and Davis doesn't even bother ducking at that. He just disdainfully wanders away. But the standards have raised since the 90s, and people at that time said, well, fielding standards have gone up, but it was led by people like him. And he went on to coach, didn't he? And
Yeah,
was a
he's
specialist
still
fielding coach.
he's still coaching.
He's still doing, yeah.
Doing his work around the world as a specialist fielding coach.
Yeah, he did very good service to this club. Overton bowls Fuller, and Davis is in position and defends back at the pitch, and it's the end of the over. 57 to Davis and 57 to Latham, and it's 144 for 1, and there are 9 overs remaining today. Well, if you wanted, you could probably play a bit longer in sunshine like this.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's turned out a lovely evening.
And it's been, Warwickshire have, as you were saying to Anthony a few minutes ago, barring anything dramatic happening in the next 20 minutes, they've had really quite comfortably the better of today, considering the situation they could have been facing.
Absolutely. You know, if it had been 600,
Yeah.
and then we're 50 for 3 as an overnight, but 144 for 1 is much better.
Henry bowls a ball that keeps going, but is well judged by Latham, and it goes past the off stump. Yeah, because even at lunch at 440 for 5, you thought, well, there's still a reasonable chance of 600, and they've ended up nowhere near it.
Yeah.
And it does make a difference, because you look now, Warwickshire 350 behind roughly, so they need 200 more to avoid the follow-on. And if they do that, it's quite hard to see Somerset winning from there. Henry bowls, and maybe there was just an inside edge on that. Latham was on his way forward, and Henry seemed to swallow an appeal he was about to go up for, as if maybe that just nibbled the inside edge on the way to the pad.
Yeah, just came back slightly from outside off, and Latham's been leaving the ball well, but that one he did have to play at because it came back, and he defends it nice and late.
Henry's quickly on his way again to bowl to Latham, who is just pushing this into the ground, and Kohler Cadmore's come quite close in on the offside now. He's hurrying there to seize on it. I do wonder whether batters sometimes you get in a rhythm of I know where this is going. I can leave it here happily on this line, and you're almost not ready for the change-up delivery, the surprise delivery.
Yeah, I mean that's where as a batsman you just got to clear your mind and just react to the ball.
Henry bowls and Latham pushes away on the offside, and they do take one this time. It's quite well guided past Kohler Cadmore. Yes, the next ball he's not determined by the previous ball, but you can fall into that trap, can't you?
Well, I think there's times in say one-day cricket where you're wanting the batsman to think.
Yes.
You set the field for a slower ball, or you hint. You might actually say to the bowler, "Bowl slow." Yeah. You're trying to get in the batsman's head so that he is trying to predict what's coming.
Henry bowls over the wicket to the right-handed Davis, who drives but doesn't time it very well, and it rolls out to extra cover. He doesn't get a run.
Yeah, his timing's improved in the last sort of hour of his batting. 57 off 128. He's been overtaken by Tom Latham, who's on 58 off 117.
Henry hurries in to complete the over, and Davis turns it into the leg side. There's no run, and it's 145 for 1. This will be good time in the middle, though, for Alex Davis. Tuning back into 4-day cricket, because they've spent the last 3 weeks playing only T20 cricket. And he'll be better for time in the middle, because he hasn't really had a long innings this season. He's made 3 half-centuries. This is his 4th in the championship this year, but nothing higher than 66. And his record says he's a better player than that. So sometimes just that time and the form comes back.
Yeah, I mean, you quite often get asked the question, how difficult is it to go from one format, say, to another? It's a bit like my argument of what number's on the back of your shirt when you you're facing up, whether you've been batting at number 3 or number 8.
Yeah.
But just because you're down at number 9 doesn't mean you've got to bat like a tail ender.
No.
But it's just all one ball at a time.
Here's Overton bowling down the leg side. Well, he is claiming a catch. I was going to say they are claiming a catch, but James Rue wasn't. He just gathered the ball in. And from the moment Overton saw that Rue wasn't going up for it, the air went out of that appeal. Because it's no good just one of you.
Yeah, you should probably get a warning for running on the wicket here, because Overton, as it's gone down the leg side, he's run right across the middle of the pitch.
Yes, he shouldn't do that really, but in his excitement.
Yeah. You've got to keep your eye on the odd cricketers out there. That it's that sort of grey area, the grey area of what's fair and.
Yes.
But he's just had a long chat here with. I think that's Josh Davey, who's come running over from square leg just to give him a bit of advice, and Tom Latham saying, "I'm not ready."
It's a fielder, not at short leg, but he's about 4 pitches width back, wearing the helmet, reasonably close in case Latham should fend off this short delivery, but he ducks right underneath it and allows it to go through to Rue. So they are persisting with the leg side field. So there is on the leg side a mid-on and mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg. There's that man in about 15 yards from the bat at shortish square leg, and a backward square leg and a long leg. And Latham avoids them all, at least with the ball in the air, by knocking it straight into the ground and going through for a single.
What he should be doing is all these short balls that he's whacking into the middle of the pitch that are going harmlessly over the batsman's head. He should be holding the ball cross seam.
Oh, yes.
So that at least you're scuffing. You've got every chance the ball might land on the, you've got a shiny side and a rough side. But the rougher the rough side gets, the more reverse swing you'll get.
The better
so
it will be.
Bowling a few overs of cross seam short like this can quite often be a plan to let's try and help the ball naturally get a bit of reverse without, calling for a bottle top.
No, of course.
Or sandpaper, which people have done in the past.
And the nature of these pitches, they're very hard. It's quite abrasive. Overton bowls and spears this in towards Davies' pads, and he was again thinking about going up to appeal for that, but it was going well down the leg side, so he doesn't.
It didn't really reverse. It was just sort of an angled in.
This is the 46th over, so there's plenty more time with this ball yet to try and rough it up in the hope it will start to behave differently. Overton bowls, bangs this one in, almost hits himself on the toe with it, and it loops harmlessly over Davies, who's not the tallest man, and through to Rue. And he's got the mirror image field on the other side that they had to the left-hander. So again, there's the shortish square leg, and then Colin Cadmore is almost directly in line behind him.
Yeah, it's the old
normal square
3 in a row.
Yeah, there are actually, yes. There's this deep square legs.
10 yards, 25 yards, and 60 yards, sort of away from the batsman, all square on the leg side, just in front, because they've got to be in front because there's 2 other men who are behind square at deep fine leg and sort of a deep long leg or deep backward.
And the umpire that end, Michael Goff, has gone to point so he can get a clear view of it. Overton bowls, and this is guided by Davies all along the ground, out to deep fine leg, and he takes 1. And so far, they have been playing the bowling along this method with some degree of comfort. Davies, his first run for 25 minutes, takes him to 58. Latham is 59. And at the end of the over, with 7 more to bowl today, it's 147 for 1.
Yeah, they don't look like falling into the trap of if you decide to take it on and have a hook and the ball's up around your head height, it's difficult to control. You might get a little glove through to the keeper. Sometimes the ball comes off at a different pace from that length. You see it in one-day cricket used a lot, the slower ball bounce.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
you know, the batsman doesn't quite get the rhythm of the shot. But on this occasion, Latham and Davies are just getting out the way of really the short one and waiting for something a bit lower, sort of around the ribs, that they can just work for a single. And I thought we'd get a little bit of spin before the close, because it was Jack Leach who's looked the most likely to remove a batsman, more likely to remove Latham. But we've got Archie Vaughan coming on from the City end.
Yes, and he's very much modelled on his dad, isn't he? He's coming from the City end, and he's going to have a slip and a short leg. Rob Yates, who is a not dissimilar bowler, picked up 3 cheap wickets from that end earlier on, bowling in this manner. And forward comes Davis, and he wants a run, pushing it away to extra cover, and trots through for it to give the left-hander the potential problem of the ball turning away from out of the footmarks. So Latham is going to take a moment to set himself for this. And there's just to slip the close catcher. There's a man in on the flick drive at mid-wicket. And Vaughan comes round the wicket and sends this down the leg side. Taken neatly by Rue. 6 more overs to come after this one today. So, bearing in mind they're 8 overs extra to bowl carried over from yesterday, then they're not very far behind the clock really. This is pushed away by Latham from in front of his front pad, and there's no run into the leg side. More orthodox field for the off spin, although there is a man back at deep square leg. Forward comes Latham, bat and pad together. There's a man in for the sweep if he pulls it round the corner. It's about 45 degrees on the leg side. Latham goes back and tries to pull this more aggressively. Doesn't really get it out of the middle of the bat, but he's going to get a run anyway, as it's fielded at the mid-wicket. So Latham goes to 60.
And there are definite similar characteristics, aren't there? It's the first time I've seen Archie Vaughan bowl his off breaks, but there are definite similarities with his father Michael, who bowled occasional off spin.
Yes, it's first time I've seen him in person, as it were. I've seen him on the
follow through and the standing square to the
yes.
to the batsman is very much Michael Vaughan-esque.
Yes. Watching Dad in back garden cricket. Here he comes, Vaughan, and Davis with both feet pointing down the pitch defends back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 149 for 1, 60 to Latham, 59 to Alex Davies, and they're doing a tidy job moving Warwickshire towards the close, and a position not of confirmed safety in the game by any means, because there's still a lot of batting to do before they get to that, but nevertheless avoiding most of the traps that might have come to them this afternoon. And given where they could have been at the end of this day, had Somerset made 600 that we thought they were going to, they'd still be a long, long way short of avoiding the follow-on. Whereas now they seem well on course. Here's Overton, and he's going to try the muscle method again with 6 on the leg side.
Well, if they bat well tomorrow, they might have a lead by the end of the day.
Well, there's every chance. Yeah, there'll be about 200 from the follow-on by tea, so or by the close tonight, so they could be reach that by tea and then see where you get from there. This might have taken Latham on the pad, or maybe an inside edge into the pad. He's going to get 1 anyway, and that's 150 for Warwickshire, and that gets a polite round of applause.
Muted, I'd say.
Yes,
wasn't
I
it?
think so. It's been
muted applause from the.
A long day.
I can only probably see about 80 people still in the ground now.
Yes, there's. You can never judge the crowd very well from up here, I find, because there's people have little hideouts in the pavilion that we can't see from here.
Yeah.
This is turned away for one through mid-wicket by Davis, easily enough.
But out there in the stands,
Oh yes, in the open
section. You
section.
could literally have a quick count round.
You could.
5, 8.
But,
So that's 15 in there.
yes, you could do that. But most of the people who've been here today are still here. A few have drifted away. There were plenty from Somerset, weren't they? You were very popular at lunchtime.
Nice to see a few old friends that remember me from 25 years ago.
Somerset members flash mob around Dermot at lunchtime. This is a short ball that's fading down the leg side, and Overton is looking a little bit tired in this over. Banging the ball in short, he's
Yeah,
heavy
this plan's not working. I mean, so why not go to a plan of going, I'm just going to bowl Yorkers. If you think the wicket's that flat, let's put my 2 men back straight, 2 men back square, and I'm going to just try and bowl fast Yorkers at the end of the day here.
Might as well. Round the wicket comes Overton. Now he bangs on an even shorter. That's no problem for Latham. Latham's made it quite clear that at least as far as the end of this session is concerned, he's not interested in hooking them. There's so little to gain and so much to lose for him by trying to hit Overton over all these leg side fielders that he's just not going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you could try and have a plan and go, right, I'm going to come up and bowl 4 balls at 80% effort, or even with a couple of slower balls in there.
Yeah.
And then 100% pace on a Yorker.
He pitches this one up outside the off stump, but Latham lets that go as well. But he's using up an awful lot of energy here, Craig Overton. And it's not being very efficiently used, I don't think. There's a slip on the closer square leg. Are the only fielders close to the bat as he comes in through the shadows again, and Bolt pitches this up on the pads to Latham, who tucks it behind square for 1 run. So 3 more singles harvested in that over for Warwickshire, 152 for 1. And Latham's up to 62, and Davies 60, and somewhere in this pavilion, Rob Yates, who's far too polite a chap to get visibly cross, but he's quietly steaming somewhere because
he was
he'd be
strangled.
Thinking, yes, he was, and
we call that a strangle.
Oh, for sure. And he'd be sitting there thinking, well, these are my runs you're scoring out there.
A ball down the leg side that.
Yeah.
But if it's not there to work square, if it gets too wide of leg side, I know it's a poor ball, but there's no point in having your bat flipping out there, because every now and again you will just get a little tickle on it. So you wouldn't do it outside off stump.
No. So he left looking suitably cross with himself, but
it was unlucky.
He made 17. Here's Vaughan, and forward comes Latham, just propping his front foot down and pushing gently away into the offside.
Well, surely we're going to see a couple more overs of Leach, aren't we, in these last
Thought so.
last 4? Because he was finding that bit of rough and finding a bit of spin.
Vaughan's looking to see if he can find some, but he doesn't trouble Latham with this. He goes back and defends to mid-wicket. Yes, I think so, because Overton's been, nobly flogging himself into the ground from this end, but I'm not sure it's really worth his effort. Vaughan round the wicket, and Latham is pushing this into a little hole on the offside, and he's going to amble through for 1.
They've run well between the wickets, these two. They're always looking for a 1. And I like the way Tom Latham, when he decides that he's not coming, he actually puts his bat up as well, to say no. So he's very loud and precise with his calling. And Alex Davies as well is always looking to get a quick single.
Vaughan bowls, and Davies comes forward and pushes away on the offside. 153 for 1.
As Archie Vaughan does a very good impersonation again of his dad.
He does. He does. Well, it's not a bad example to follow, really. Davies turns the next one away to mid-wicket.
It's that little crouch after he bowls and gets ready for... He bends his knees as though he's getting ready for a ball to get hit back towards him. But that's very... Michael Vaughan-esque.
Little touches that run in the family. Vaughan bowls, and it's pushed away into the offside by Davies, and there isn't a run. It's the end of the over. 153 for 1. I've made sure not to pass any of my cricketing methods onto my sons. They deserve better than that.
Right. Is he any good?
My younger son...
Does he enjoy it?
Can I
That's
show
what
off on the
matters.
BBC? My younger son took his first hat-trick
Wow.
this weekend.
Excellent.
And I was on the scorebook.
What's his name?
His name's Alistair. And he
Congratulations, Alistair.
Yes, he was...
Getting a hat-trick, that's
chuffed.
fantastic.
Yeah, it was a big deal. So I went to film the hat-trick ball, as one does as the proud
Right.
father. And then, of course, seeing the stumps rattled, went, yes, and put my arms up in the air. So that was no good, but fortunately, somebody else did.
Not the
as well.
best footage.
No, and again, that's why I'm on the radio and not in television. Davies is going to... Leach is going to bowl. He's going to bowl to Latham. And this is paddle swept for 1 run if they're quick. Oh, and Latham is quick, isn't he? To respond to that, Davies rather responds to Latham, get him the right way round, and they do take 1.
Yeah, that's that position where I think Tom Abel needs to be finer, or actually come up and catch. Come up at leg gully, up to, on the leg side to Jack Leach, and tempt him to paddle past you. And you might get a catch if you manage a little bit of anticipation.
154 for 1. Leach draws Davies forward, but it's only in defence. And back to the bowler. So Leach bowled 10 overs in his earlier spell. No wicket for 33, but he did threaten to take a wicket. He ought to have had Latham stumped. He was 42 at the time.
Oh.
Davies lets that one pass, and that wasn't all that far away from the off stump. It carried more or less straight on and passed about 1 more stump wide of the wicket. So Davies will have that in his mind as he gets into position. He misses this one. That was a similar line. He went to force it off the back foot. Oh, and it was very close. In fact, he's just knocked it back into the ground in front of his pad. So this is already more threatening. Leach bowls, and Davies is very sturdily forward this time. It's a little tester, isn't it, bringing Leach back for a couple of overs at the end of the day. Make sure that the batter is concentrating.
Yeah, well, they get, you as a spinner, you get natural variations. Some will spin, some will go straight on.
And this time Davies is forward, pushing into the offside. Latham had set off a couple of paces for a run, but he aborts. And it's the end of a probing over from Jack Leach. 154 for 1 in 50 overs.
And that's what can be an advantage. As a left-arm spinner, if you're bowling at a right-hander, and you're just trying to land the ball on a good line and length, some balls will go straight on, and you might pick up an LBW, or if the batsman decides to leave it and expects it to spin. So sometimes it's not about getting every ball to spin, but if you get a couple to spin and bite, then you've got that. You've put that into the batsman's mind. And then quite often it's the ball that does nothing. It's just the one with the angle that might go straight through and hit him on the pad.
154 for 1. Vaughan is going to start another over from the city end and pushes it away into the offside. There's a very tired tumble from Overton, moving around from slip.
Yeah.
He's ready for a shower, I think.
Oh, a hot bath. I used to love a hot bath.
Yes, I think there'll be a few wanting that. Forward comes Latham, pushes back up the pitch.
Yeah, that feeling of, it's sort of an exhaustion feeling. If you bowl 20 overs, and at the end of the day, if you can just soak in a nice hot bath for sort of 20 minutes.
Yes, be ready to start running it. The spinners are bowling now. Only 2 overs to go after this one. This is pushed square on the offside by Latham with plenty of time to play it. And he gets 1. He's 65. 155 for one. Has already made one very substantial innings in his time with Warwickshire. 184 here against Surrey. And he's well positioned to follow up with another substantial score tomorrow if he can see these closing overs out. Davies is defending on the offside. Was going to be here for the whole summer. Ended up his arrival being a little bit delayed. Tom Latham by a finger injury the week before he was due to fly over, so he missed the first 3 championship games. But other than that, he's going to be around for the year. Moving in a silly point, moving him across from the leg side. So a slip and a silly point now for Davies, and he gets a ball that's turning to the leg side and helps it on its way through square leg for 1 run.
Well, that's what happens when you take short leg
Yes.
and you put them at silly point. Therefore, there's no short leg. The batsman can go, all I need to do is just use half a bat. I can turn that square, get a nice easy single. So it'd be worth having one on either side and bring up your deep, backward point who's there probably for a reverse sweep.
Yeah. For the last couple of overs of the day, you might as well.
Yeah, and open up the reverse sweep, and who knows, they might have a brain fade and decide to try and play it.
Going to have a leg slip now for the last ball of this over to the left-hander Latham, who is missing a ball that looked as though it carried straight on or just turned a little bit outside the off stump. And he's properly beaten by Vaughan.
Yeah, it will spin. It was a full length, and he decided to go back. And then he was in sort of no man's land. It just left his bat hanging outside off stump, but the ball did spin and went past the outside edge. So a little win for Archie Vaughan.
156 for one. I was just going to say about Latham being here for the whole summer just about, which is not so common now as it used to be.
No,
but
not.
It must be a real advantage to have a player, especially if it's somebody who's as well established in the game as Latham is. If you know they're going to be around all summer, that it might be more difficult to do now, but there must be advantages to that rather than this sort of patchwork nature of having players for a few weeks here and there, even though I understand why. Leach bowls the start of a new over. It's defended by Davies.
You can obviously have 2 now,
yes,
can't you? Because you've got Roccaccioli and Latham.
Yeah.
But when I started playing, you could have 2.
Yes.
But then it changed to just having
one.
one.
Yeah. But you used to have one, and it was essentially one for the whole summer.
For
if
the whole
they
season.
weren't touring, Leach bowls and is pushed away on the offside, and they get 1 through the covers. I mean, here, when you were captain, obviously you had Alan Donald, and then Brian Lara, famously, and Sean Pollock. So
Tom Moody,
of course. So well-established players who are around for the whole summer that you can work with, and they presumably settle in for longer. It must have great advantages over the way it has to be now so often. Leach is going to amble in now and draws Latham forward, pushing away on the offside.
Yeah, I mean, in the old days of Somerset, you had Joel Garner and Viv Richards, and Hampshire you had Gordon Greenwich and Malcolm Marshall.
Well, so you would know who you were going to see as you went around the counties. This Leach is floating this up outside the off stump, and it's wide enough for Latham to leave it.
But you had 2 of the very best cricketers in world cricket, sort of playing with each of the counties.
Up comes Leach, and Latham is getting into position to defend this firmly into the offside. Looking very much for the close now, with just 1 more over to come after this one at 157 for one. Warwickshire's plan for overseas players has, through no fault of theirs, gone a little bit awry this summer. Leach bowls again, and Latham defends again. That's the end of that over. They were going to have Bo Webster for rather more of the summer until he was called up by Australia, which is part of the reason they've now got Roccaccioli here. They had the Sri Lankan bowler Fernando, but he was only ever going to be right at the start. And even Hassan Ali's arrival was delayed because He was unexpectedly called up by Pakistan for a 2020 series, and there was the Pakistan Super League was delayed, so he's not with them for quite as long. He's tremendous fun as a cricketer, by the way. He's a wonderful T20 player to have around for the Blast. Great entertainer. So
no short leg.
No, they've got
No
silly
leg.
point, and this is Vaughan's going to bowl the final over today at 157 for 1 to the right-handed Davis, and the first ball's wide enough for him to ignore it. So a good day for Warwickshire, who at 12 o'clock, when Somerset were 400 for 3, looked as though it could have been a very long day. This is straighter from Vaughan and Fuller, and Davis just has to prop forward and push it away on the offside.
He has very confident body language, doesn't he, at the crease, Alex Davis? He's making out to everybody that batting's really easy for me.
Yes, he's
very nonchalant after he's played a shot.
He is. He's back here and just with a flick of the wrist guiding this away on the offside for no run. Yeah, I think that he's quite a confident character.
Yeah.
And although I find him when he's being interviewed to be reasonable, and he's not, he's not.
Ooh.
In the interviews, he's not trying to express undue confidence. He pushes the next one away into the offside. If they haven't played so well, he'll say so. But yes, his demeanour on the field exudes us confidence. There's mid-on has come up a bit closer for the last couple of balls, but Davies has time to guide this away to deep backward point for 1. So he'll go to the non-striker's end and reckon he'll be back in the morning.
Yep, that was a little bit short and a little bit wide, and an easy gifted single, which means Tom Latham has the responsibility of facing the last ball of the day. And now Craig Overton says, I'm going to attack. We've got one ball left. We're going to bring a gully in.
Well, might as well surround him. So there are leg slip and a very close gully and a man on the drive at short extra cover, and Latham doesn't trouble any of them by just pushing the ball away into the offside, and that's been a very satisfactory few hours for Warwickshire, who might have been faced with a 600 Somerset total and a very long slog up to the follow-on. As it is, they're well on the way to avoiding the follow-on, and one assumes the most likely route to defeat in this game. Having limited Somerset to 498, they've made 158 for 1, and they've done a fairly tidy job of it.
Yeah, fantastic partnership of 125, which is an unbroken partnership, which will continue tomorrow on day 3. So it's still a fantastic wicket to bat on, and Latham and Davies are enjoying their time in the middle, batting sensibly. Lots of encouragement to each other as they leave the field here at Edgbaston to rapturous applause from those who've remained to see the days play out.
Yeah, well, they will. Many of them shall be back tomorrow to see if Latham and Davies